Mute the mic. Okay, the mic is unmuted. Let me mute the stream here locally so we can't hear myself twice, but hopefully you guys can hear me on the stream. Hello, everybody. Tony, Sully, welcome back for the next Face-Off interview series
Yeah,
with
welcome back,
Sully.
Sully.
Yeah, welcome back, Sully. You've been here. Well, you were on the USA versus Canada, I guess is what I'm thinking of, where we interviewed you briefly with Dalf. So
Yep.
we've done a mini pseudo interview with you, but quick audio check before we get going. Make sure everything's sound good to the two of you. We good to go?
Cast.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Can you hear yourselves
Yeah.
on the stream? Okay, cool, nice. All right, so we can go ahead and get started then. So Sully, welcome. We'll go through it real quick. I say real quick. It'll probably take a couple minutes, but I want to run through a brief overview of your career, and then we'll start breaking it down, go into the specific seasons, kind of like what we did with Paco. If you've seen the last one that we just did. For anybody who might be here who has no idea what the fuck's going on, we are all hockey question mark players. If you type exclamation mark HQM in the chat, you'll get a link to our Discord. But hockey question mark is a first person hockey game. Kind of dead right now, admittedly, but nonetheless a completely unique experience. There's nothing else like it in the world at all right now. So definitely check it out if you're interested in sports games or just really high skill cap games in general, because the skill ceiling in HQM is incredibly high, makes it incredibly fun. You can find a lot of other HQM content on this channel and others, but we can get into that a little bit more later. So we were here with Sully, who is a longtime player, ended up playing through basically 10 LHL seasons, but a couple more seasons in there where you weren't in the LHL anyway, so probably closer to like 12 maybe in total. Spent most of that time as a goalie. And you were 8th in 5v5 career save percentage, 9th in goals against average. And then in the playoffs, you were 2nd in save percentage, 1st in goals against average. So big time, big game performer, Sully. Taking a look at your, well, I guess regular statistics here, right? So 61.68 save percentage and 2.93 goals against average, which was in 152 games played at goalie. So quite high. 75 wins in that, so a little bit below 50% win rate, right around there. But 13 shutouts, 33 points, pretty big. Looking at the playoffs, where again we just mentioned, definitely a big playoff performer. 66.98% save rate and a 2.06 goals against average in 34 games. So showing up big. 21 wins there in those 34 games. 5 shutouts, but only a measly 7 points. So a little bit lacking there. I think you only have one
Can't win
goal
them
in the
all.
playoffs.
It's unfortunate.
He plays a defensive style in the
Yeah,
playoffs.
that's what it is. A defensive style of goalie. In the RSL, real quick, 65.76 save percentage, 2.17 goals against average in 58 games played, 34 wins there, 11 shutouts, and 6 points. And then in the RSL playoffs, a whopping 75, almost 75.5% save rate, and a 1.72 goals against average, which is insane for HQM stats. And that's in 18 games played. You had 10 wins, 1 shutout, and 2 points. As a
Like the
GM,
fat squirrel of the RSL.
I know, right? Unsurprising
High
that he
honors right
was
there.
he was playing in the LHL pretty early on in his career, but we'll get into that here in a few minutes. But as a GM and looking purely at the LHL here, I didn't go back through your RSL GM stats, so I apologize to all the RSL stans that are watching this in the future. But GM for 50 regular season games over 2 different seasons, happened to be, I believe, the final 2 seasons of Hockey Question Mark. Is that correct? Or the second to last and third to last seasons. The final season you were a player. But during that time, you had a record of 27, 4, 2, and 17 for a 62% win rate. You had both times made the playoffs, played in 20 postseason games total, and had an 80% win rate, 16 and 4, no overtime games at all in that. Made the postseason twice as a GM, and you won the cup both times.
Yeah, I mean that feels pretty good to see. I mean, just kind of going up the whole left-handed side of that little career bio you got up there. I'm kind of frankly surprised about some of these stats. Like 75% save percentage, wasn't expecting to see that at all. I mean, yeah, just kind of seeing the disparity between regular season and playoffs, kind of nuts to see. Wasn't really expecting to see that because I don't really feel like I play that much different. But stats kind of speak for themselves. That's cool to see.
They do speak for themselves, and we'll go through the right side here so we can get into the questions, as we have a whole bunch of stuff to go through here with you tonight. We have, it's like 2 full pages of questions here to walk through, so there's plenty of stuff for us to talk about today. But 3-time LHL finalist, only winning the cup twice. We'll talk about the one time you didn't win, I'm sure, relatively soon. Made the playoffs 5 times in total. You won the Legends Cup, which is winning the LHL twice. You won the Kulixer Cup, which is the equivalent of the President's Trophy, the first seed during the regular season. Won that once. You won the PK Paching Trophy twice, which is the best goals against average. You did that in season 21 and season 10, so quite a long time between those two. You won the K-Bomb Memorial Trophy for best save percentage twice, and that was season 22 and season 21. You won the Kiwi Award twice for best goalie, again, season 22 and season 21. You won the Marchie Award once for steal of the draft, season 14. Had best attendance, the Bojarzin Award, twice in season 21 and season 20. And then in the RSL, you won the Rising Star Cup for winning the league, season 14 with Victoria. You also got playoff MVP that season, which is the Dillenzer Trophy. You got the Roman Polak Memorial Trophy for best goalie in season 13 when you were GMing the UMass Minutemen. And then you had the Perfect Attendance Award in the RSL in season 14, the Nova Star Award. And lastly, we have your LHL records here. 3rd overall goals against average, 3rd lowest in a 5v5 season. 2nd highest in 5v5 career playoff save percentage. That was at 66.98% we mentioned earlier. 1st overall in 5v5 career playoff goals against average with that 2.06, which is insane. 2nd overall in 5v5 career playoff win percentage. 3rd overall in total 5v5 career playoff shutouts, and 1st overall in 5v5 career playoff shutout percentage. So how often you did that, which was around like 14 or 15% of the time you got a shutout in the playoffs, which over the course of a 7-game series is basically once per series you're getting a shutout. That's just some pretty good averages there. But anyway, so that is your career in summary there. So far, true.
Yeah.
So despite the fact that, which we'll get into a little bit more, but you didn't actually play a ton of LHL games in the grand scheme of things looking back, certainly not early on for how early you started. You did a lot with the LHL games you did play. So some big stats there. A strong contender for one of the better goalies to ever play the game, and definitely would have been interested to see what would have happened had you kind of found your footing a bit earlier on, maybe around season 10, and been a regular starter from that point on. I think you would have been racking up those stats and contending with the guys like PK for those career goalie stats. So.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, now that my ego has been officially stroked for the beginning of this podcast, it feels pretty good to hear.
We'll be doing a lot of that today.
The season 10 finals.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we'll get that out of the way pretty early, and then it's kind of all uphill.
You do go pretty quick. You jump into the league pretty quick, but we're not quite there yet. But there's a little bit of getting into it.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so let's start getting into it. So first and foremost, we asked this question of everybody, so hopefully you've heard this one before, but how long have you been playing games for, and what first got you into video gaming? And, what was your first game?
All right, so if we're going back really far, I was semi-prepared for this question from Paco's interview. So I'm a pretty early, kind of early bloomer in this stage. Like, I want to say I started at like age 2 or 3. Want to say it was, I think, the Sega Genesis I started off with. So basically it was a bunch of different systems that my dad had when I was growing up. I think it was both the Sega Genesis and the PS1. Playing games, I think it was like NHL Game Day, like 99 or something like that. I forget the name of it, or NHL Faceoff 99, something like that.
Yeah, I had Faceoff 97.
Yeah,
so they were hockey games you were playing early too, not just.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, they were pretty garbage quality hockey games in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, I mean, playing stuff like, let's say like Road Rash. I think it was like a motorcycle game. And I think one of the very first PlayStation games was like, it was like a random Elmo game. It was like an alphabet, like learning how to do like your ABCs. And I was holding a little ass like PS1 controller. Like really weird games to start off with, and then that was kind of like just me learning what video games were, and then it really started to kick up. Oddly enough, with handheld gaming, I got a
Okay.
Game Boy Advance for like my 5th birthday,
Ah, there you go.
and that was what, like, you couldn't get that thing out of my hands. Like, I was playing. I think the first game I ever had for that was Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. It was like the game that like came with it. It was like a turn-based like strategy game, and I probably have as many hours put into that game as I do HQM. Like
Damn.
it's genuinely nuts. Yeah, and I'm like, we're talking like
That's a
thousands and
lot of
thousands of
hours,
hours.
dude. Yeah.
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 Yeah, no, I mean, granted, I was playing that game from age 5 up until
Still.
honestly like present day. Like I still play that game. I have an emulator on my computer that I'll boot up every now and then. So,
Yeah,
and I still have
Tactics
the Game
rocks.
Boy actually, which is pretty funny. Um, so yeah, I mean, a lot of games in my youth, and that just kind of extended all the way up until literally present day. I'm literally gaming almost every day, almost an unhealthy amount, if you will. I wouldn't say like totally unhealthy. I'm not like a complete and utter degenerate, but
Yeah.
yeah,
Well,
definitely gaming is a huge part of my life. I feel like we're all kind of degenerates if we're playing HQM, but
I was gonna
that's
say it's
kind of
hard to be an
yeah,
HQM player and not be considered a degenerate for that. So
100%.
yeah.
Mhm.
Check out the game though! Exclamation mark HQM in chat.
Oh, yeah, it's awesome.
Come play it. For the love of God, play it. All
For
right.
reference, we have
Well
no
then,
financial interest at all in the
we
game.
don't
There's
need
nothing.
time.
There's nothing to disclose here. We just, be nice to have more people to play the game with. So
Yeah.
anyway,
I'm even
sorry,
gonna be
Tony.
talking
As you
cryptic
as you were saying.
monetarily.
Yeah. Well, as I was saying, Dial should start playing again. But
Hmm.
to continue, build on that. Where you started playing a huge variety of game. What would you say your favorite genre of game is? And on top of that, what's your favorite game of all time?
All right. So I'm gonna answer this question in terms of like overall. Like I would say overall, I'm a big sports gamer, which kind of fits right into the whole HQM thing. Like I was playing like on the PlayStation 2 back in the day. Like I was playing Madden '08. Like that was probably my big one. I was playing like NHL, basically every NHL from like '08 up until like NHL 14. I played religiously after school.
Mhm.
Big FIFA guy too. Like basically almost every major sports video game was a part of my formative years, if you will.
And Final
Um,
Fantasy.
yeah, exactly. Well, that was gonna get into the next part. When Tony asked what's my favorite game of all time, it's basically between that game and HQM. Like I genuinely could not give an answer, but I think it's a pretty even tie. Like if I were to go single player game, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance all day. Multiplayer game where I can like hang out with a bunch of my friends and like enjoy a nice soothing calming game of hockey with nothing at stake whatsoever for me internally, then I'm going for HQM. Yeah, I mean I know I'm a little biased because I'm sitting here on a podcast talking about the game, but I mean I wouldn't be racking up the trophy cabinet that I have if I didn't like the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's a pretty easy answer in that respect.
Yeah, it's fun. It's funny that you bring that up because like I've thought about that. Like, oh, what is my favorite game? Like, luckily the question's never posed to me because I don't really have an answer. But I don't even consider HQM, but it has to be HQM,
Yeah,
right? Like, it has to be. I've never played a game this long. I've
I
never
mean
put the kind of hours into it. It's like
the only thing that you could
I've never
kind
done
of
a podcast about one.
yeah, I mean the only thing that you can kind of think of is like if you're really like a true degenerate of the game, you don't think of this game as a game.
As a
It's a
game. Yeah.
lifestyle. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
Sweaty
So
was
that's
right.
why. Yeah, it
The
might not
infamous
actually.
clip. Yep.
Yeah,
It's a
might not be a
fucking
game in your perspective.
lifestyle. Yep.
Yeah. Like
So
it's yeah, I don't know. It transcends being a game. And also is sort of less than a game at its face value. It's
yeah,
like, is it a video game? I don't know. It is
it's
what it
literally
is.
it's a beta tech demo that we've
Yeah,
basically said, hey, it's a game to ourselves.
yeah.
So that's how we're gonna deal with it.
Forced it to be a game thanks to the work of folks like Dial and Taser. DVD probably winners. Well, I don't know how it all started, really. I don't know who's responsible for making it playable, but
Yeah, I mean it's a bit of a joint effort. Obviously, people found it from being just fans of Cryptic, and I think it got posted on like Face Punch or something like that. Some like weird forum that I had never heard of before, and that got some of the Russians and the early NA players in. Like if you ever heard of like Tic Tac or Dick Tac,
oh yeah, yeah, I
he was
remember
one of the
that
OG guys
that
with
name.
DVD. And I think Winters as well was one of the ones that found it, and they kind of had their own community that they started to build up. And then Cryptic announced like a 3v3 tournament he was going to do, which I don't think ever happened. But that brought some more people to the game, and then the NA players that were there, including like Winters and his crew and DVD, decided they were going to start the HQML. And then Dalfan had found the game at some point during that. I don't remember how he got there, but he ended up posting about the game to our hockey during the off season, the 2011 off season, right after, 2013 off season, right after the Bruins lost the Blackhawks in the finals. He made that post, and that brought in more people, which led to the making the LHL. So that's kind of the quick and dirty of how that happened, for those that are curious. But okay, so getting back to the questions here, we've mentioned that HQM probably a good candidate for one of your favorite games of all time. So I have to ask, how did you find HQM?
All right, so it's the classic like r/hockey post on Reddit. I think Dalfan made it. I don't remember exactly. I want to say it
I
was
think
Dalfan.
he made a
So
couple.
yeah, it was like the big time recruitment wave. Like I don't know the best. I don't even remember what time of the year it was.
Summer
It was
2015.
between season 7 and season 8, I think, during that off season,
Yep,
and we did a prospect tournament. I know, like we got
yep.
Guy around that time.
I
BG.
found the game about a week and a half, 2 weeks before it. It's really
That's true.
weird, but
That's
the
true. I
guy's
always
sort of
forget
part of
that.
that. But Guy was like hosing those guys. We had to not let him play or something
Yeah,
because he was
that
so much better than all
that
the
was
random
by
players.
far our biggest recruitment wave that we ever got. Not even
Yeah.
close. And that first season, which was your first competitive season that you signed up for, it was almost 160 signups for that,
Yep.
which we never touched that amount again, as you could probably imagine. But anyway, sorry, I'm interrupting your story, but go ahead.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, you basically summed it up pretty well. I mean, in my opinion, that was like the golden age, if you will, like of HQM in my mind. I mean, that can obviously be very, very debated, but just kind of like, I think the thing that really kind of captured me into the game was just like, kind of like the whole like narrative crafting I could kind of do in my own head, like knowing that there's 10 teams all in the RSL and I'm just part of one of them. You know what I mean? Like I'm literally just a cog in the machine. And I've always thought like, how could we have that in like, like a console NHL game or something like that? Like be a pro and all that type of stuff that's in like NHL. It's not the same thing. You're literally playing against a bunch of computer players. You're not getting that like social like peer-to-peer aspect. Like I'm actually like my actions are affecting, like something bigger than just myself. It's a whole league. And that like kind of just drew me right in, and I'm thinking like, everything that I do has some sort of like, I don't know, like historical value, if that makes sense. Like somebody's going to document it. It's going to be in a stats page. Like, yeah, this might all be dead and gone in, 10 years. Like if Google documents just wipe themselves off the face of the earth, then whatever, it's gone. But it'll still like live within the context of our own minds. I'm not trying to get like way too philosophical with this, but like
Yeah,
you
I
kind of get what I'm
understand.
saying, right?
Yep, I
Like,
do. And the good
so
news is that I think both Lewis and Tony have offline versions of all the Google Docs that matter
Oh yeah,
for the LHL
yeah.
anyway.
oh, that's
So
awesome.
if that ever disappears, we're fine as long as
I
Tony and Lewis
Since
aren't
Hippo
both.
or whoever deleted the rules, I've made copies of everything that I feel like I might want to
Yeah.
revisit, 20 years from now or whatever.
Yeah, so that is by far the coolest thing in my mind is just kind of, you can play against actual people and, these are real people that, they have real lives outside of the game and, it's just kind of a cool kind of community aspect. Like it's kind of taken like the aspects of like beer league hockey, like from like, in-person hockey experiences, but
Yep.
you can basically do it whenever you want. Like, and there's this whole virtual aspect where you might not have the money to buy hockey pads or play actual real life hockey, but as long as you got an internet connection, you're good to go. So I think that's
So
super fun.
would
Your
you
computer turns on, it can run HQM.
Literally, yeah.
would you say that that's really the reason why the game captured your attention for so long? All those things you just spoke about.
I mean, yeah, definitely. Like, and it was also just kind of like I kind of found the game at a perfect time where there was so much like community engagement and involvement. Like if I were to like just join in at a random point, like for example, like I'm not trying to roast the game's community right now, but like right now it's not a whole lot going on. If I were to just find this game right now, I probably wouldn't nearly be invested as I was, back when I first started. Like it was a perfect kind of like microcosm of everything going just right with a big influx of players, and there was people that were just like me that were learning, and everybody was kind of in the same situation, so that fostered this whole like community and growth type thing that frankly we don't really have right now. You know what I mean? Like that's
Yep.
kind of just the
Yep.
way that the community's gone. And we're probably going to get into that later on. We're going to have a lot of time to talk about stuff. But yeah, I think that was definitely a big thing that caught my attention at first, for sure.
Got it. It makes a lot of sense. And I think it's something we all kind of felt, right? Like you spoke to
Yeah.
it a bit there. It's something that, had a lasting effect really on all of us, right? So, and I imagine, you're probably not playing the game for that long before signing up for the LHL and the RSL, right? Because you played in that season immediately afterwards. Was that like any consideration before you did that? Like, did you think, maybe I won't sign up for this, or was it like, oh yeah, I want to be a part of this immediately as soon as you saw?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think I might have stepped on the ice for a couple minutes. And I just thought, like, screw it, I'll sign up and we'll see what happens. You know what I mean? Like, I
Love
think
it.
there was
Yep.
the whole prospect game. And I don't even remember if I played in that. It's been so long ago. I mean, I think there was like a stat sheet for it somewhere buried deep in the
Yeah,
archives
I
of
can't remember if
whoever.
you did, but
Yeah, I don't remember. I think I did because I want to say I was on like Dalfan's team. I think he had a team that he was like quote unquote coaching, and I remember being I think on Dalfan's team, but I don't remember anybody that was on my team. It's so long ago. But yeah, I remember doing the prospect game, and we had like the team speak going, and I'm talking to people, and we have legitimate communications and stuff, and people are like, yeah, like I'll play up, I'll do this, and we didn't know what the hell we were doing. We could barely lift our stick off the ice, but like just everybody kind of being in the same sort of mindset of like this is a brand new world. You know what I mean? It's like opening
yep.
up like Skyrim for the first time. You're like, look at all this shit I can do. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
and you're kind of still stuck within the confines of a crappy little 3D arena that barely even exists. It kind of looks like garbage when you first open up the game, admittedly. But once you start scratching off the surface and you get to the actual internal components of this janky physics destroyed type of game, it's super fun, because everybody else is trying to make it a fun experience too.
Yeah.
So, love it.
Awesome. Well, yeah, I remember because it was my second season. I sort of trickled in, as I mentioned before, by myself a
Mhm.
season before, and like I didn't even watch. I GM'd last second, and I missed the prospect tourney, so I didn't even know. So all these guys, uh, like you, were just sort of in my peripheral. Didn't really know. Didn't know what to think of any of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, you. So my second season there, you join. You start. Uh, you're a starting goalie immediately in Providence for PK. PK was
Yeah.
the GM at the RSL team, right? And at the same time, this is, by the way, insane, and you might be the only person to do this post like season one, where you were also playing in the LHL that season.
Yeah.
You were
Yeah.
backing up PK in Atlanta while he was
Yeah.
GMing you in the RSL. So like, what was that? Well, tell me about for starting for Providence and what that's like backing up PK all in your first season.
Yeah, I got a story to tell on this one. So,
Oh God, here we go.
this is a good one. So, I'll start off first with the Providence stuff because that's kind of the non-important stuff of the story. But yeah, basically, Providence was super fun. I think, going off the top of my head here, I'm not even looking at the stats. I think we had Marchie, we had Toaster. I hope Toaster's doing well today. Haven't talked to him in forever. We got guys like Moku, I think Candy Frag, Hat Trick. I think we had. There's one more that I'm forgetting off the top of my head.
Yeah, Big
Whatever.
Poppy,
Big Poppy,
Hullabaloo, Riven.
Billiam. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was Billiam.
Bertha in the
Hullabaloo.
playoffs too, I think.
Yeah,
Like, what a
I think.
crazy group.
Yeah, it was a nuts group, and Marchie was hard carrying that team. I didn't even know how to freaking lift my stick off the ice. Like, I think my save percentage was like literally like 50%, and it was all just grounders from center ice. Like, I looked like freaking a newborn deer out on the ice. I couldn't even skate in a straight line. It was ridiculously bad. But yeah, PK, like I heard he was one of the better goalies. He saw me and he was like, "Hey man, if you put in the work, you can become one of these really good goalies and you can make a name for yourself." And I'm like, what, 16, 17 at this time? And I'm like, "Whoa, a community where I can be like a nasty cyber athlete." Like, "Oh my god." You know what I mean? Cuz like I played sports and stuff, up until like maybe like 6th grade or something like that. I played like Pop Warner football and I was pretty decent at that too. Like I kind of like worked my way up in that respect, and that was pretty fun. But knowing that like I could literally put in as much practice as I want, and it wouldn't like hurt my body like from like actually practicing, because that was the shitty part about playing football was like you're going through practice and you're getting hit and stuff. I didn't really like that part,
I
but I
almost.
can but I can literally just like put in as much effort and time as I want into this game, and it's gonna give me roughly the same effect. Like it's super cool. So yeah, getting that part out of the way. Providence was super fun, but then going into the LHL stuff with what was that? So season 8 Atlanta.
Season 8 Atlanta,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Nightmare team for.
I remember.
I love that.
Yeah, no. So this is a little bit of a wild story. I mean, not really wild, but I remember it quite well. So I figured it's worth telling. So I'm like laying down in my bed. So for context, I used to play this game with my laptop, and it was like perched up
Okay.
on my chest with
Oh,
So
buddy.
I had my mouse. Yeah, no,
What?
it was bad. All right, this was a janky ass setup, and I played like this for a solid like 2 or 3 years. It was insane. So I
People
would
still
like lay
picked
down.
you. Jesus.
Yeah, dude, I was putting up
Well, they
decent
didn't know.
RSL numbers like this.
That's
all right,
true.
you gotta
I mean,
like,
back in those days, you probably couldn't tell the
imagine
difference.
if I had good posture, dude. I would have had even better stats. Like that's nuts. So
Good internet,
point is,
good posture.
dude, the possibilities are endless. All right, this could have been an insane career. We could be talking about 10 cups by now. Point is though, I'm like watching a YouTube video, just minding my own business, and freaking my Steam notifications go off. I'm like, what's going on here? So PK is messaging me, and he's like, hey bud, you busy tonight? It was like, what days did they play LHL back then? It was like Tuesday, Thursday.
Thursday,
Sunday,
Sunday.
Tuesday, Thursday. I think we played all
Yeah.
3 back then, yeah.
It must have been like a Tuesday or a Thursday, and I was sitting there like, all right, cool, I can go into the weekend, like no HQM I gotta play, like whatever. I got a nice free couple of days.
Yeah, because
All of a
RSL
sudden,
was just Monday, Wednesday.
Monday,
That was
Wednesday,
it.
and then you
Yeah.
were done for 5 days, pretty much.
exactly.
That's
So I
awesome.
was like, all right, like I get because I used to get weird little side tangent. I used to get wicked nervous whenever I played games. Like I would look forward to it all day, and then like up until the time that like the puck dropped, I'm like my hands like freaking shaking on the mouse. Like
Yep.
it used to screw with me. So like it's kind of crazy that I played this game for that long when my anxiety was through the damn roof whenever I played.
Same thing
Point
happened
is
to me.
though, yeah. So
Oh, yeah.
knowing that I didn't have to play for a couple days was like relieving. And then PK comes along and he goes, "Hey bud, you free tonight?" And I'm like, "Yeah, why? Like, you need like an extra skater or something?" He goes, "I can't play tonight." I forget what the reason was, but he basically was like, "I need you to come sub in." And I was like, "Oh boy, would I?" You know what I mean? Like if I'm sitting here, fresh faced, brand new player to the game, I don't know what the hell's going on. He's like, "You get to go to the big show, kid." Like and immediately like 5-10 games, playing in the freaking leagues. I don't know what the hell's going on. So I'm feeling good. I'm like, all right, let's go. Like, give me the rundown. Like, who am I playing against? Because I used to do that too. Like before games, I'd like study up on like the stat sheets and be like, all right, who's the player that I gotta watch out for? Like, I'm doing scouting reports and shit like that. I'm an insane human being, and I'm looking, and I think I don't remember what team it was, but it was whatever team Taser was on. I want to say Philly.
Yeah, Philly.
Yeah. So, and Taser's important to the story later on. So PK is basically like, yeah, I can't play tonight. I got some stuff going on. You got to hop in. And he gave me like 2 pieces of info. He basically said, don't mind Gabe. He's going to be a dick to you and just roll with it. And then he said, watch out for Taser. That guy's a beast and he's going to make your life hell. And I said, what'd you mean by that? And he just said, just watch out. And I'm like, all right, whatever. So we get to game night. And long story short, I got mercied in the middle of the second period, 6-0, and I think 5 of the goals were via Taser long shots from center ice. So
Taze
PK
scored
was
19 goals that season, so you're saying literally a quarter of his goals came against you in that one game.
I genuinely think so. Like it was
Okay,
literally,
yeah.
and he was going bar down. It wasn't even like I was just letting in these little twiddly dink like crappy ass long shots.
He
Like,
had a good shot.
dude, he was
He did.
nipping them. It was ridiculous. So I'm sitting here like shaking in my boots, saying, "Oh my god, maybe I could get my first LHL win." Like the whole world's in front of me at this point, and he shuts the door like you wouldn't fucking believe. Like I had no chance, and the team around me wasn't even disheartened about it at all. Because if I remember correctly, I think that was like the cancer team that was drafted
Yeah,
with like
Fuzzy picked him and then retired. He picked all the worst guys in the community.
Basically, like this is probably the classic case of PK just throwing me to the wolves. And spoiler alert, that's not the first time this is going to happen. So, absolutely just nuts scenario here.
Yeah, because
And
that team had originally started with Fuzzy, and he drafted Big V, Gabe, PK proper as like the other starters around him, which like Big V never had a reputation for being cancerous, but PK definitely did. Gabe definitely did, and Proper definitely did. PK not anywhere near on the same level as Gabe or Proper, but yeah, that was like That was Team Cancer, and if I remember correctly, he did that because he wanted to draft Taze, and when Taze wasn't available at his pick, he was like, fuck this, and just basically inted the team, and then as Tony said, ended up retiring almost immediately. Yeah, he didn't
Yeah.
have a single game played. He
No, he
retired
retired
immediately.
right after the draft,
Yeah.
if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just I guess the last part to just end the story off was that PK was only 50% with his predictions and like things to warn me about because he was 100% right on Taser lighting my ass up, square dildo, no lube, but he was completely incorrect about Gabe, basically, because Gabe was probably the nicest dude in that entire experience. Like, I don't know if he just took pity on me, but like Gabe never had an issue. Like the rest of the times I had to play that season, I don't know if he just understood what was going on or if he was just like so far gone with the team and said there's no hope for any of us and he was just gonna laugh it off. I have no clue what was going through his head, but he was wicked nice. Everybody was chill about it, so I'll take what I can get on that front. But yeah, it was a rude awakening for me in my LHL career for damn sure.
Yeah, so Doug asked a question here in chat. Did we ever talk about redrafting? I believe that was the final season that Super and Matt were BOC for because they had taken over to be BOC after season 5, I think, and were BOC for season 6, 7, 8. So I don't know if they ever discussed it. I don't remember whether or not they did. I'm sure it was on the table, but ultimately, obviously, they didn't. Probably should have in hindsight. The team that he drafted wasn't like for the time. It's not like these were bad players. Like
No,
PK
it's
was
honestly
very
really
good.
good
Like
team.
Proper was fine. Gabe was really good. Big
Big
V
V
was
was
still
nuts.
considered to be very
Well,
good. Like
no.
he entered the team from a personality perspective, but he did not ent the team from like a talent perspective. So I think that was probably why they opted not to do that because it was still like a pretty good lineup on the whole. And they had Dr. Germs was their number one backup, who was considered to be like a good, third defenseman on the team if you needed a guy to fill in. So honestly, they were okay, but definitely with him having not played like a single game, probably should have considered the redraft there. So sorry, just wanted to interject there and address that question. But
Yeah, it's a good question.
Yeah, that's awesome.
anyway, so yeah, bit of a tumultuous season for you. You did get your first win that season.
Yeah.
You came out with 5 games played at goalie. You did get 1 win in there. You had 19 saves, 18 goals against. So yeah, it could have been better. Got your first LHL point too, 1 assist. It looks like you played 3 games skating, in which you were only a -5, which considering that team was I think the 5th seed. Yeah, the 5th seed. Yes, it's not that
We're
bad.
even
It could
the
have.
worst team. That rocks.
Yeah, that could have been a
Considering
lot worse.
I was a first year player who basically I was so bad at puck handling when I first started playing the game. I said, "Screw this! I'm playing goalie for the rest of my life," and they threw me out on defense. And I was only a -5 on literally the cancer team. I had to
Interesting.
pat myself
So,
on the back a little
so
bit.
that's why you chose to do that, to switch to goalie, was because you felt like you were too bad at skating?
Part of it, I will say that is part of it. So I
Well, this is like
definitely
2 days into the game too,
yeah.
right?
Well,
Right.
that's true, right? So
But I mean, clearly early on, like this is your first season, which starts a week after you find the game, basically. So like clearly you were willing to play goalie back then, and obviously you never really looked back after that. So
yeah, I mean 100%. So like I guess for a little bit more context as to like my whole sports gaming thing, like I'm a huge like defense oriented guy whenever I look at any sort of sport.
So when
Like
we said
anytime I
defense-oriented goalie earlier, that wasn't actually like an ironic
That wasn't even a
statement.
joke.
not really. I mean honestly. So
Okay.
like from the
Okay.
perspective like I used to play like FIFA Pro Clubs, I'd love to play goalie then. Anytime I played like EASHL when I was playing NHL, I always played goalie. Like the cool thing about
Tasted.
playing goalie for
Yep.
me is like and this kind of translates into my psychopath mentality when I play on HQM, but it's like if the goalie plays perfectly, the team can't lose. Like all you have to do is do everything completely perfect, regardless of how your team does, and you at the bare minimum you're tying, and that is so freaking cool to me. Like it's the same thing with like pitching in baseball.
Problem is, if
Like
you're 99% perfect, you're still gonna lose. And
Well, that's not perfect,
Hartford is a bit of a testament to to that.
Yeah, but that's the thing is like that's like in my mind like that's the type of mentality that I have, and like when everybody
Yeah,
like looks at me
no,
when I play
it's
pubs, and if I let in like a crappy goal, and everybody's like, Sully, we're like relax, you goddamn psychopath. What is wrong with you? Like, why are you beating yourself up over it? It's like I have that psycho mentality where it's like if I just do the right thing every time, then this stuff wouldn't happen,
Well,
regardless of everybody else that's on my team that could
I,
be making mistakes.
and I
yeah,
think
quick
you.
clarification though. You just said letting in crappy. It's never a crappy goal that you're letting in. It's always a breakaway that you're beating yourself up over.
Yeah, and I
Yeah,
mean,
I've
it
seen
kind of yeah, it's weird because it's like, and this could be a completely separate conversation. I don't want to completely derail everything, but like it
No, no, no.
leads to
This
a
is a
good
good time to
point.
talk about it.
Like, because when you look at the game of H2M, right, and especially from the perspective of playing goalie, it's such a simple concept. Like, just put your stick where the puck is. That's literally all you got to do. Everything else is extra. Like, if you're batting pucks out of the air and they happen to go into the net, that's all physics BS. Like, there's not really a lot of skill in that, honestly. Like, there kind of is, but that's just gravy on top of making saves. You know what I mean? Like, if you see a guy shooting the puck from literally wherever, all you got to do is just put your stick there and you win. Like, at its core, it sounds like a gross oversimplification because it frankly is, but like, at the end of the day, like that's all you got to do. And it's like your team could make as many mistakes and let in 3-on-0s and stuff like that. Just put your stick there. That's all you got to do, man. And then boom, you win. Like I know it sounds genuinely insane, but that was how I would always like deduce it in my brain to like either try and like calm myself down like mid game or something like that. And I feel like you can apply that logic, granted kind of shittily, but you can definitely apply that sort of logic to a lot of shit in life. You know what I mean? Like
Yep.
mainly sports related. I feel like it's much easier to do it in that facet because obviously like life problems and stuff like yeah, you could apply it to that, but it's way too much of a simplification because there's always outside factors. But at least from like sports and stuff, like all you gotta do is just put your stick there, man, and it's nice and easy. Like I don't know, easier said than done, obviously, or
Yeah, I
you know
wish Eric
everybody
could
would
have
have
heard you.
100%. Yeah, yeah. Like if
Jesus.
guys like Eric could do that, like not to just completely shit talk Eric, love you,
We
Eric.
love Eric. We love Eric.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, that was just kind of I don't know something that was on my mind, and I don't know. I think that's an easier way to think about playing goalie and stuff like that.
Yep, it makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, all Dial thought about is how he had to put the puck in the net. Same mentality.
Yeah, yeah. But very
Nothing else.
similar mentality as well, and like beating yourself up all the time. Like I went through the same thing, and you kind of have to. I feel like have that level of self criticism, I guess, to really perform at a high level in any skill based game, but in HQM in particular, right? Like you have to be willing to look at yourself and say, "Wow, I could have done way better there." Because if you
Yep.
don't have that mentality, it's going to be really fucking hard to make it at the highest level.
I disagree. I think every loss I've ever had has been my teammates' fault.
And here we see two different types of people. We have opposite ends of the spectrum.
Look, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying, I think it's,
No,
it
no.
helps you get
I agree
better
with you
to have
guys.
that healthy perspective on it. So,
Yeah,
all right.
100%.
So moving forward, season 8 of the RSL, you did not end up playing in the LHL in season 9, and
For good reason.
yeah. So I looked at the draft
Such a
board.
funny career you have, Sully. It's so interesting. I love it.
I looked at the draft board. You were on there, but you were not picked. So definitely, it looks like the rest of the league was thinking, maybe PK pulled them up a little bit too soon. So you were playing in the RSL that season for Monty, actually, on
Well,
Manitoba with Tony.
Yeah,
Not that much. I think he
Yeah,
skated
only
2 games.
5 games. 5 games in total.
Okay.
1 game in net, which you 4 saves, 3 goals against. You ended up losing that game, unfortunately.
unfortunately.
So only the
Yeah,
one
well,
game
obviously
there.
we lost that game. Obviously, it was a game on that team, so we were gonna lose.
I mean, that team went 6-11. It could have been a lot worse, but anyway. So yeah, not
Didn't have much.
not
Oh,
the
man,
best,
I hate-
not the best
I
season for you
stunk.
there.
I stunk. I was good every season around it. I don't know what the hell happened there. I sucked.
Not the best season for you there. However, you also played in the JSL that season, and the
Yep.
JSL actually went pretty well for you. You were on the number 1 seeded team. You were the starting goalie there, the Brandon Wheat Kings, and you were the number 1
With
goalie
Eric.
statistically as well. Yes, Eric was also
Shut up,
on that
Eric.
team. Eric was playing defense on that team.
I
You
don't know
got
if I'd go that far, but he was on the team.
you got KK Swag, Renegade,
Oh.
Dirk Diggler was there. Tony, little
Oh, Marky
Anthony,
Mark.
yeah. System was there. Steve.
Steve?
Yep.
Uh,
Oh,
Tron,
hey, can I
Tron
let me
Sinsky.
derail this? Let
He
me
was-
derail. This just occurred to me. Sully, that Atlanta team, and Dirk Diggler bringing it up, Marky Mark. I scrimmed that team with Nova Star, Hatrick, Marky Mark, and one other shitter. Well, no, I guess it was me. Nova Star, Marky Mark, Hatrick, and me, and we beat that Atlanta team in a scrim.
Jesus.
Yeah, and
You're
that
talking
was the
about
team
season,
scripted like JSLers.
LHL season 8, right? You're talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah. I just so to talk about the team and the quality of team Sully was
Yeah.
on, they lost to 3 new guys and me. Well, and Austin was in net for us. Austin was a lower end LHL goalie, but he was an LHL goalie at least.
Lower
Yeah,
end.
man.
Unfortunate
I mean,
for
you look-
Austin.
Look
Anyway,
at his numbers.
so you played with Tronsinski, Herna, Secretariat, all the same guy who was the carry for that JSL team, and then Exodus as well, who was around for a little while. So some
I liked
names there that
Exodus.
stuck around for a bit. But anyway, you were the starting goalie on that team, performed really well, number 1 goalie in the league that season, and ended up losing in the finals, unfortunately. So a bit of a tumultuous one, and also a bit of a step back, given that you had gotten some LHL experience, admittedly probably a little bit too soon. But got some LHL experience the season before, so a bit up and down. But any major memories or thoughts you have of that Brandon run or your time on the excellent Manitoba Moose that didn't make the playoffs?
Monty's the man. I'll stand by Monty. Good G.
Yeah. So that's the one thing I was gonna say was I remember kind of going into it like it was technically my first kind of taste of GMing. So I think it was the first JSL season.
You guys only missed the playoffs by 2 points, by the way.
That's
in a 17-game season, you
Manitoba?
only missed the
That's
playoffs
insane.
by 2 points.
I feel like we won twice.
Yeah. I remember playing I think like one or like a couple of games at like
I think
defense.
Sully had a 2-goal game for us.
No way. Hold on.
I think so. Do you have 2 goals that season? If you do,
No,
they were
1
the
goal,
same.
1 assist.
I was 1. Oh, there's 2-point.
Dude, the fact that I scored is an absolute miracle.
Sully was
It's
a
the only
plus
thing
2.
I remember from that season, besides shit talking my teammates, which was insane, and I never.
You're telling
did
me
again.
I'm one of the only plus people on that team, and I
Yep.
only got 5 games? Yo,
You and
come on,
Tidge.
Monty.
You and Tidge are the only plus
Well, we traded
players.
for Tidge. I remember that. Tidge is awesome.
Technically,
unreal.
Tony was a net 0. So,
Oh, easy.
however,
fair enough.
KK Swag, Germs, and Monty were negative 14 combined. So,
How does that happen? Wasn't I there the whole season? Whatever. I don't remember. I got traded.
look,
there,
I mean,
guess.
the stats might be fucked. KK Swag played 3 games. Monty played 16. Germs played 17. You also played 17. So, I don't know. It might just be that the stats are fucked because for the RSL,
Yeah,
they were
I don't know.
pretty consistently.
Yeah.
They were fucked. So, but we'll treat them as gospel for the purposes of these discussions because it's more entertaining
exactly.
that way. But anyway, sorry, as you were saying, Sully.
Yeah. So basically, like, I just remember talking to Monty beforehand because Monty was like, "Yeah, man, I'm gonna be your GM. Like, I'll pick you." And he basically, like, he told me straight up, like, he picked me with kind of the idea of me like captaining the JSL team. And he was like, "Hey, if you do really good, and like, if who's the goalie? Was it Skis for Manitoba?
These
Yeah,
are GT. I don't know. One of
Skis
them.
was
was
like-
the starter.
yeah, he was like, if Ski sucks, then like you could come in and like we'll see what happens. And I was like, all right, cool. And he basically gave me like free reign to do whatever the hell I wanted with the Brandon Wheat Kings because they had like this weird like affiliation thing going on. I think for the first couple seasons of JSL, and he basically said like, yeah, you can be the GM or like the captain or whatever, and run it, make it your own, do your thing. And I was like, hey, this is freaking cool. Like I'm only in my 2nd season, and now I got like responsibilities and stuff. You know what I mean? Like it was kind of unheard of for especially considering my inexperience. But yeah, I thought it was super fun. I mean, it kind of sucked, losing to a guy that was literally playing in I think all 3 leagues at the same time. Guy Lafleur, what the hell? Like I don't know how that was even allowed. Like
It's kind of you and him super similar. I mean, it wasn't the same season, but yeah, you're in the LHL the season before. Guys in the
Yeah.
LHL at the same time. It
Yeah,
was
he
wild.
literally played I think in all 3 playoff series, like RSL,
He was
JSL.
in the LHL finals. He was scoring.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy.
like-
He was in the JSL.
Like, what the hell? It was a little annoying, but it is what it is. I mean, we had a dude who was playing with 150 ping, and he put up 34 points in the regular season. Like,
Yeah, I know
No,
there was
Secretary
a lot of complaints about certain players not being frozen in the JSL back then.
exactly.
Which is why that became a thing, I'm sure.
For reference,
there's-
in the playoffs on that team, on Trenton, the team that beat you guys in the finals in JSL Season 1, guy had 18 goals. The rest of his team had 2.
Yeah, like,
God.
at least they were a little bit more well spread out, through the Brandon Wheat Kings lineup. Like, I'm seeing KK Swag, legend for, you could say, infamous figure.
He had 8. That's pretty solid. I mean, Exodus was kind of a do it all type of guy. I think he played goalie at one point. 82% save percentage, which is
Yep.
pretty ridiculous.
I remember him as a goalie and not as a
Yeah.
forward too.
I remember
think
him playing forward, but I remember him being really good in net.
I think
Yeah, he
they
was-
either
he was
shifted to
slept on.
goalie or shifted away from goalie, one of the two.
Yeah.
But
But it was a
just
super
like a utility guy. He was awesome.
Yeah, it was a super fun team though. Like we had, I tried to this was kind of the team that made me like really interested in like the EU community because we had guys like Ark and like Ruslan who I thought were gonna be like filthy, and then like they literally played it like 2 scrims and then
And
never
that was
showed up
it.
ever again.
Yeah.
But they were like the filthiest players in the scrims I'd ever seen in my life. Like they were literally what Tronsinski was, or Secretariat, whatever you want to call him. They were basically on his level, and like we could have had 3 dudes all with averaging probably 2 to 3 points a game, and that would have been nuts. But yeah, we had a lot of very cool guys on that team. That was a really memorable team for me. I kind of learned a lot about like internal like GM politics, if that makes sense, like trading and like people like. It felt like I was like like everything that I used to do on like NHL and like GM mode and stuff. Like you'd have like that mini game during like the trade deadline, like with the phones and stuff. Like,
Yeah, the Blackberries.
yeah, like I felt like I was doing that, but like with real people, and that was freaking cool as hell. Like I might be able to. I mean, if I am gonna predict one of your questions later on, I might save it for then. But like
You can talk about it now. It's okay. We don't like
Yeah,
if you answer questions early, we'll just skip
All
it
right.
later on. So
yeah,
don't worry
so
about
I'll talk about, because I don't even know if you'll ask this, but my most hated player of all time.
that. Oh, here we go. Okay. I knew this would come up at some point. Yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
this is going to be such a random reason too, but it stuck with me for so long.
Is
I'm
it
so
real quick?
freaking
Is
rattled.
this the JSL team or the RSL team?
This is for the JSL team. This is for the
Okay.
Brandon
All right,
Wheat Kings.
Continue. Yeah.
And I might not even be remembering this correctly, but there was a player, ML24. If he's out there right here watching this, trying to relive the glory days, I'm giving him the biggest middle finger through the screen that I possibly can right now. And the reason why is because, so this was when we had like the TeamSpeak server, and like
Yep.
we didn't even have like Discord or nothing. Like we were communicating through like Reddit DMs. Like this was
And
ancient
Snapchat.
cave
Snapchat
painting.
groups were a big thing
Yeah.
back then. Yeah.
We were basically talking in like the internet form of like hieroglyphics right now. We had no idea what was going on. This was all ancient shit. And he hits me with a DM one time. I'm like walking home from school, and I have like the Reddit app on my phone. And I'm like, all right, what's ML want? And he's like, I need you to trade me. I'm like, what? I'm like, so I had this policy on the team where I shared time no matter what. I don't even think in the JSL, I don't even know if they had like a required like timeshare rule like between players.
I
'Cause
thought
think that was
it was everybody who shows up has to play at least one period. I thought.
Yeah,
That was
so-
in the RSL in season 7. I know for sure.
Yeah.
I haven't
Okay.
played the JSL,
yeah,
so
I don't remember if that extended to the JSL yet. I know it did at one point.
I
But
thought
I don't
that
know if it was too
started in
early.
the JSL and
It
moved
must
to the
have been.
RSL.
No, that was
because
RSL. That was pre JSL. That was that big recruitment wave.
Okay,
we
so
all
Yeah.
that must have been carried over to the JSL because I remember that being a big deal, and some teams were intentionally having their players not show up so they didn't have to play them in the JSL, which was kind
Yeah.
of fucked.
So that very well could have been the case. But basically, like I remember like making it a point, I had to be that guy that was like, I'm going to allocate the players as best as I can so everybody gets even playing time, because I didn't want people to waste their night away just to not even play. You know what I mean? I wanted there to be a fair, equal opportunity here. And I remember trying to split time with ML like super early in the season, and he was always like giving me attitude for no reason. Like I barely knew the guy. And I was like, what is this guy's problem? Like he had, I think like his Steam profile picture, because he used to like message me on Steam. It was like the little Baltimore Orioles logo with like the shit-eating bird grin, like like the classic, like the mascot.
I know. Yeah,
You're just
And-
seeing it in your head.
That image is fucking ingrained into my brain, because I'm just thinking every time, like when this guy was asking me for a trade request, and I felt so insulted because like I'm like I'm trying to do my best as like a GM and like make everybody happy, and I thought I was doing that. And for this guy to just give me the cold shoulder and be like, "Fuck you, I don't want to be in your team anymore." Sorry if I'm swearing too much, by the way. I can like tone that down if you want.
No, it's
But-
okay.
Do we have a
All right,
rule? I
gotcha.
don't think so.
No,
I don't know.
no,
I
it's
wasn't
okay.
sure. I mean, Paco was keeping it clean for the most
Fuck,
part
fuck.
before. Yeah, exactly. But I was so rattled when that happened, and like that was kind of my first like real like damn like when I was playing like GM modes and stuff like in NHL, everything was just like ones and zeros. You know what I mean? Like if this guy had a certain amount of morale, he's asking for a trade request or whatever. But in real life, man, like we're playing like an actual like
it's not just a game, it's a lifestyle. You know what I mean? Like there's real people here with like real emotions and stuff, and sometimes people don't act rationally. So that's something that you kind of have to like constantly have to juggle. And that was like my first real taste of it, and it kind of like it sounds really trivial, you know what I mean? Like I'm probably complaining about something so stupid right now, and people are probably clowning on me in the chat right now. But like
There's
that
only
was
like
kind of
3 people watching, so
yeah, all
you're
right,
fine.
whatever.
Viewers.
Yeah.
For us.
But like it was so annoying, you know what I mean? Like just to have that unfold when I thought I was doing a good job. So, like there was just stuff like that was going on. So, case in point, fuck you ML24, you suck. I think I traded you to Windsor and you didn't make the finals, so you suck. Yeah, that's basically
He
it.
did. He did go to
But,
Windsor.
yeah. So,
I'd like to shout out ML24 for season 7 Wilkes-Barre. We won the cup. He was my goalie.
yeah, I
And
don't
and
know if
he
that had
he
something to do with it.
was a goalie for that team as well. So I'm wondering if maybe he wanted to be traded because he wanted to start.
I don't know. I mean, I tried to
I
like
think Sully's big problem is he never got an answer of like, is there something I
exactly.
can do to
That
help
was
you?
the
And he
issue,
just
is
couldn't do
that he
anything.
basically just cold called me out of nowhere and just like messaged me and just said, I don't want to be a part of your team anymore. Like when I already talked to him beforehand and I was like, hey, like we can split time 50-50. Like that's cool with me. You know what I mean? Like I'll put in the extra work in practice or like on my own so I can just get better in a non-team setting. Like that's fine. I just wanted everybody to get along and be happy. And I was asking him like, hey, is there anything I can do? Like you need me to like, and he's just literally stopped responding to me. And I was like, all right, screw you, I guess. And I traded him. Like if I really wanted to be
Interestingly,
spiteful, I probably could have just like not traded him, but I was like, whatever, I'll do the right thing. But
interestingly, he's the second best goalie statistically too in the JSL
yeah,
last season.
so I mean, good for him, I guess, if he's trying to get his virtual bag. You know what I mean? Like if he's going for that big contract. But like, yeah, it just the way that he went about it was just kind of scummy to me. So never really sat well with me. But yeah, that's basically it for that season. It was a super fun team. Besides all the KK swag N bombs that he would drop in the middle of chat, not ideal for a team setting. Probably messed with team morale a little bit, but yeah. Other than that, everybody else on that team was pretty cool. So big fan.
All right.
Yeah,
All
KK
right.
swag
So
was a psychopath.
he was buddies with Tidge, right? Tidge Wateki, KK Swag.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was one of the. Yeah, he was part of that squad.
Okay. All right. Well, so now we're gonna get into. Really, I don't know. This probably should have been Dial's question. You guys have some shared history
No,
here.
this is better for you to do. I don't need
Yeah,
to.
you'll be
Okay,
like the
Dial's
therapist,
gonna
and we're
go
in
get a
couples
drink. Dial's
therapy.
gonna go get a drink.
I'm cracking open my
I
beer
am
right
I am
now.
out of this one, so I'm gonna need to go get another one in a minute. But
Yeah, I'm cracking this
go,
one
go
open.
ahead.
Well, this is going to sound really familiar, but you're
Yeah.
playing this low-level league. You go in the JSL, a little bit RSL. You're playing the lowest level there is, and PK decides this guy's going to be my backup again. And
hmm
Season 10, Boston was a little bit of a different team, honestly, which we'll get into in a second. But that team was insane. That is an all-time team right there.
Yeah.
You know, they may not have won, but yeah, you're picked to be by PK to be his backup, and I say backup. You played more games than him in the regular season.
I forgot all about that, dude. That's
Yeah,
genuinely
you were
insane.
the starting goalie of that team, games played wise. You end up playing in the playoffs too. You play Game 7. We're gonna get to that. But yeah, and at the same time, you're playing in the RSL and you're GMing
Mhm.
Manitoba. Like you were
Yeah.
GMing a team, and then you're thrown into this role. So like,
I was a busy boy.
yeah, just trying to remember this. What is it like
Basically
juggling
playing
that
5
and your
games a week.
experience on seat? We'll just go through Boston, but your
Yeah, I mean,
experience of doing RSL and this elevated role in the LHL.
yeah, I mean, I don't know if anybody could actually hear it, but Dial made a really good point. 5 games a week, I'm basically playing. Obviously with PK playing a couple every now and then, I think he ended up getting to 13 games played, and I had 16.
Yes.
He got a couple games in, so maybe it was like averaging 4 games a week if we want to get technical or whatever. But
Still though, you're GM in the RSL, so
yeah,
you're showing up every game there.
yeah, I think I was in like my senior year of high school, maybe. So like I was a pretty busy dude. You know what I mean? Like I was applying to colleges and stuff like that. Like things were going down. So it was a lot on my plate. Admittedly, I was kind of killing it in the RSL. I was feeling good there. Like it's kind of like it was kind of this weird thing where it was like, did I get brought up? Did I get brought up a little early? Probably. Am I an LHL caliber goalie? Probably not. Like the stats don't really reflect that. Like I'm rocking a 56.5% save percentage. on literally an all-time team that was limiting shots at an incredible rate. Like, if I'm
Yeah,
only putting up
only
that
giving
sort
up
of paper,
6.3 per game, which
yeah,
is, I think
like
at the time, I think that may have been the record.
it very well could have been. So
Yeah.
it's like, I'm really a little bit out of my element here, admittedly. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a really damn good RSL tendy at this rate, but mediocre to maybe below average.
It was the record
like,
at the time,
Yeah.
by the way. Record shots
yeah,
against at
that
the
is
time.
nuts.
Anyway, isn't that crazy that you could like? I don't know. I feel like that changed later on, where these really good goalies in the RSL it transitioned a lot easier for them. But I guess just the era, it's like
Yeah.
being good in the RSL is not a slam dunk that you're
No,
gonna
not at all.
transition
I
well to
mean,
the
there was a
LHL.
very, very large skill gap, I feel like, just because, like, we're already at this point where 2 seasons out from the big influx, like the big wave, if you will, of people coming in. So, in the grand scheme of things, man, 2 seasons ain't going to get you up to speed just yet. So, it
No,
was kind of a
not when
mix
most of the players have been playing for around.
years.
At that point, it was probably about 3 years. I think 2.5,
Exactly.
3 years that most people have been playing, which
You
is
know,
wild
and
to think about now that it's almost the 10-year anniversary of the NA community.
yeah, like,
Like,
and that's kind of the, like, I'm looking through the RSL rosters right now, and it's like, if you were to look at this RSL roster, we're seeing basically like some damn good players in here. It's just they're about 2 to 3 years before their prime. Like, you got Guy Lafleur, Marchie, Kiwi, Tony, Drag, like me.
Icy, shout him out. He was
Yeah, Icy was good. Like, Self Plug had himself a damn good run at some points. Like,
Edge.
Austin,
Crackpipe did not transition, but Crackpipe was there.
no,
Quacky,
yeah,
Quacky's in there.
Quacky, like Ace, who ended up being like one of the best goalies at one point. Like, he was filth.
his peak
Even
was
Cook.
very good. Yeah.
Yeah, like there's a lot. I mean, the legend himself, Eric VM. He was out here on Portland, so there's a lot of really really good talent that just kind of didn't make it just yet, but was getting there. So it's like we kind of had like a golden era of really good talent that just wasn't quite there yet, but they were gonna get there. But the LHL at this time was just filth. You know what I mean? Like, you had a team of Dial, PK, Dalfan, Cap, Austin, Dick Dug, like this entire freaking starting lineup. You could maybe, besides Dick Dug, no offense, I don't if he's listening, sorry pal, but like basically everybody else on this team was like a bona fide LHL starter at some point. You know what I mean? Like,
Dick Dug was very good, really up
yeah,
until
he
this
was before
season.
time, admittedly. So
Yeah.
he could, yeah. I mean, I don't really know a lot about his play. He's probably the
Well,
guy
I
that I
say
remember.
really good. I mean, he was an established LHL.
Yeah,
defenseman.
relatively to the time, he was.
Yeah,
Yeah,
fair enough.
yeah.
So that's kind of the big thing. But yeah, the team was freaking awesome, and I think this was a really really good period for the LHL. There's a lot of freaking talent here. Like, Matt was still playing. Like,
Yeah.
granted, he was on the dreaded Florida team.
Yeah,
but
and he wasn't really playing, and that was a big problem.
yeah,
It's a huge
Wasn't showing
problem.
up.
Yeah.
exactly. But yeah, I loved it on this team up until the point that our lovely couples therapist Tony Flo is going to eventually get to, and then me and Dial can
Skin,
hug a little bit and
honestly.
cry.
Jump it.
Yeah, if you just want to rip the Band-Aid off now, just say what happened and we can
All right,
talk
well,
about it.
okay, we're talking about the all-time team that you love here. It unfortunately rolled up onto one of these patented crab in a tree teams, which became he was a menace to the league, and it starts here. Well, honestly, probably the weakest of the three crab teams that win in a row here, but they do have the strongest thing that we've ever seen in the league, which was Fat Squirrel and Net opposite, which just made it impossible for Boston to get some goals. And we're going to get into it. Probably, I think, as painful as it may be for you two, enough years removed, you can look back and maybe objectively say it's one of the funniest LHL moments, one of the most historic LHL moments of all time. This series goes to 7 miraculously. Fat Squirrel is human. They managed to squeak in a couple of games against them, get all the way to Game 7, and PK decides that his internet's not good enough, and Sully, you have to jump in. Games 5 and 6 were played that night. Probably scrims too. You've probably been sitting there not playing the game for about an hour watching this team.
Yeah.
And you get thrown to the wolves, and it does not go well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to like fully throw the blame onto PK here, right? I'm gonna, as I tend to do, I tend to throw at least a little bit on myself, and I can explain why. I should have at least, instead of watching the game, I should have been warming up a little bit. Like, I think we had our full team with us. We could have had like BG or like Austin like shooting on me or something like that, like,
Yeah,
just
BG
in
was on the
case.
ice. He had to play.
Yeah, I forget. Like, we definitely had subs though. I know that for a fact. Like, I probably should have been warming up just in case, because I don't think it was like a shock that I was gonna go in. I think it was like PK was saying the whole night, like, "Hey guys, internet's been a little crappy. Like, we'll see how it goes." But yeah, I mean, it sucks. And if I remember correctly, wasn't the game a shutout anyway? Like, in theory.
Yeah. So let me add some context to all
Yeah,
this
that'd
before
be
you
great.
continue on. Okay, so
Yeah.
um, so throughout the entirety of the playoffs, so we dominated the regular season, right? At the end of the regular season, we were the highest win percentage team of all time. I think we went 20-5 in the regular season, or something to that effect, like 20, maybe
19-6.
21-4. Okay, 19-6, yeah. So it was really, really strong performance from us in the regular season. We were blowing teams out of the water the whole season long. Delph and I were just fucking shredding, and Cap was just that good secondary scoring that we needed. That season was also like the rise of BG, which is kind of interesting. He came in and
It's
ended
a
up.
BG.
Yep.
Sounds like a Star Wars movie.
The rise of BG.
The rise of
He came in and
Somehow
ended up
Doug
taking.
returned.
He came in and took Dick Doug's starting spot, actually, because Dick
Yep.
Doug was originally the starter. BG comes in. Anyway, like you mentioned, Sully plays more games than PK during the regular season. So, like, we had been winning games even with Sully in net. Sully won 9 of the
Shockingly.
16 games he played. PK won 10 of the 13 that he played. So, obviously, there was a difference.
11%
But
higher save percentage from PK.
yeah,
He
there was a
very
difference
good.
between them. But, Sully still only had a 2.06 goals against average. Not like he wasn't. Wasn't saving goals for us. But anyway, so
Sully
we
played
get to the
half the
playoffs.
games in the playoffs too. By the way,
That's what I'm about to get to. Yeah. So the issues that PK had with his ping were not limited to that final game. Sully played several games in the playoffs for us. In fact, PK played 124 minutes. Sully played 97 minutes. So PK only got like a 60-40 split, basically, of ice time, even though the games played were roughly even. PK with 9, Sully also with 9, but he was skating for part of one of those games and was goalie for the other 8. But anyway, so the first series was against Washington, and we had actually gone down 3-2 in that series. And every game we won in that series, because we ended up winning in 7, every game we won was a 1-goal game. We won game 2, 3-2 in overtime. We won game 4, 4-3 in overtime. We won game 6, 3-2 in regulation, and we won game 7, 3-2 in overtime. So we were playing some really tight games and were not able to score at the same rate that we were during the regular season. So that was already kind of an issue for us even after the first round. And we get into the second round, and we're playing against Edmonton. And Edmonton was the number 2 seed, but they were 15 points behind us in the standings. They were 13-12, and we were 19-6. So it should have been a stomp. And we end up going down 3-1 in the series after the first 2 game days, which was not great, obviously. And Sully ended up getting some playing time in that series as well. Playing in some of those games, but none of the games were blowout losses. We lost 2-0, win 2-0, lost 3-2, lost 3-2. So relatively close games the whole way through. Continuing on with the first series we played in that round 1 against Washington. We get to game 5, we win 4-3 in overtime. We get to game 6, we win 3-1. We get to game 7. And this is where Tony was getting to earlier, which Sully on this night had not played at all. I believe we had Dick Doug there as a backup who was watching. I don't remember if Austin was there as well. He was our other backup. He may have been hanging out. But we definitely had Dick Doug there because I remember that. And the game was 0-0 when PK pulls himself out. And I think it was like the second period or middle of the second period or something like that. Pretty close to like halfway.
I think it was the third.
Was it the third? I
think
thought it was like
going into the
around the
third period.
halfway point of the game. But whatever
Might
the
have
case
been.
is, the game is still 0-0 when you come in.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll let you pick up from there from your experience because, like you said, you were cold coming in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I wasn't really completely ready, which kind of sucked, obviously. But I mean, I guess I honestly completely forgot that I had played part of the playoffs. So I mean, I guess I wasn't like completely foreign to the concept of playing in these sorts of situations. But yeah, I mean, getting tossed into Game 7 in a tie game with not really a whole lot of experience on my plate is not an ideal situation that you would want. Like this is literally the most clutch moment that you could possibly be in, and yeah, I faltered a little bit. I think I let in two. I remember one of them. I still remember one of them to this day. I want to say it was a crab long shot from like outside of our own zone.
Yeah, I remember that one.
That's the one that haunts me because it's like, again, going back to my whole like psychopath mentality. Just put your stick there, man. That's all you got to do. And I'm like, God damn it! Like, why didn't I just do that? It sucked. I don't even remember the second goal, or that might have been the second goal, but the other goal I don't even remember. But
Yeah, that was the backbreaker. I remember I was watching that live, and I remember it, and I just remember thinking,
if
"Oh
I
no!"
if I remember correctly, the other goal was like a cross crease like tap in that I had no chance on anyway. Like, fair
Most of their
enough.
goals seem to be.
You know what I
That-
mean?
I think that was the
the
second
crab
goal.
dildo.
I think that was the second one after the first one. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, but that long shot still to this day haunts me. Like, it's like what could have been. You know what I mean? But in the same vein, I can't really beat myself up too much because we kind of got shut out by the immovable object known as Fat Squirrel. You know what I mean? Like, what was I gonna do? Pitch a shutout for infinite plus freaking periods and
I
just
saw
pray
the
that Fat
highlight
Squirrel
video.
gets a
I mean,
lag
that's-
out?
That's
The highlight
basically
video we
what
started with Sully scored twice, so I don't know. Maybe he could have done that.
that's
Yeah.
Save that long shot into
basically
his net.
that's basically what Fat Scroll was doing. He finished the playoffs with an 80.34% save rate. We had outshot Edmonton 60-36 in that playoffs, but both teams only scored 13 goals. And 13 goals on 36 shots is not really that bad. Like, that's actually pretty good save percentage for a goalie.
Yeah.
But 13 goals on 60 shots, yeah, not quite as good.
Otherworldly.
Yeah, not quite as good. And it's pretty clear that Fat Squirrel deserved to win that. I mean, he was a fucking animal, and that was like the peak goaltending performance we've ever seen. We're probably never going to see a performance like that again. So, yeah. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's all fun to be like, oh well, PK put him in with no prep, which is definitely part of it. But we had trouble scoring the whole playoffs long, and that falls on me, that falls on Delph, that falls on BG, that falls on Cap. We did not get anything past Fat Squirrel in that final game to even give us a chance at being able to win that. So easy to second guess that decision from PK, and I think it's fair to do so. But at the same time, not enough support from the rest of us, and I think that does kind of get lost in the narrative a lot of the time.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Like, it sucks looking back on it. It's a tough pill to swallow. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of the classic, like the Tampa Bay, like, this isn't what you guys expected, and it's not what you wanted to hear. Like, like, thanks for being there every step of the way. Whatever the hell that tweet is, I can't remember it verbatim, but you know what I mean. Like, it's just god tier team that just kind of, I don't want to say choked, because I mean we made it all the way to freaking Game 7 in the finals. You know what I mean? But it's like the fashion in which it happened just fucking sucks. So it
I
is
would
what
argue
it is.
with how dominant we had been and the expectations on our shoulders based on that season, I think it's fair to say that we choked it by not winning it.
Yeah.
By going down 3-1 in general, we definitely that in itself is a joke for sure.
They just kind of had they had the crab X factor, they had the fat squirrel X factor. Like there was just.
It was really just Fat Squirrel. Like I don't like taking credit away from people because that always feels kind of rude. But at the end of the day, that team was kind of shit. They weren't generating a whole lot of shots. They were generating what I said, like 36 in the 7 games. So they're generating just over 5 shots a game, which is terrible. They're giving up over 9 shots a game, which is terrible. Like defensively and offensively, they were not good. The only reason why they won that is because Fat Squirrel was nuts and because we didn't score enough. And obviously,
I would like to point out here,
go hand in
Crab
hand. But
would disagree with this, and he believes that if you watch the series back, the high danger chances were in his team's favor.
and that might be the case.
Yeah.
But I think on the whole that that team was not a strong team.
Yeah, you're getting shelled in season 10. It's like that's the era where you're taking that many shots. If you have any other goalie who's playing the game, you're losing that series in
Yeah,
like 4.
absolutely.
And it's just like goalies were not that good back. That was probably the first insane goalie. There we get a few instances of goalies being really, really good, but that is one where it was like, yeah, this dude's on another planet. Ahead of his time.
Yeah,
I should
if
say.
Fat Squirrel is even an average goalie, like let's just say put him down to 60% save rate, which is what PK was at in the playoffs, we would have scored 24 goals instead of 13.
Yeah.
And 60% save rate is like, again, that's about average, but that, if you're getting 60% from your goalie, that's plenty good enough to win. So the fact that he only let up almost half that in 13 instead of 24, which is, if you were going to do goals against expected, whatever, would have been about 24. That's insane. And I think that goes to show that, he is the only reason why that series was at all close. But, we could have done more, could have been more creative, could have been smarter, maybe more patient in some circumstances, taken more opportunities that we didn't offensively. And that falls on us as well. So.
All right, moving on, because I am sick of talking about that series.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
I
I think
it was somebody else's fault.
I think
Just
it's
like I said earlier, it's always somebody else's fault. I think
Always.
BG actually stunk. You guys, right? It was his
Yeah.
fault.
it was his
Maybe
rookie
Cap.
season, kind of. So, but anyway, let's
sure
put that to
B-
bed.
I'm
Let's
sure BG was fine. I'm just memeing about.
Busting my balls. That's what you're doing, Tony.
let's put that to bed. And let's keep things moving because we got a lot of content still to get through here for you. We're
This
only
was gonna
on
be 7 hours long.
This is your third season that we're
Oh my
going through
God.
right now.
Already an hour.
Only LHL season
10
10.
games. We got to speed this up.
Yeah,
This will be easy.
we got to get through these. The next two should be easier. So
Yeah.
season 11 for the LHL, which is also season 10 for the RSL, season 3 for the JSL. So this was looking like it was going to be a big season for you. You were drafted. It looks like you were drafted to be I can't tell if you were going to be the starter or the backup, but you're drafted on Colorado, which I think was it Doucette or was it Jabba that season?
Jabba picked him.
Okay, yeah, it was Jabba that picked you, and okay, Jabba had Doucette and picked Doucette before you, so that's what I'm thinking of. So it looks like Doucette was probably the starter, you were probably the backup
Doucette
there.
was skating. Ace was the other goalie he traded for. That was that
Oh,
season.
because he traded in the draft. Yeah, okay. So Ace was the goalie, so it looks like you would have been the backup for Ace in that circumstance. You were also GMing Worcester in the RSL, and you were a non-playing, it looks like a shared GM with Johnny Hockey for the Rune-Noranda Huskies in the JSL.
Yeah.
You end up retiring like one game in the season.
Yeah.
You wanna run us by that one? See, talk about what happened there.
Yeah,
If you
so
want.
basically, I mean, it's a pretty silly story looking back on it. Basically, the short version is I fully intended on playing that season, or all of those, for all 3 teams, basically, because I was balls deep into the community at that point. I was all in, and
Gone. Glad you
yeah.
phrased it that way.
Exactly. I mean, I was doing my thing, and
You're clearly invested playing or GMing in all 3 leagues.
Yeah.
I mean, that is, talk about the 5-night commitment. That's
yeah, and just real quick, I mean, I just want to notice, I'm looking at the retired players for all the things. I mean, through the first 2 games, I had a 79% save percentage in the RSL. I had 15 saves in 4 goals against. That's ridiculous.
Buddy, you had a 75 in your one LHL game.
Yeah, so granted, very small sample size, right? But I feel like I was kind of feeling myself at that point in the season. I was looking good. So to get to the retirement part,
hairline still intact.
Yeah. Well, debatable. We were
that
on the,
early? That early? Wow.
Dude, you have no idea. So, all right, if we want to talk about hairlines,
no.
Right,
I don't want to get you
I know.
sidetracked because we're gonna be here all night.
No, I know. So, all right, short version, basically the whole retirement thing. Fully intended on playing, and for context, I think the season was in I think it started up in May. It's kind of important. So that's prom season, right? And this is kind of a crappy story. I don't really want to go too much into it because I'll get kind of sad. But basically, there was a big disagreement between my parents, a massive misunderstanding, if you will, regarding prom. And I basically, my dad was out for work, and I didn't really understand U.S. customs regarding prom stuff. I just it seemed in movies, but I didn't know how much of a big deal it would have been to my dad. So I had like a tux rental, and I had like a group chat with my buddies that I was like we all like rented like a limo to go to prom or whatever, and they wanted me like to meet them at like their buddy's house, so like that's where they were gonna get picked up like for the limo or whatever. And my dad was working late, so I asked my mom. I was like, "Hey, mom, like, can you text dad and like see if it's cool if I can just go to my buddy's house and I'd just go to prom and like I'll see him when I get home." And my dad got like super pissed because apparently like it was his life goal to like send me off to prom or whatever because that was like a thing that parents did, which I didn't fucking know about. So basically, he flipped the fuck out when I got home, um, and basically kicked me out of the house. He didn't even want to see me. He was just like, "I'm fucking done with you." And it was a whole big, parental, thing. Like both my parents were pissed for something that I didn't even intend to happen. It was a simple misunderstanding that could have easily been solved with better communication. My dad wasn't really that great in that department, rest his soul. But the whole point of it is that I basically got kicked out of my house for a couple days. I was overreacting and figured, holy shit, my parents just disowned me. What am I going to do? So I said, well, I got to let my team know because, again, balls deep in the community at that point. Got to
First things
immediately,
first.
literally,
Sorry,
that
Mike
was.
Knight.
I genuinely called up my buddy. I literally walked across like 3 town borders to get to his house. It was like an hour and a half long walk, and I was on my phone. And I basically texted a bunch of like people like via Reddit DMs, and I was like, "Hey, gotta retire." I made like my like wicked like I reread the post like a couple weeks ago just for fun, and it was like the super sappy, sad sounding like I don't know if I can do this anymore. I'm sorry. Like I was being a performative, fucking dramatic 17-year-old that, granted,
Love
kind of thought he
HQM.
was getting. Yeah, I thought I was getting kicked out of my house, but everything ended up fucking solving itself after like 4 or 5 days. Like me and my parents made up, and everything was cool. Everything was literally back to normal again.
But
But
it was too
like
late
at the
at that point.
moment, I literally thought that like my world was like literally ending all around me. So I made the rash decision. Like I figured if anything, like if everything got sorted, I could like be let back in. And the BOC was like, "No, pal, you retired." And I was like, "Bruh, like really?" So
Sucks.
it would have
One
been,
season later, it would have been under new management.
yeah, like it would have been
Old Tony
cool if I
Flo
could
would have
get
let you
back
back
in.
in.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously looking back on it, it was literally just a complex web of misunderstandings. But yeah, that was the way that it kind of shook out, which kind of blows. Because I feel like that could have been a launch pad for me in my crazy HQM career. But hey, now we're talking about it. And so I feel like Uncle Rico, you know what I mean? Like in Napoleon Dynamite, like, hey man, I could have thrown the ball over those mountains over there if it wasn't for
Hey, put
like,
me in
It
third period. Wait,
yeah,
I
exactly.
mean,
Like,
it would have been interesting because being on Colorado, you would have been backing up Ace, who was statistically one of
went
the best
off. I
goalies
guess
that
your
season.
retirement enabled him to probably
yeah,
start
Yeah,
fully.
yeah, he popped
yeah,
off.
yeah. So he was great. So I mean that kind of interesting little effect how that all kind of pans out because that kicks off Ace's career, and like we mentioned, Ace is really good over the next couple seasons. I think he ended up winning at least one cup because he won
One
season
on Cleveland. Yeah,
12, um,
Yeah,
which
I
we'll
think
we'll get
that's
into
the
in a minute here. But yeah,
short career net for him.
yeah, he's probably not starting season 12, starting goalie for
11.
Cleveland, the Cup winning team,
Oh, you're saying yeah, Cleveland.
if
Yeah.
you don't retire season 11.
yeah.
So very interesting how that works. And then I probably would have won season 12. So because you retired in season 11 in a roundabout way, I'm saying that's why I lost season
Yeah,
12.
I had to screw everything up
Actually,
for
Narg
you.
had a better save percentage in the playoffs. Narg was better than Ace. Yeah.
Jesus, that's crazy.
Yeah,
But
no problem.
Let me
yeah.
have
So
this, Tony.
just to quickly touch upon the other two facets that are probably getting lost in the mix here. Like Worcester, I'm looking at the stats. They were admittedly kind of mid. Like probably me, retiring probably didn't help, obviously, but because they didn't really have like a bona fide backup goalie. Because I didn't think I needed to draft one. I thought I was just gonna be playing. So it's kind of an L on my part, but kind of a crappy circumstantial thing. But I think the part that kind of crushed me the most, and it sounds kind of crazy, is not being able to GM the JSL. Like,
I'm
we
surprised they
probably.
didn't let you come back and non-playing GM the
I
JSL.
mean, I
That
kind
really
of did.
doesn't.
I mean, I basically did. So, like, I remember, like, in my absence, that's why Johnny Hockey was there, because I reached out to him and I was like, hey, can you look over the team in my absence? Um, and obviously, like I was back, like
Shout
watching
out
over
Johnny.
the games and stuff. Like I
Oh,
was
so
still,
he
yeah.
wasn't the intended co-GM. He took
No,
over when
not at
you
all.
retired. Okay, I figured that was
Yeah.
probably the case, but Johnny was listed as the co-GM on the draft board too. So somebody must have gone back and edited
Well,
that after the
so
fact.
I think it might have been that. I mean, I don't remember. It's been so long, but I remember like being like on good terms with Johnny. So I
Yeah.
very well could have like talked to him beforehand, and like he was probably co-GM the whole time.
Oh, he was a
Um,
good dude, so yeah.
oh yeah, 100%. So I mean, I kind of trusted him with the team, but yeah, I mean, we'll probably talk about it a little bit later on. But like the JSL was my baby, man. Like that to me was like the crown jewel of like my time just kind of in HQM. Like I know it's gonna sound like kind of minuscule in the grand scheme of things, but coaching these guys up like Sir Gregors, like we had who else? I mean, Frosty and like Caterman and all them. Like they were all a bunch of wicked good dudes, but like Gregors was awesome, and like he could have had himself an insanely good career. We could talk about that a little later, but yeah, I absolutely loved doing the JSL stuff because there's going to be another version of this routine later on in a couple seasons that was probably one of my favorite moments in HQM history for my personal career. So kind of sucks that I couldn't spend and devote more time to this specific team because I think they had a lot to offer, and they probably would have stuck around more if they had like a like a present figure in their lives, if that makes sense. They're not just getting a revolving door of GMs trying to tell them what to do.
Yep.
But
We'll
yeah, it
uh
is.
we'll get into the JSL in a bit more here. We have
Yeah.
a section to talk about that, but Doug says the JSL was like grade school, whistling on the way, birds flying behind us, carrying our books, while the sun had a human face smiling down on everyone warmly. Certainly an interesting way to remember the JSL. I don't think people had that same memory by the end, and we'll kind of get into that with you here and see what you thought of it looking back. But
Yeah.
obviously, it was great to have people like you invested in it at the time. But let's move forward to when you actually came back officially as a player, so
Mhm.
season 12. Season 12, you come back, and you are, again, playing with Doucette. This time drafted by Doucette. And it looks like Doucette, he picked you here in round 3. And not the first goalie off the board. It looks like you were the third, though, or fourth. Yeah, it looks like the fourth. So you're starting to get some recognition there finally. And again, drafted as a starter. So this is, ideally the first time that you're really going to be the guy. But
Well,
interestingly,
he's the fourth goalie picked. He got picked in the third round.
yes. Because
You wait. I feel like you got to wait. That's a bad pick. You got to wait on the goalie if you're
I
going to wait
mean,
that
look,
long.
I'm not saying I
You're the
disagree with
fourth
that,
best
but
goalie, in terms of draft.
Yeah.
He believed in you.
Yeah,
he
he
did
did.
believe in you, and he had played with you last season. Well, for the
One game.
one game, yeah, 2 game, whatever.
Yep.
It hasn't been a whole lot, but anyway. So Doucette is the GM, and he picks you there at that pick. So pretty clearly, expectation is that you're going to wind up being the starter. What's a little weird is that you ended up splitting time with him. You both played 12 games in net, and what I want to ask you here is, was that always the plan? Did he tell you were going to be the starter and then start himself some games? Or did you miss some games and so he had to fill in net? Like, what was going on there?
I'll be honest with you, my memory's a little hazy. Um,
This was playing
if I
with
had to
Zam,
give,
Cap, and Tidge.
yeah, if I had to give my best guess as to what happened, I'm pretty sure I ended up starting off early on in the season, and we were like a wicked like mid team. Like we were just like we were scraping by, we were fine. And I guess like for a bit of context, like you mentioned earlier, like I played with Doucette a lot. Like me and Doucette were like wicked good friends at this time. Like I'm pretty sure we played on the same RSL team this season together. I think I was GM in UMass or whatever. And then like you said, like we were part of a team last year as well. Like we knew each other very well, and we just kind of like liked having each other on the team. Like we knew how we were gonna play. Um, that was just kind of the way things worked out. And
You
I
were
think that was kind
not
of
you were
why.
not a part of RSL season 11. I think you're thinking of season 12 that you might have
Uh,
been a part of, but
Let me see. Oh wait, yeah, no, I'm looking a couple seasons ahead. Yeah, I had
which
him
makes
on
sense because
the.
you're picked as a starter in the LHL.
Yeah,
Usually, starters in
yeah,
the
yeah,
LHL didn't make it down to the RSL. So maybe you were
yeah.
planning on being in the RSL, but
I
didn't
think
end
that's
up.
what. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the whole
Hey,
point
me too.
was.
That season, Grab made me start, and I thought I was planning on GMing in the RSL, and they threw a wrench in those plans.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, the whole point of me bringing that up is just because like we've played together on quite a few teams. Like we were also on like the Manitoba teams in the past too, so we knew how each other played a lot, and so we just kind of had like the chemistry there. And I remember him picking me at first. He's like, all right, you're going to start. Like, he wouldn't have picked me that early if I wasn't going to start. But I remember we had, like, kind of a slow start to the season. And, like I said, I had a 61% save percentage. Like, I was decent. I was fine. But I remember, I think this season was when I was at UMass. Like, I was in college. And my internet in college was not that great. I kind of had, like, weird like time commitments. Like I couldn't like 100% really like fully focus on the game. Like my buddies would always be like, hey man, you want to go get dinner? Like we just like hang out in the dorms and stuff. So I wasn't gonna like at this point I was like, man, I'm in college, like I gotta study, I gotta do tests, I gotta hang out with friends and stuff. Like I wasn't gonna devote my time to a game all the time. Like this is college, you know what I mean? Like
It
I
wasn't the
stuff
lifestyle yet for you that
yeah,
it became.
exactly.
Yeah, understandable.
100%.
Who knows though? If he plays season 11,
Yeah, like when I was at like
taking
when I
over
was
his life.
That's what I'm saying, because I mean, those times were like when like I'd be like at home over the summer, or like when I was in high school. Like I went to a high school where like all my buddies lived in different towns, so I couldn't hang out with them as much. So like I had HQM, but like now I'm like around all my friends on a regular basis. I had other priorities, so I was playing fine, 61% save percentage, and I think Doucette was just like, "Hey man, I think I could do better," and I said, go for it, man. You're the freaking GM. You know what I mean? Like these are your decisions to make, and he did it, and fuck it, he outplayed me. You know what I mean? I can't be upset about that.
That was a very good goaltending season, by the way.
Yeah.
Looking at the stats of this, this is like probably the best goaltending season of all time.
100%. So I mean, like it wasn't really the end of the world for me. I was like, oh, like whatever. I got benched, but like it kind of freed me up to do other stuff in college too. Like I could hang out with my buddies more. Like it was kind of a win-win. Like he got a better goalie out of it, and he could play himself, and I got to do other college stuff with my pals. You know what I mean? So I can't complain about it that much, but I think that was how it shook out. Was I was planning on starting, and he just said, "I think I could do better than you," and he proved me right, or he
Yeah,
proved
and
me
you
wrong.
probably had some iffy attendance. Probably tough stringing together maybe a full week of games in a row.
I mean, it could have
It's
been.
the way
I don't remember this.
I'm sure it was
Yeah,
probably a combination of a lot of things. Who knows how
exactly.
these things really happen.
So yeah, it is what it is. I mean, I remember that team being pretty fun when I was a part of it. So
You know what's
yeah,
funny is Cap has. I've asked him, like, I'll bring it up to him sometimes because I always think it's funny. He has absolutely no recollection of being on that team. Like,
Yep.
he remembers pretty
interesting.
much a little bit of every team except that one. He literally, it's like an
like a
alien
black
abduction.
hole
What do they
for
call
him.
like missing time?
Yeah.
It's like I was walking down the road and then it was 5 hours later. It's like that's
Yeah,
like
no.
Cap's life
And-
during
and-
that team. Like he just doesn't remember being on
An
that
interesting
team.
Later.
an interesting caveat to that season too is the playoff race actually was really close at the end. So there were two really dominant teams in Cleveland and Chicago, and then Minnesota, Buffalo, and St. Louis were all competing for the final two playoff spots.
Even
in
Anaheim
Buffalo.
was like
Anaheim wasn't that
in
far
a
out.
race
Yeah,
towards
yeah.
the end.
Yeah, they were in the race towards the end. And what ultimately happened on the last day is St. Louis, one of the two teams vying for a playoff spot, has to forfeit to Minnesota, one of the other teams vying for a playoff spot, which put Minnesota up to third seed. If they play that game and play it out, and St. Louis ends up winning or even getting 1 point out of it, you guys finishing with 28 points because you lost that night may have not made the playoffs at all, which is kind of funny. Ultimately, it wouldn't have really mattered because both the two teams that were far and away the best ended up just sweeping the first round anyway,
exactly.
so it would have been kind of
It's
irrelevant.
a tough season for. I see why people maybe would have checked out. That's a tough season if you're not on Cleveland or Chicago.
Yeah.
Probably.
I think a lot of people looked at it as like, oh boy, we make the playoffs and get to lose in 4. Woo. So,
And that is it happened to both teams that had to play. It's such a funny season to me. But again, I have a Cleveland jersey that says Tony Flowan at the Crab bought me sitting behind me on the wall right now.
Yeah,
So,
and
I look at it very fondly.
Yeah, and that, we knew kind of during that season too, after
Oh, yeah.
probably like the first 2 weeks, that basically it was just going to be Chicago and Cleveland at the end, and it was just going to
And
be
it
whichever
was.
one of those two teams won, and that was it.
Yeah, and it was
so-
it's good finals too. Game 6, 1-goal game.
If you ever want to make an argument for not playing out a full season and just doing like 2 round
Let's
robins
just call it
and
here. Let's just
stopping
do the
there,
finals.
that probably would have been a good case for it. But all right, so you said you were kind of focused on school, which I'm assuming is the reason why you didn't sign up for the following season, being season 13. You did not play that one. So is that a fair assessment? Just focused on school, social life, didn't really want to.
Yeah, let me just check and see. Yeah, so this was one of the seasons. Yeah, so I think this was like in the middle of the semester, and I was like, man, I got too much stuff going on, and I just said, screw it. There's no point, because like I'm kind of the type of person like I think I realized like throughout the previous season, like if I can't fully commit to it, I'm not going to bother and waste people's time. So I figured I'd rather just not sign up and just play pubs rather than stringing along at a GM that doesn't know if he's going to get, 100% me or not. So I just said, screw it, I'm not going to bother.
I think I was messaging you to sign up even back then.
Oh yeah, most likely. I
I'm
mean,
sure
knowing
it
you,
was.
that
Yeah.
totally seems like something you'd be doing, for
Yeah,
better or for worse.
yeah. Hey, you know what? People like me stringing the game along for those few extra seasons where
Mm-hmm.
you get to play.
Yep, it's
So
an
you gotta
important
deal with
thing.
it. You got to deal with all the DMs from me during the sign up phase to get
100%.
this history.
It's the burden we must bear.
All right, well then, jumping right through that, you
I'm gonna go
come.
get another drink real quick while you start
You get
asking.
Actually,
me
can I do
questions.
that
So
too?
I will be
Yeah.
back.
Oh my God,
Can I
I'm
go
gonna ask the
piss?
question and answer it then.
Okay,
Actually,
all
I
right,
will
all
take
right.
that.
Well,
Put up the break. I need a drink
okay,
too.
all right. We'll
Yeah,
take
all right, I
we'll
gotta
take
go
a
piss.
quick
All right,
break
I'll be right
and
back.
then we will be right back.
Cool.
Okay. Well, you're back. Sorry about that. Welcome back, Sully and Tony, and anybody who's still hanging around in chat. Again, it's probably just like the three of us. And I think Doug and Paco popped in here. Quacky's popped in as well. So shout out to them for watching along as we've been going through. But hopefully the audio is coming through okay. I'll have you guys check that here as we get back just to make sure I don't accidentally have it muted because I've done that before for D&D. But
Yeah,
anyway,
that was awesome.
so we were about to get into LHL Season 14, RSL Season 13. Tony, I'll turn it over to you. Let's get into it.
All right. Okay, so Sully,
Yeah.
My friend Sully. All right. So you skip it. You take your little sabbatical from HM, focus on school, social life, everything. All these things that, pale in comparison to our glorious game. But you come back and once again picked as a starter. This time you don't split time with anyone, as Lucic does not have another option. So there's the wonderful time on the LA Kings, which I'd love to see if you have any memory of.
Um.
And
Yeah.
but at the same time, also you're GMing UMass in the RSL season 13, which I'm sure is probably much like all your GM stories, looked at a little more fondly than your early LHL playing time.
So the best way I can describe this is I shouldn't have come back. Basically.
Are you
And
saying
that's
that because of real world stuff or in game stuff?
Nah, it was just that this whole time just sucked for me,
Okay.
HQM wise. Like, and I'll explain. So, like, when you mentioned LA, I'm pretty sure I started off on Carolina.
Yes, you were
I think
drafted by
I got,
Gabe.
Yeah, it
yeah,
looks like oh, Gabe's team, excellent. What
yeah.
a season you had. Both teams
Now,
that missed the playoffs.
You
now you're
started
putting
there,
it
and I
together.
ended up there actually. Yeah.
Holy
Did you
shit!
guys
How did that
overlap?
happen?
Gabe ended up trading for me because Cap ended up trading me away when we were struggling. I told him
Were
he
you
could trade me.
were you guys on Carolina at the same time? Sully probably
No,
played most of his
no,
games on LA.
we were not. He was gone by then.
Yeah, but so basically, yeah, Carolina. I don't really remember too much about. So I remember the LA part because it was, frankly, so terrible. Carolina was fine. Like we were basically just playing. I was probably the most mid goalie of all time, maybe even below average. And basically just we couldn't really score. I mean, we could score like all right, but we were literally the most average team. I wasn't really stealing games. I was kind of just there. Everybody on that team was kind of just there. You know, like we weren't that great of a team. And then just as I thought that it couldn't get much worse, Gabe hits me with the, "Hey man, you've been traded." Now, when you're on the 5th ranked team out of 6, you think there's no way it can get any worse from here, right? I can only go up from here. No, he literally sent me to the one worse off destination that I could possibly go to, and that was LA, which sucked. Um, it was basically Lucic trying to cobble together the pieces of probably one of the worst teams of all time. Um, and spoiler alert, the way to do that is not by having Icy, Leafs, Slim, and then once those guys screwed off because the team was so bad, instead having legendary Trev, Dr. Slugger, Monty, Alter, and Billiam play. Like, I was basically hung out to dry, for
Actually,
better or
probably
for
before
worse.
you got there, he did have juice for a while. Rookie juice.
Dude, oh my god,
Traded him away.
That's nuts.
So I found the post. You were traded for Nargila 1-for-1.
Oh,
I mean, how was Narg that season? Was he better? I mean, he had better stats than me, so fair enough. You know what I mean? Like, if anything, that was probably more of a mercy move by Lucic to say, "Narg, go be great." Like he
Narg
was kind of
finished
shooing
with
him away.
Nard finished with 58% save rate, a little higher than that. 3.72 goals against average. You had 55, 4.18 goals against
who
average.
played more games on LA though? That's what I want to know.
So you were traded on May 2nd.
That's got to be near
which
the end.
was actually no, only that was right before or shortly before the trade deadline. So you had played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 games, or at least on Carolina for 10 games.
Oh,
I
so
don't know if you
half. He
played
split,
all
yeah,
10.
split his time.
But yeah, you split your time evenly between both. So I can't see the breakdown of what your stats were on each team, but you had 10 games on LA, 10 games on Carolina, and after the 10th game that night at 9:30 that night, so an hour after the games ended, you were traded for Narg 1-for-1.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate because you also got to take into account too. Like, I feel like my stats absolutely tanked once the team just officially gave up. Like, I think we're literally skating a lineup of like Monty, Jeetler, Alter, me, and like I think legendary Trev, which is like barely a serviceable RSL lineup at that point. So I mean,
So
I think there was one.
LA was 3-7 before you got there, and then went, oh god, 1-9 after you got there.
I mean,
Oh man.
and
Well,
I'm
that
pretty
team
sure.
Taser on it. Like Lucic, Taser, I think Galch is like it was a little
Yeah,
better. I
LA
think,
started
I
2
think,
and 3.
I think
Like
maybe
they
Taser
started
had
2
some
and
issues.
3, and we're probably at 2 and 3, you're still very much in a playoff spot. And then from there, they slipped all the way to 3 and 7. And I think after that was probably when they made the decision to say, "All right, fuck it, let's try something else." Because obviously, like Tony just
What
said,
else was use a lot of RSLers?
Taze was on that team at one point too. So clearly,
Yeah.
Taze didn't finish on that team. So Lucic made several moves during that season. But anyway, keep going.
Yeah, so and then I guess just the last thing to kind of end on is like Tony. I think me and you were talking about this before we came on like a couple days ago. Like I think you were showing me clips of like
Yeah.
I literally was getting
I wish we
mercied.
had that. Yeah.
I was literally getting mercied most of these games, and I was still putting up like 10 saves a game. It was just the problem was that we were letting up like freaking 20 shots a game or something ridiculous like that. Like
Yeah, the final game of the season, which is a meaningless game for LA, granted, and Calgary, who you're playing, the best team in the league.
Yeah.
So the one seed established versus the bottom seed established. Like there's nothing's changing from this last game of the season, and it ends 8-2, Mercy in the second. But Sully, and I got the clips and I got them all together. He made 7 saves, and they're all nuts.
Like it was like all breakaways. Like in
Every goal he lets up, he lets up 8 goals, all breakaways. I swear to every single goal is a breakaway, and all his saves are like the most insane. Like, how did they get here? How is somebody this open with the puck? And it's just, it's so funny. It's so interesting.
And like for context, like I played in the RSL that season. I jammed my own team in the RSL, which was honestly a nightmare because I couldn't nail down a lineup that entire season. Like I literally played, I think, every single player at least 6 games that season, and this was guys all the way up and down the lineup. I couldn't actually get a starting 5 that I liked, but I had a 67 or 68% save percentage in the RSL, so it's like it wasn't like I was just completely shit in the bed. You know what I mean? Like it was just.
And you had your buddy Doucette on your team for that too.
As always, man, we were attached at the freaking hip. It was nuts. But
you had Ike on the team too.
Yeah, in retrospect, man, I should have freaking played him more. He was an absolute psychopath when he played. Like he had handles like you wouldn't believe. Like he had some of the most points per game. Like I don't know why I didn't play him. Like that's one of like I think that team could have won more games and we would have been way better like on the whole if I played him more. But
still a little early on in his career, but about 3 seasons after this is when he really starts popping off and gets it going.
I mean,
I
saw the
calendar time. That's a full year, so that's not an insignificant amount of time to be playing.
That's the thing, though, is like I saw the glimpses. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
Lucic saw it with Juiced on that late, picked him to start, and the dude had 1 season under his belt because he knew he's like, oh, this guy's gonna be good, and we said, well, not yet though. Don't make him start. Let him play in RSL.
I mean, it also didn't help that RSL season when the Minnesota Golden Gophers just got Austin out of nowhere. And they just said, like, hey, man, you can just have Austin on your team, and literally kicked us out of the playoffs because he just went off in 10 games. They just said, here, have a 2.5 point per game player. Enjoy. And then I'm not salty at all. Don't worry. I don't even think he got drafted. I think he was, like, not playing in the LHL, and they just said, here you go. You can go to RSL.
Because he was, I think, supposed to be – or was expected to be an LHL starter or something like that, or had turned down the RSL because he was planning on having an LHL role and didn't want to do both, and then ultimately wasn't getting played in the LHL, so got added after the fact.
Is this season 14 LHL still? Like it's the LA season. So he was drafted to start with you, Dial,
on our team. Yep.
Like, he just lost his spot.
He was drafted to start with Icy on defense, and ultimately ended up losing his starting role. And I think it was after I got traded that he lost his starting role because I got traded for Taze, and they went with Taze and Icy afterwards. So when that happened, he didn't have a spot anymore, and it was Taze and Big V. We traded.
They traded. It was you for both of them.
Taze and Big V became the starting D pair, and so that is why Austin got added to the RSL because he wasn't getting to play in the LHL at that point.
Yeah, but it is what it is. You know, it's the RSL in the grand scheme of things.
I remember that being a bit dramatic too. That was
a little annoying.
I don't remember that. I feel like that would have been something I was probably paying attention to at the time. I don't remember that at all.
Well, you weren't in the RSL anymore, I don't think.
No, but I was still always involved. That season before, or maybe after, whatever season implodes and has the dispersal draft. That was my idea. I basically made them do that because 2 teams were about to fold.
Well, maybe when Austin eventually watches this, he can kind of fill us in on the details there. Maybe he remembers more. But one little interesting tangent here before we wrap up for this season. In the post about you getting traded, which was made by Lucic, 5 upvotes on the post. The only top level comment is from you, and you said first time ever traded. Let's do this, LA. And Billiam responds to you. Billiam gets 12 upvotes on this comment and just says tier C goalie.
Oh
And
yeah, that's a
his
classic meme.
flair on the subreddit still to this day says Sully tier C goalie. Like that is his subreddit flair.
I don't.
Who did that? Claude? PK?
So if I remember correctly, I think the term was originally coined by PK.
Yeah.
So that was because PK, I forget if it was on like Hockey Question Jerk or if it was like an actual
No,
like
it was
post
on the Reddit.
subreddit. But he basically made a goalie tier list of like who he thought was like good at the time, and this was I think like season 10, like maybe season 9. Like this was like old school stuff. So like you had guys like K Bomb like up in the A tier, like all these like Briz, like all the nasty ass goalies, they were getting A tier, and I was just kind of an afterthought. So PK just said, Sully, you're a tier C goalie, and I think that was one. I might have been on Providence at the time, and that was just what stuck.
That
Like
just
everybody
became
said,
the meme.
Sully, you're the tier C goalie now. Like that's just your nickname. I haven't heard that in years, like ever since. But
speaking of
all
being a
came
tier C goalie,
back.
that kind of seems to have been a pretty universally held opinion after that season. Whether that's your fault or not is up for debate. But season 15, which is the deepest LHL rosters ever got, we had 11 people on every LHL roster, with 2 of them being prospect slots, and that was the first time that we tried out the prospect system. Which, if you're familiar at all with like an NFL practice,
We had a 14 and 15.
Did we? Okay.
We had predictions, which Guy and Otto, unrelated. That's for a different podcast.
That's for a different one. I mean, we've touched on that one before, but we went with the prospect system. And if you're familiar with the NFL, it's like the practice squad, where you basically get to like stash players that you have the rights to, but you can't play them unless you pull them up to your main roster to do so. And if someone else wants to claim them off your team as like a free agent on waivers, effectively, they can do it, but they have to add you to their main roster in order to do that. Obviously, you have to drop somebody accordingly. So I think there were a couple instances of prospects being moved up and across between rosters, but it didn't really happen a ton. For the most part, you guys were you guys being the prospects, not you specifically, you Sully, didn't really get a whole lot of play there, but an interesting system that I'd like to revisit in the future. But anyway, so 11 people per team, 66 players in the LHL, and you're not picked. And taking a look at the draft board, you're also not on the draft board. So I'm curious here, because you did play in the RSL that season. You were the AGM for Victoria. This is a season you won in the RSL. You also won coming back from being down 2-0 in the finals. Ended up winning that series. And you were GMing in the JSL again for the first time in a while, GMing Rune Naranda again, which ended up losing in the finals. But I did want to ask you about the LHL experience here, or I guess the lack thereof, because it's a little weird that you weren't even on the draft board, which I'm assuming is the only reason you weren't picked.
Yeah, if I'm trying to go off memory here, I feel like the most logical explanation was just 5 days a week just ain't gonna cut it. Because you said I was a part of JSL at this time. Was that JSL season
and
7?
RSL, yes. JSL and RSL took place at the same time, too. They both were played on Monday, Wednesdays.
Yeah, so if I remember correctly then, I think it was I really wanted to go hard on just the JSL thing. So, like, I remember playing LHL the season previous, and I, quite frankly, kind of sucked. I think it kind of took the life out of me a little bit. Like, I was like, damn, like, if I'm going to be on, like, a really, like, I didn't think that I was good enough, you know what I mean? Like, a little bit. Like, that was part of it, and just, like, being on a crappy team. Just kind of, like, I didn't want to, because I was most likely going to end up playing in the RSL anyway if I come back as the worst LHL goalie, you know what I mean? So like I might get a prospect spot if I'm lucky, I might back up, but I didn't want to commit to 5 days a week again, knowing that I'm already going to be super busy on the 2 days a week when we have RSL and JSL. So I kind of just said screw it. I'll take my season in the RSL, like get back into form if you will, because I was also in college at this time too. I think this might have been like the first semester of my sophomore year if I remember correctly. And yeah, I just didn't want to spend all my time on this game. It's the same classic case of like I'm in college, I got other stuff going on. I just want to focus on a couple days a week rather than literally the entire week.
Yeah, and your signups bear that out. Actually, I just found your signups, and you signed up only Monday, Wednesday, and we had a question back then to say which league do you want to play in, so that people could say like, do you want to be LHL eligible
Yeah.
or not, or JSL eligible? And you picked RSL/JSL. You did not pick LHL
Yeah.
in that. So pretty clearly did not have any plans playing in that.
hmm
Well, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean this was pretty good for me. This was one of those kind of seasons that I remember pretty fondly. Um, Won an RSL Cup. That's pretty neat. I guess I could talk about that part first. Like
Yeah,
that
go for it.
Victoria
Take us through
team
it.
was cool. Gouch was a freaking man possessed in the RSL.
You had
It's probably the
Gouch,
last.
Germs, Andrew Gaze, Ace,
Yep.
Oh hell
who
yeah,
yeah was on
skating
the
ace.
Ace skating for you, and then yourself obviously, and you had Evcobb, Pepperoni, and Masta Schmitty, who is a season one throwback,
Yep.
obviously
What
up
the
there with
fuck?
Evcobb being a
Yeah.
season two,
Schmitty on
but
an
anyway,
RSL team in
yeah,
season
yeah,
14.
season
Yep.
14, yeah, and he played two
What the
games too,
Yeah, he was
That's
kind of
even.
just there.
yeah.
That's kind of how he was in the LHL back in the day, from what I've
Yeah.
been told.
Anyway,
But yeah,
I
no, it
interrupted you
was.
I
there,
don't know
but
yet.
yeah.
No, it's all good.
Oh, you
Yeah.
played Master Schmitty in the playoffs too. You played
Yeah, I
17
think.
minutes in the playoffs.
Yep. Yep. He
That's
had.
not a 2 minute get your name on the cup type of thing. That's fuck. We need somebody
No.
to play.
So if I remember correctly, I think Pepperoni played in the playoffs as well. I don't have the sheet
One
pulled up,
game. He
but
played one game,
yep,
15 minutes. Ev
yep,
Cobb played one game, 17 minutes. Master Schmitty played two games, 17
yep.
minutes.
So playoffs were definitely all hands on deck. But yeah, like regular season, I mean, Gouch was fucked. Germs was a rock on defense, and Andrew Gaze was like probably like the best way I could describe him is like David Krejci, basically, like pass first, like a lot of assists. Um,
European player, for those who don't remember.
yeah. Andrew Gaze was, yeah,
Oh,
he
those
was.
of us playing ranked remember old Andrew Gaze.
Yeah, of course, of course.
He led the
But
league
nah,
in assists.
yep, and deservedly so. He's a very unselfish player.
Gouch
I
led the
really
league in
liked watching him
goals.
play. Um, and then so that's kind of the weird thing with Ace and Evcobb. So I think Evcobb signed up as only 1 day a week. I think he could like only make Mondays or maybe only make Wednesdays, one of the two. And I think Ace could like only make the other day. So like Gouch purposely picked both of them to have them alternate days that they can play. And it worked out really good because they're both in their own right, like probably like second, third round players in the league, but they didn't have the attendance to back it up. So we said, fuck it, we'll just take both of them and we can just get an alternating really good player, on each day. And it worked out wicked good. Team was super fun to be a part of. Um, the regular season was fun, but I think the playoffs was where it really turned up. Like Gouch was nuts. Gaze was also nuts. Andrew Gaze, he was really good. Um, I had a lot of fun. My save percentage is kind of off the charts, 78%. And I
Yeah.
nipped 2 goals. I think I had 2 long shots. Either I think one was in the finals and I think one was in the semis. Um, that was kind of where my whole sniper goalie era started to
Yep.
transition for me.
Yep. Sniper
And
goalie, Sully. C tier goalie.
yeah, yeah, always,
Each your
always.
goalies
But
don't snipe.
yeah, dude, that was the one thing I could do above everybody else. I mean, saves weren't always my best part, but sniping them, dude, that was some fun stuff. But yeah, the playoffs, man, we had all hands on deck. Like Pepperoni got playing time, and the only reason why I think I told Gouch to pick him up was because I knew him from was it season 7 or season 3? Ruin Miranda. He was part of season 7, so he was part of my JSL team,
Yeah,
and
this
I like
same season. Yep.
yeah, so I basically I'll get into that in a second, but yeah, like RSL, I mean, I was so ingrained with this JSL team that like I basically tried to get as many call-ups as I possibly could into the RSL team because I fucking adored this JSL team so much. Just to transition to that, like yeah, we won the cup with the RSL, that's cool and all, but this JSL team was what I cared more about.
You had Paco, Quacky,
Yep.
and Rezi on that.
What
Yeah,
the fuck? Hell yeah, good JSL team there, Quack. Good job with all the new guys.
yeah. So
Quacky.
it's a really funny story with this team. So I mean, Paco, I'm pretty sure touched upon it in the interview that you
He
guys had with
did.
him a
He
couple
did.
weeks ago.
Yeah, losing to Daniel Lagu's team. Yep. Yep.
Well, not even that. I was gonna say like the whole like basically I put out a post like on the subreddit before the draft, and I said, hey, I'm doing stuff a bit differently. I'm not picking like the normal like vets that are just here to just like score goals and just like have fun. Like I want all the new guys because we had just done like a huge like recruitment wave on like r/hockey or whatever the hell is like r/sports. I don't know where the hell you guys are
I think it was
posted.
it's really our only other decent recruitment. I mean, not that we got a lot of mainstays,
Yeah.
but that was really the only other good one besides the one that got you.
Yeah, so we were
We had a couple
basically like
on the EA
Maybe early
NHL
on.
subreddit.
that was
Yeah.
probably where a lot of them came from too. So like we had a pretty big influx of new guys coming in, and I was like, hey, I want to wrangle all the new guys basically, and I want to like, granted, I don't think I'm the best person to be teaching people. I'm just a goalie, you know what I mean? Like, but I'm at least like, I wanted to like foster this sort of team culture of like improvement rather than just playing for fun and just dominating other teams. Like I figured like, yeah, we might suck, but at least I'm gonna like help some players develop, and like who knows, maybe we suck at the beginning, but like I'm pretty sure in the JSL you made the playoffs no matter where you finished in the season. So who gives a shit if we suck? If we're gonna
It's
make
like
the playoffs
yeah,
anyway. That's all that
yeah.
matters is when when
You
we
got
get to the actual
3 months to
time
get
to
these
play.
guys good.
Yeah, that was what I thought. So I mean, I basically said, hey, if you want to join this type of team and this sort of improvement culture, drop your name in the comments and I'll try and I'll try and draft you. Like hopefully it kind of went as like a notice to other teams to like, hey, could you not draft my guys because I kind of have an idea here that I want to try out. Most teams kind of oblige to that, which is very cool of them. But I kind of got like my core guys. Like I really wanted Rezi. He was a newer guy that I thought had a lot of potential. Quacky, I knew was going to be like, I think he was a bit more of an established player at
Yeah,
this time.
He
Wacky was
ended up
playing
playing
in that
goalie.
NHL in season 5. He's
He
been
Yeah.
around
played
a while.
goalie for you
He was
that
at
season.
RSA, but he
So
was a goalie, so that's like seems like your
yeah,
one guy there.
so and that's kind of the weird thing. Like looking back on it, is like I probably should have taken a newer goalie prospect so I could teach him, and like I didn't. Like that was the one time where I was like, no, actually, let's just get somebody good here. And my whole thought process behind that was like, if we have a god tier goalie behind there, doesn't matter how bad everybody else who's skating fucks up. Like if he can just bail them out, we can, like they won't get discouraged as easily. And
So
that was kind of my
you
idea
did
behind
have
it.
Gunkin on that team, who obviously was playing in
Yeah.
Europe at the same time, so like he
Yep.
wasn't entirely a rookie, but that is somebody who played goalie. Just to
Probably
point that out.
uncoachable, not from the
Yeah.
like any personality wise, just like the fact that he's playing Europe,
Yeah.
running his
Yeah.
shit. That's probably not a guy who's gonna.
I mean, in total, you had 13 different
susceptible.
players play for your team that season, which
Yeah.
is pretty
And-
insane. 13
and that
is
was-
a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the key. Like, I just wanted to get as many people as I could, and I just said, hey, if you want to put in the work and put in practice, like I organize practices on off days, or like even like before like games. Like I made like a big ass like Steam group or like a Reddit DM or something like that. I forget how I did it, but
Mhm.
I think I had a Snap group at one point. Like I just wrangled all the guys and said, hey, if you want to get on, I'll pass to you. You can shoot on me. Like all this other stuff. And Paco, we all know who Paco is. You guys had him on the freaking pod. Like,
Yep.
he was the crown jewel of this all. Like, we had
Paco
a lot
said
of
the whole
potential.
roster showed up the first day,
Yeah,
which
like
the roster was 16 people.
yeah. Like
So
I tried to
literally
get
too many for you to even get everybody in for one period.
Yep. Like I tried my best to, keep on players to say, "Hey, come through." Like I don't care if you're bad, I don't care if you're good. You're going to get playing time and I'm going to try and get you into this community as much as I could.
The fucking
And-
JSL needed more GMs like Sully, is what
Yes,
I'm
it
hearing.
did.
And less like
yeah, and
well,
that's kind of the like the crown jewel of the shittiness of it is like we had guys like Paco that were literally playing so many pubs and practicing and like putting in the work, and the fact that Rezi gets frozen during the playoffs because so this is kind of the really shit part here, and this will be the end of the story basically. I'm just gonna lead this off with loved everybody on the team, and I loved all the stuff that they put in throughout the season. They deserved way more than what happened. Basically, the crux of the issue in the RSL, it was Hartford. I think GK was GMing the team. He had Rezi on his team that he drafted because he saw the potential and he kind of developed on our JSL team. Just throwing that out there. And then he had John Cena, or no, it wasn't John Cena. It was Daniel Legou.
Yeah.
And basically, there
And
was
John
only
Cena
one.
hit both.
Oh, all right. So basically, the point was that GK could only start one of either Rezi or Daniel Legou.
no way.
He could only start one of the
Fuck.
two in the playoffs, and he chose to start Rezi, which that's a fucking win for me. You know what I mean? Like a guy that I drafted to get better, basically did exactly what I wanted him to. He outgrew the JSL. He got frozen and he went up to the second level, and he fucking started in the playoffs. That super happy. I was crying GM tears of joy when that happened. But now my team's gonna get fucked because now
Now
Daniel
Daniel
Lagu can
Lagu's
play,
playing. Yeah,
and
Daniel Lagu's
now
playing against you, and you don't have Resi.
and
Oh
he's
my
and
god.
so we have a guy who's played for a couple seasons now, just dumpstering all the new guys that kind of had this like cool idea of getting better throughout the season, and they kind of have this cool underdog story about them. And I think also at this point, for context, Quacky just fucked off throughout the season. He was like 13 years old at the time and just literally
Yeah.
didn't bother to play anymore.
Yep.
Didn't even tell me, which kind of
Didn't have a
sucked. We had,
mic. Yeah, he was an interesting
we
guy.
had like Slam Duncan in net at that point, and I was like, all right, well this kind of sucks. But yeah, like it just so we got analed in the finals. Like it is what it is. But we definitely could have like done better. You know, like if there wasn't a really garbage situation where one guy gets frozen and one guy doesn't, and that basically tips the scales in whichever team's favor due to a completely irrelevant RSL, determination of ability. It kind of just completely stopped it from like having the crowning jewel of winning the cup. You know what I mean? But
Yep.
it is what it is. I can't complain too much, but I still think of the season as one of the biggest dubs you could possibly have in the JSL. Regardless of winning a cup, that's completely irrelevant just because of like the idea was what was important.
Yeah, I mean, if you look around, probably. I mean, I don't have the roster page in front of me, but I'd wager if you look around at the rosters that season, you see more guys around the game today or recently in the last few months would be all on your roster rather than
Um,
you know
yeah, I mean,
anybody else.
sorta. Like, I mean, if I'm being completely honest with you, I'm looking at the majority of the rosters on all the teams in this JSL season. Nobody's around anymore,
Yeah.
basically. Like,
Hey, nobody but Paco and occasionally Resi.
and Quacky, but
Hey, well,
like,
yeah, Quacky.
so
Quacky
I,
was
I and
Quacky
yeah, I
played
feel like
pre
there
JSL though,
was
so I mean, it's
yeah,
kind of
exactly. And like there were other guys on this team that had sick potential too, like Zambones. Like I wish he
Oh,
was back
Zambones
here.
rocked.
He was
Yeah,
nuts. He
I
had
wish
all the
that dude could
potential in
play.
the world. Like Pepperoni was great. Johnson was great.
Is that
Duncan
Ben
was great.
Johnson?
Yeah,
yeah.
Oh, I love Ben Johnson. Me and
like
Dial probably talked to him 1,000 times.
Oh
and like
yeah.
Resi was filthy. Like we had a couple of bona fide LHL studs on this team. You know what I mean? Like I don't think many of the other teams can say that.
No.
And I don't want to toot my own horn here, but like I
Well,
don't
you
know if
just run
Paco
it
would
back
stuck
right now
around.
and see how it goes for those other teams. You know,
That'd be fucking awesome.
Quacky, Resi, Paco. Who gives a shit?
Yeah. So yeah, I mean that's kind of my lasting opinion on it. Is just if I look at everything that I've kind of done throughout like my whole career, this is by far one of my favorite things.
Oh, that's cool.
Cool.
Like just because
I'm glad to hear that like
Well,
somebody GM and got a good experience
yeah,
in the JSL because like all the stories from that are pretty much people trying to
it
stomp
was
people who
yeah.
shouldn't have been there.
It
Whatever.
was the thing
well,
that I cared
so
about the most, and it finally culminated into something that I foresaw months in advance,
so
and it was
what's
great.
kind of interesting though? You say that was one of your favorite experiences, but then you follow that up with not playing the game at all
Yeah,
for
for
the
3 seasons.
for the
Well, if you
next
include the LHL.
10 months.
Yeah,
You didn't play again until 10 months after that season concluded. So what
And
was
then you
going
played
on
one
there?
game and then didn't play for another 3 months.
Yeah, what's going on here? Well, first, what what happened in that 10-month break, and then we'll get into that like one game little season you had there, season 18.
yeah.
But
We'll get
All
Guy
right.
on to talk about it.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So, yeah, I mean, it was by far one of my favorite experiences, but in the same vein, it was fucking exhausting. Like, even just 2 days a week. Like, I had to put in basically between pregame scrims, wrangling all the JSL guys, then scrims for the RSL games, and then playing the RSL games. It's like 2 hours out of my life right there. So I would either have to constantly be eating early, and like I wouldn't be able to spend time with my buddies because that was like the main social activity in college was eating with your friends, or I would eat after
going to
the
the dining
fact.
hall, yep.
Yeah, like it was just all the classic stuff there. Like, and it got so bad at some points. Like I remember playing um for Victoria, I was playing the finals in the basement of my dorm building because the internet was so bad in my dorm room for some reason. Like I got ping spikes so bad but they would be fine in the basement. I literally had to carry my laptop down the stairs, sit on a random couch, basically like owl, like foot mouse style, and then like just play the game. And I looked like an absolute complete degenerate. And at that point, I was like, all right, I got my cup, almost got double cups, like with the JSL team. And I said, I can't fucking do this anymore. Like, I got to be a normal college kid for a bit because classes were starting to get harder. Like, I had more social responsibilities. I was going to hockey games all the freaking time because I was a massive UMass hockey fan. That took up a lot of my time. There was just too much shit going on. Like, life was just happening, for lack of a better term.
Yep, it's fair.
Have I ever said on the podcast here how my first year of college, me and my buddies were all doing ball hockey twice a week, and I had to stop doing that because that was on 2 days a week, and I signed up for something else that was on Monday and Wednesday. That may have been RSL. I gave up on that. I was like, I'm
Wow.
gonna play this instead.
Yeah, I mean, correct decision.
Significantly better HQM player than ball. I was a decent ball hockey player, but I think I'm a significantly better HQMer. I was more needed in the HQM community than I was at ball hockey at my college.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
whatever.
Oh, I finally got the
Different strokes,
update for
Sully. I
username for
disagree with
Discord.
your priorities, but I respect it.
Yeah.
Just tease it. But yeah, let's get into you come back. You attempt to come back. Let's call it that. You attempt to come back in season 18. Guy picks you to be a starter with this team with Guy and Juice, and Sully, poised to be good. Sully wins the first game of the season,
Yeah.
and that's it.
Yep. So yeah, this is a shitty story.
We can if you don't want to tell the story, you don't have to.
Yeah, you don't
I
have
know
to.
this story.
No, it's fine. It's fine. So basically, because I feel like I feel like I've told Guy multiple times, but I feel like just to give everybody else an explanation, like, so during my college years, I was poor, right? Like, family was hella poor. Like, it's just the way it was. I had already been so like another random little side tangent, very very brief. I had been struggling with ping issues for like almost every season of my career up until this point, just because the internet in my home was so bad. Like, it was Comcast, and Comcast blows.
And it
If you've
wasn't
ever
really
had
better in the
Comcast,
dorms if you're talking about that too. So
yeah, it wasn't really much better either. So, I mean, I was dealing with multiple like disconnections every game. Like, I remember what used to happen in my old house was like out of nowhere, like my signal would just drop and my character would just start skating forward towards the center ice faceoff dot, and then I would just disconnect like the moment that I hit it, because it would just like I would lose connection for 10 seconds and it would just DC me from the server, and then we'd have an open net, and I'm pretty sure I conceded a couple of goals every season due to that.
pretty
So
big problem for a goalie.
yes, very much so. So then, once, like so basically what happened was that, you know, family was super broke all the time, couldn't even make ends meet. Ended up getting so bad that I got evicted. And I had to go live with my dad's friends in their basement at one point. Kind of a side tangent, but the point was that finished up my semester at college that season, and I think signups were out like a week before I was supposed to go home. So it was like basically during finals week. And I signed up thinking, all right, well, summer's here. I'll have all the time in the world to play some HQM. I can just enjoy my summer. The semester's over. Life's going to be good. Now, I want to say the draft happened like literally 2 days before I went home, because like they had like a hard deadline. Like, you got to get out the dorm before this day. My
Yep.
parents came to pick me up, and they told me in the car, they were like, hey, by the way, can't afford internet anymore. That's just one of the things that had to get cut. It was like, I think 150 a month, and they were like, sorry, it's either you have a roof over your head or internet. You get to pick one, pal. And
They didn't listen to your choice.
Yeah, exactly. I'd rather be rained on and I was playing HQM. I would have been a little happier, but hey, it is what it is. So they basically said, yeah, tough shit, bud. Life's tough. Get a helmet. And yeah, basically couldn't play HQM the whole summer. So I, once again, due to things completely out of my control, basically, had to retire after the first game of the season.
Well, didn't officially retire. I think the whole time held you on the roster, holding out hope.
Yeah, so I learned my lesson.
Yeah, I was gonna
I
say,
learned,
yeah.
yeah. I
Yeah.
basically I told them without an official retirement post. I was like, hey,
can't really like if I can find a way to sneak into a McDonald's and buy like a McDouble and get the free McDonald's Wi-Fi, I could try. But
Yeah.
that was basically it.
Yep.
So yeah, just completely
I
boned out of
remember
that
that going
season.
on at the time. I remember us all trying to brainstorm on the TeamSpeak, figure out what we could do. I just remember sitting
Nice.
around like, well, what do we do? Like, could we could we pay for his internet? Like, what do we
No,
do? Would we take it to the
I
community
wouldn't
fund?
have
I think
accepted
you
that.
had said absolutely not, but I remember us
Yeah.
trying to figure out, well, where can he play? Where's something that has internet? He could be like, I just remember a couple different times us trying to, like with Guy and whatever, we were sitting BOC meeting even trying to figure out what the hell we could do about that. See if we
Yeah.
could help out or pitch an idea, but no.
Yeah,
nothing
I mean,
came.
Yeah.
it's funny you say you learned your lesson because when you had retired, you were able to come back, and this
Yeah.
time where you didn't retire, you weren't able to come back. So
Exactly.
unfortunate how life seems to work that way, right? But
Yeah, it was super unfortunate. I mean, I'm obviously past that point now. I'm doing a lot better in life, but
You know, even a couple months later, you're in a spot. I don't know if you're back at school, but you have internet here, season 19, which you have fond memories of. You told me you wanted to get into deep detail.
yeah.
But no, you start. What this is, I think, the second time that you're starting in the LHL that you play a full season.
11 seasons after the first one you sign up for, finally.
My great comeback, if you
Yeah.
will.
Yeah, and but yeah, you start for this team that allegedly happened.
Yeah,
Season
I
19.
mean, for lack of a better term, and with all due respect to the people that I played with, I have zero fucking recollection of this season whatsoever.
You were the first goalie off the board, by the way.
That is fucking shocking, considering the fact that I literally had just spent the previous season without internet. I couldn't even like solo practice with people. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, that's a gamble.
First goalie off the board, and your GM was Crab, who was infamous for waiting to pick like the last goalie and waiting really late and just banking on what we would consider to be like, lower tier. It feels rude to say that, right? But not as
C-tier
established.
goalies,
C-tier
tier
goalies.
C,
and
exactly.
this is the first time that Crab, like ever, that Crab actually picks the first goalie, and he picked in the second round.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
yeah.
crazy ass reach, right? And like, I think the nuts thing about it all is like I'm looking at the actual stats here, and it's like
It's not
all
even
the
a bad
goalies were
roster.
extremely
This
close.
is the worst save percentage season of all time.
Not a single goalie was above 59.5%. Like,
right? It's 59.
we were all within like the microest
Like
of hairs.
1% of each other,
Exactly.
basically. Yeah.
So like,
and your team
that
wasn't
was
even that bad. You had
No.
Crab GMing, you
missed
have
the
Guy,
playoffs, but,
you have Gabe, who
Well, it was they had meat. They had meat first for a few games. And
Yep.
They traded them because
Yep.
that Boston and Chicago were both just not. Well, Boston was struggling pretty hard, and Chicago just wasn't happy. So they swapped meat for like Guy and Doug, but then Doug loses his spot, and Crab's
you
using
had-
rookie Owl, who
Yep.
I think he trades Dildo, or I think he trades for Dildozer and then trades Dildo for Gabe.
It was
just,
a
you
mess.
had Doug on there. You had Icy on there, who was playing his big buff that season. Like you had a lot of established people on that team. So for it to not really work out as well as you were hoping. I mean, the team was 13 and 17. It wasn't like there was a complete wash, but like
no. But again, missing the playoffs is
like
especially
in
for a Crab
retrospect, I feel like the reason why I don't remember that season that much was because we had so many trades and different players. I think it just felt like a pub to me. Like it was just constant like changing of teams. You know what I mean? Like I don't even care who's playing in front of me. I just gotta put my stick in the right position as always and just disregard everything around me. Like
definitely not Crab's finest GM work that season, that's for sure. But even then, one win out of a playoff spot. Playoffs cutoff was 41 points. You guys had 38. You were also one win out of last place. Last place was 36.
Exactly.
So
I mean,
for as poorly
so
as that team kind of finished out, that actually, like on the whole, that wasn't really that bad from a parity perspective of a season.
Not at all.
I mean,
No, all the goalies stink, then it's sort of equally balanced.
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly.
You look at the scoring, it's like you got teams everywhere with huge scores on them, except really Toronto. Toronto is really the one team that was struggling the whole time. But they had Taze and Zam for the longest time before they traded. Quite the deep pair you're building, and the best goalie. You're just building from the back out. It's just like, I don't know. It's a good season. Again, I don't really remember it very well either.
I don't remember a thing.
No, it's probably my worst season.
It was also the last season of the LHL for a while, and I'm wondering if you.
Yeah, I also checked out. Me and Dial, we talked about that with Mario too. We were checked out. I don't know if you knew the league was coming to an end. Maybe not. Maybe blindsided by that, like some people were. But the LHL brass me, Dial, Cap. I think we all knew we were done and that the
Yeah.
league was gonna die.
Yeah, not pretty situation, but
Not able to enjoy it. I think a lot of people were. I think we were
speaking
trying to, but not really able to. But
speaking of the game dying, 2-year break. It was
Yep.
2 years to the day between the draft of season 19 and the draft of season 20. I think almost exactly. It might not be to the day, but very close to that. Uh, so what was going on for you during that time?
Um, so that would have been. I'm just trying to put together a timeline here. So that's like what summer
2019.
of
It's all
2019.
of 2019, like Christmas
Uh,
2018.
so
Okay.
season 19 ends October 11th, 2018.
Okay.
Season 20 starts October 6th, 2020.
Okay. Yeah. So
So
We
basically,
go
yeah,
through COVID too, by the way.
just under 2 years since the season had ended.
yeah. So I finished my bachelor's degree of civil engineering at
Oh yeah,
UMass.
congrats.
Um, Thank you. Got a job. A lot of shit happened. Basically, this whole like pandemic thing started. I think that was the thing that kind of happened. And yeah,
It was.
a lot of just kind of overall
Which, to be
major life
fair,
events.
the pandemic was not why we stopped playing. We stopped playing in
Oh yeah,
2018, the end of
yeah.
2018. The pandemic really didn't get underway until
Honestly, the pandemic didn't even really bring the game back. It was
it was
a couple
Yeah.
March
months later.
2020 when the pandemic started, and the game didn't get revived until 7 months after that.
Yeah.
Well, we were playing
Which,
Friday Night Hockey in
well, yes,
July.
but the LHL didn't get back
Yeah.
underway
Yeah,
until seven
exactly.
months later. So anyway, I assume you're kind of away from HQM during that time, right? Not really,
Yeah, no,
not
I
really
mean, I
messing around.
basically didn't really have a way of playing it, so like
Did you
there
play
was nobody.
captains with us in that stretch? I don't remember who
I
all
don't
played.
think so. I'll be
Oh,
honest.
really?
I was basically completely separated from the game for that 2 year span. I was basically just nose to the grindstone on work. Um, and then when the pandemic started, nose to the grindstone on graduating, and then literally the day after I graduated, I started working. They sent me like the laptop, like to work on like my work laptop before I even graduated. They were like, "Don't open this box until you officially graduate, and then you can start working." I was like, "All right,
Yeah,
sure." And then I was like living with my aunt at the time because like my parents got evicted and stuff. So I basically had to save up like 3 months worth of rent to get an apartment. And then once I started like raking in the dollars at work, I could build my own computer. Because I basically didn't own a laptop because my laptop broke during the pandemic. I like cracked it by accident, so didn't even have a way to actually play the game. Like the laptop like couldn't hold a charge. Um, so I wasn't gonna download a freaking sketchy ass computer game that could be seen as malware onto my work computer. You know what I mean? Like Windows
yep,
Defender would
it's
have been shitting
reasonable.
itself.
Yep.
So had basically no way of playing, and I finally, for my birthday, so around late August, early September, I said, you know what? I got money saved up. I've taken care of my parents. I've taken care of all the shelter stuff. Like I have a house now. I have an apartment. I'm gonna treat myself to a computer, like a real gaming desktop that I've always wanted. And I built one. I took like 2 grand out of my money and said I'm building a nice rig, at least for the time period. Um, got myself a nice monitor, a nice keyboard, nice mouse, all this other stuff. I'm treating myself, and yeah, it just so happened that I started playing pubs a little bit, like maybe for a month, and then you guys started up the new season, and I said, yeah, this is probably the best thing that could have fucking happened to me. You know what I mean? Like the 2 months, like or the 2 years, like in between, I didn't really have a lot of time to practice just because I had so much other stuff going on, and I couldn't really play that much. But I think like knowing that I didn't have school to worry about and I didn't have like shelter and stuff to worry about, like I had a job that like lifted a lot of like worries
The
off my
external
shoulders and like
stressors. Yep, yep.
exactly. Like I had so much like external anxiety over stuff, and now that I knew that I was like in control of my own situation, like I know that I can pay for my own internet. Like I can always play HQM. Like that wasn't the main thing I was worried about, obviously, but
No,
like
that was the one.
it could have been, in the back of my mind, obviously, because it's not a game, it's a lifestyle. But
Absolutely.
yeah, just knowing that, I was constantly in control of my surroundings and my environment, like it cleared my head a lot to where I could probably play my best HQM going forward. Again, not my main goal, but it was a nice, happy byproduct, of course. So that was
Well,
super cool.
when the game came back, you came back with it. So October of 2020, you come back and you GM. And you're given first overall pick as a C-tier goalie. You're given the number one pick in the draft. And now this I think is where things get really interesting, because this like season 20 and 21 really, I think, are probably, you know, the defining moments of your LHL career. You could include season 22 in that, though you probably don't like to remember that one quite as much as these other two. But in what is only now your third season as a starter, you know, again, 12 seasons after you start playing. So
5 years later.
Yeah,
that's
literally
fucked to
5
think
years
about.
later, and only your third season as a starter, you are the GM. And this is, you know, during the time that we weren't playing, Otto had gotten back to absolutely cracked form, and Otto was just an absolute animal. So everybody expected that he was likely going to be the first overall pick. Seemed pretty cut and dry. And you came in, and I remember you were trying to play things pretty close to the vest. I think you and I had chatted a little bit before the draft as well, because you were considering picking me for a little while there. And you ended up not picking me, not picking Otto, but instead trading down to the third overall pick, which would have taken you out of the running for both Otto and I, consensus number 1 and 2 picks, respectively. And ended up with Paco. Now, we all know how this ended up. You end up winning the cup with this team. It was a really good trade for you. You drop down to number 3, but you gain the 9th overall pick. So you gain an extra second-round draft pick, which is huge. So Austin pays the price to move up to get Otto, banking on Otto being able to carry his team. And carry his team he did, as New Jersey was. New Jersey did finish first seed that season. And Boston finished the 3rd seed. But I remember after the draft, this was a pretty big deal. Like, a lot of people recognized, okay, you know, you're getting an extra second-round draft pick. Like, that's pretty solid. You're definitely, you know, making out with decent value from just a pick-to-pick perspective. But in terms of the talent you're giving up, you know, Paco hadn't really popped yet. He was considered a really good potential player, but he hadn't been able to, you know, at least in league play, demonstrate that he could be really good. And I think at this time, a lot of people looked at him kind of similarly to how they looked at Juice, especially during the pandemic. You know, both of them playing Friday Night Hockey, stuff like that, playing ranked, whatever was going on at that time.
I didn't play a ton of it.
Anyway, whatever. Like, still active during the off season, the 2-year off season, and he had become really good. So at Juice, but a lot of people were, you know, fairly saying, well, until they, you know, do it on LAN, right? Do it in the LHL. It's tough to really rely on them, because in both cases they had played in the LHL before, but never really been the dominant player they were expected to be or capable of being based on their skill set. But you saw through that, and you said, you know what? No, I'm gonna go for this. And I'm going to make the play to drop down and stick with Paco. And you picked him over some other pretty established guys too, like Quacky Face was on the table, and you opted not to pick him. Tony on the table as well.
Of the era, being an odd player of who knows what he really is.
That's true, but still, nonetheless, I mean, you're taking a pretty big risk by not picking Otto or I and picking Paco, and I know that was pretty heavily criticized at the time. And Tony, you and I had actually started up the Faceoff around that time, and I think we talked about it numerous points during that season. As to,
if I criticized it, I can't even believe that. I feel like that's such a win-win trade for both of them. Like, I think they both got what they needed.
Yeah, I can't remember specifically how you and I looked at it, but I know a lot of people thought that it wasn't the right decision
now, you know, it's obviously clearly hindsight, but
yeah, I know a lot of people looked at that and said,
I'm the one. If I'm right, I pitched that trade to Austin, because Austin, we did a mock, and he didn't like the thought of, and I think it's fair, like, you know, picking third, it's a lot different than picking Otto and having the first pick every round. If you're picking third, you're risking that talent dropping off pretty hard. That tends to how it happens. You risk the talent
drop, and also, you know, a lot of people going into this looked at a big talent drop after Otto and I. If you weren't one of the top 2 picks, you're kind of like, you're not really in any better of a spot by being third as opposed to being 6th in the first round at that point. So I understand why Austin would make the trade, and I think a lot of people definitely gave him credit for that. The you know, criticism came in you're doing what is considered not traditional in not getting one of the 2 established carry forwards, the 2 established like superstars that the game has had. So, and I'm not even trying to like big myself up there or anything. Just trying to be objective with that, and that is genuinely how it was looked at the time, right? So. You also made, you know, a couple other trades during the season, and you end up picking up the Little Owl, who had gone in the second round during this draft, and you had kind of taken the chance on him. But I wanted to kind of look at this season as a whole, and obviously you could talk about winning it and how fun that was and how great it was to eliminate me and ruin my season. But
Make him not sign up for season 21.
yeah, exactly. Literally your
Yep.
fault, which I think I told you after the season. I
You
think
did.
I blamed you for it. Yeah,
I remember
but,
shaking your hand after that season or after that series.
But what I'm really
knowing that-
interested in, beyond just winning, is how you got there and kind of,
Yep.
I guess you kind of speak to it a little, and maybe your JSL philosophy kind of came into this a little bit with the way that you approach GMing. But you were really, clearly trying to get an established defensive core, but then also build around that with high-skilled players that hadn't really hit their peak yet. And I think that was a really interesting perspective and take on it because nobody had done that successfully before. So I've kind of rambled on this for a while now, but I want to, gauge your thoughts on that and see what it was you were going through at the time, what was going through your mind, and obviously it, worked out in the end.
Yeah, so I mean, I basically went into the draft with a very clear goal in mind in terms of what I wanted to see on the ice for my players. Like just went through the previous season with Crab. I mean, granted, I don't really remember too much about that season now, but like what was probably going through my head was that team was kind of a mess and didn't really have a clear vision. I want there to be like structure and vision within the team that I'm going to create going forward. And my philosophy was your team is only as strong as your weakest link. And I have a special privilege given to me by being a goalie in this draft and being a GM. And what I mean by that is that I feel like there's like if you look at like the value of draft picks, right? In terms of like, power spikes and like certain positions of certain rounds, like I already knew just from previous like LHL experience, goalies tend to go in the third, right? That's just usually
that was a pretty
historically what
common.
happened.
Yeah, that's at least where the run of goalies starts in quotes. Is
Yeah.
in the third. But you're a GM and a goalie, so
Yeah. So basically, like I was probably one of the better of the goalies that could have been taken. Not trying to toot my own horn, but yeah, just kind of how it ended up. I knew I was going to be a pretty solid
bore
goalie.
that out. You weren't considered the best that season. PK won the 2 statistical and the best goalie, but I think you
was a lunatic, man.
You were
PK was
second.
fucked.
You were
Sully
second in
and PK
all
were
the
so good.
stats beyond.
Not to again diminish Sully because I think Sully was amazing.
No,
but yeah,
PK was fucked, dude. I can say that. Yeah, no, I completely agree.
Sully had an all-time season, fairly overshadowed.
And you got to remember too. If you're looking at the stat sheet right now, PK was on LA, the worst team, and was hard carrying that team. He only got put onto the
losing
best
by
team
like
later.
one goal a lot.
Yeah, this guy. If this dude was on that New Jersey team for the entirety of the season, he probably could have put up a 75 or an 80%. He was fucked that season. He was literally being held back by one of the historically worst teams that we've seen in recent LHL history. Like, it was a dumpster fire of a team. I instead of calling it the wildfire, I would have called it the dumpster fire. Anyway, besides the point. I'm not here to shit on other people.
It's fine. The second time we tried that team, it was also one of the worst teams of all time.
Fair.
So it's fine. It's just cursed.
But
Bad franchise.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, just going back to the draft philosophy, like I thought, like the third round was when a lot of goalies were going to go, and I could take advantage of that, knowing that I don't need a goalie. So I figured to myself, like if I can accumulate as much draft capital before that third round as possible, that means I'm getting players where I need to get them before other people can take them. Because like, I could basically I knew I could basically jump ahead of that, and I could basically get more value for the picks. So like I knew if I were to take somebody like Otto or Dial in this instance that I was wholeheartedly considering at the time because I didn't really know how fucked Otto was at the time. I'd been on a team with Dial and I knew what I was going to get with him. So that was an actual consideration. That wasn't just to play coy and be like, ooh, who am I picking?
It was just a bit of bad GMing on your part, bad scouting. Yeah,
it could have been. Yeah, but it was the truth. I wasn't trying to beat around the bush, so that was an important distinction. But yeah, I knew that if I were to take a god tier player at first overall, I would have had to have given that value somewhere else on the team, and I wanted my team to be very well rounded across the board. I didn't want there to be any weak points. Because again, I feel like we were at the point where those lesser skilled players could be exploited by higher skilled players. So I basically said I'm willing to take a small hit on the top end talent in order to get a much better player in the third or fourth round with my last starter pick. Because I feel like a lot of GMs historically have placed too much stock into backups. Like, you'll have guys that move up for a backup player who's not even going to play a single game.
Yeah,
Like
those last 3 seasons especially horrible for backups. Like they
yeah, like
barely played.
95.
None of them
Yeah,
were good. It was
And
tough.
you moved back
It was
in
a good
that
time.
round too, like to further that. You ended up moving back and giving up your fourth round pick there.
Yeah, because he was done,
Yeah,
right? Like he
because
was done.
yeah.
He
you
wanted his
got your
he wasn't banking on the backups. He was
yeah
banking on the starters.
you
My
got your final starter at the 18th overall pick, and that was
and
Drag.
that was my exact plan.
Yeah.
I knew I was gonna, because I had a bunch of mocks like in my own little like Google sheet, and I basically was thinking if I look at the draft board, right, I was literally between Drag and Ike. I figured one of them would be available at my pick.
They went 18 and
Took the tie
19.
there, and
And I mocked that damn near perfectly. Like
Yeah.
that's just
Did Dalf have an influence in that? Because a lot of people thought he did.
yeah. I mean,
Dalf
so
and
a
Drag
little
being literally real life friends for those who don't know.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, a little bit. So the funny story about pick and drag was that I think a couple days before the draft, like I don't know, I might have taken GMing way too seriously, but I would literally Steam message players that I was interested in, and I would say, "Hey, you want to shoot on me? Because I don't have to scout a goalie. All I need is how you can shoot the puck and how you can handle it. That's 95% of what you're going to be doing in this game, is
weird.
stick
I didn't
handling
get
and
a
shooting the
message.
puck."
That's odd. Whatever.
So, like, I was hell bent on checking over these players because, again, we hadn't played organized hockey in 2 years. You know what I mean? At least that I've seen.
Yep.
So I wanted to see what these players could do, and we can, I'll probably talk about this guy later on, talking about the season. But I had Lucic. I wanted to shoot on Lucic. I remember him being a very solid player back in the day. I had him shoot on me, and he was, for lack of a better term, the worst I'd ever seen him. He was literally JSL tier at that
Oh, yeah.
time. Like when he was shooting on me, he couldn't even corral a puck. I don't know if he was like off the sauce or something. I don't know what he was doing, but he did not put in a good showing.
He had his problems during
Yeah,
this era.
I don't want to go into that. That's none of my business. But point is that he
He's
wasn't
doing
putting
well.
his best foot. That's great to hear.
Yeah.
But he wasn't putting his best foot forward at that time. So I said, all right, I'm avoiding him like the plague. And then I had drag shoot on me because I was already talking to Dalf beforehand because I had seen the dedication that Dalf had put in back in season 10. Like he had worked with me. Like he was literally like making clips back in season 10, hosting them up on a random website and like showing people how to play the game. He taught me how to play goalie, like at certain points.
He
Because
taught me how to take the face off and how to look up turn, and told me to
like
practice shooting from the
he
same
is a
spots.
teacher at heart. Like he had ran
Yeah.
the NADP or whatever the hell it was called, like the development team.
What the fuck?
NADT.
Yeah, the NADT. Like he was running so many different like tutoring programs, I guess, for the game. So I knew he had a winning mentality, and I wanted him on my team. I knew, I wasn't really sure what Paco was going to bring to the table, like at the next level, but I had known the type of person that he was from being a JSL GM. So I knew mentality-wise what he was going to bring to the table. I knew
It definitely heard us
Taser.
hype him up too.
Yeah,
A lot of us who've been
exactly.
playing captains were really,
Like
really high on Paco.
Taser is what, like a 7-8 time LHL champion or whatever.
Yeah.
You don't just get that just by being a shit player. Like he had the mentality to be a winner. And then I fucking picked Drag because, well, I had Drag shoot on me, and he looked like he had nasty dangles, and he was playing pretty good in some pubs that I'd seen him, and I was like, you know what, fuck it. Dalf's good friends with him. And, if Dalf, because I also had the idea in my head that we were gonna have like like Dalf was gonna teach us like set plays and like how to play the game, kind of like what Paco mentioned in your guys' episode before. Like that was something that I had envisioned for the team, and all of these players with their, in my mind, like winning team focused mentality, we're gonna buy into that idea. And that was what I valued more over just straight up individual skill. Like I knew they were gonna have the individual skill, but if you can't get them all on the same page, it wouldn't matter. So that was like my core philosophy with picking those players, and trading back was the only way that was going to happen. So I was willing to give up, auto or dial or whatever for guys that on paper might seem less skilled, but they could improve and have more chemistry as the season went on, just like what we saw in my JSL team, years prior.
Yeah.
So that was perfect, like you said, Dial, when you mentioned that beforehand. Like, we kind of saw that thought process kind of translate over, and that's why that JSL team was so important to me,
Yep.
because it showed me what you could do with a group of players, and so that was kind
that
of
cared about improving and yeah.
exactly.
Yep.
So
And
that right there, like when I picked that team and I saw what my starting lineup was, I said, "Damn, this is gonna be a good season." Like right off the bat, like I had already felt like I won. And like, we used to post like, power rankings, like post draft on
Yeah.
like, Hockey
Yep.
Question Jerk and even just a regular subreddit. I didn't see a single one mocking Boston up top. And I was like,
I think they were like a 3 seed.
yeah, well, they had us like 3 or 4. And I was like, hey, man,
You
like,
did come in third in the regular season, so.
and that's fair. And that is perfectly fine. But I feel like,
turn it up. Yeah.
but the
Easy
key
talking
was
about.
the playoffs. Because
So-
I thought that, oh, yeah.
I
What were you gonna say?
was just gonna say you came in third, but I don't think that's entirely fair because Colorado was in second, but our team had imploded after a really good start. So like
Yep.
by the end of it, we were probably not really the second seed. We were probably
Yeah,
more like the
and
fourth
we
seed
had
by the end
moments
of it,
when we
yeah.
were in the 4th or 5th seed.
Yeah,
So,
I mean,
like,
you guys were only 4 points out of
Yeah.
Seattle was the fifth
Well,
seed.
you're talking
with
about I
33.
think you're one of the few teams that kind of relied on a backup or two, even like you used backups like
Yeah.
for extended bits of games. So
Yeah.
it's like you didn't have perfect attendance in the regular season.
Yeah, I
either.
think I might have missed. Did I miss? No,
No,
I
you
had.
didn't miss
I think
any.
I think
But
Dolphin
Dolphin
both
Drag
missed.
did.
Oh,
miss
I
a
remember
couple,
because Dalfan had to move at one point. I think he was moving houses, so he couldn't play for a little bit. I think in the regular season, I think Drag was helping him, so I
I
think he
thought
couldn't.
they
He
lived
couldn't either.
together for a little bit, but yeah.
They might have,
Might have
yeah.
been related to yeah.
I think it had something to do with when Dalf took I don't know if I can like say this on the pod. I don't want to like dox him, but like when he took his job like in the NHL, I
Yeah.
think that might have had something to do with it.
Yeah,
So
it's probably around that
Probably.
time. Yeah.
yeah, so we were without both of them for a bit, and that's why we had Para and Gregors playing. But
Interesting.
Actually, can I jump in because this is sort of late? Just on to the next part we have, just because I'm curious now.
Well, real quick. But just because an interesting caveat for season 21 before you get there, we mentioned that third run draft the run of goalies in the third round of LHL drafts. The first 4 picks of the third round in the season 20 draft were all goalies.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Yeah,
that's funny. Just
like,
good prep work by you there. So
yeah,
anyway.
and that was like I like over prepped for the draft. Like, granted, it paid off, and I feel like genuinely the season was won with the draft when I did that. Like, it was obviously the hard work that everybody put in throughout. Like, I can get to the story. So like basically, regular season happened. We kind of, I don't want to say snuck into the playoffs, but like it was freaking dicey. I think it went down to the final day for us to secure our spot.
The final
and
2 days maybe.
It might have been, yeah, one of the two. But we ended up getting in, and we knew who we were playing. And no offense to Dial, but I was hype when I saw we were playing Colorado in the first round, because like knowing the whole implosion thing, like it made sense.
Yeah, they've been struggling.
Yeah, so like that felt good. But after that series, I don't remember, was that a sweep or was it 5 games?
5 games. 5 games.
Okay, so it was 5 games.
Gentlemen's sweep. You won the first
yeah.
3. We won game 4. Then you blew us out game 5.
Gotcha. Yeah. So I mean that series happened. I mean, wasn't really too much sweating on our part. No offense, but like once we got to the main course, if you will, New Jersey, who had frankly stomped the regular season, and Otto was the unkillable demon king that he was the entire season. We were thinking, oh shit, you know what I mean? Like we gotta figure out what we're trying to do here, and stop the big threat. And this right here was where the whole team aspect had to shine, like, because it's hard to do that when you're constantly playing different teams throughout the regular season. You can't really like lock down a strat and figure out like how a team's playing. You kind of develop that game plan, if you will, after playing them multiple times, and you tend to find patterns and how they play and how you can combat
very different
that.
in a best of series, yeah.
Exactly. So, and that was where Dalf kind of, shined a little bit. So, I mean, I completely forgot to mention, but we made the trade halfway through the season. We traded basically Taser for Owl. And Owl was like a big ass wild card. Like, he was known to be kind of a loose cannon in his own zone, maybe not the most defensively responsible at all times, but once he gets his runway and he can carry the puck up the ice, he's dangerous. And that was another really, really long deliberated trade that I made. And I realized that the pros outweighed the cons, assuming he played to his potential. And the way to unlock that potential is by having Dalf teach him up and, kind of be his wrangler, if you will. And that was what Dalf did. He kind of gave Owl tips on how to play effective defense and how to make the safe play, because Owl was very, hockey IQ wise, very immature on the ice. He didn't really have the best, hockey sense, if you will, but that can be coached up, which was very important. He had
There was
amazing,
always Dallas mentality in NADP.
yeah,
Whatever. NADT was always having
yeah,
those high skill guys that kind of made brain
exactly.
dead plays because he thought those were the guys he could teach.
Yeah, and that was exactly what happened. Like, we were able to get all four of our players on the same page against New Jersey. We literally, I don't know how many people know about this, but we had like a 2.5 hour long film review session of
I think
every
Paco mentioned
single.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, like I still have the video on my computer, actually. I think it's a 2 hour long video. It's like 3.4 gigabytes, and it's basically Dalf having multiple instances of like saved video clips with, notes written in a Google Doc on how we could play each individual situation better. And the general crux of it, I don't think it had to be a 2 hour meeting. It was basically just put three people on auto at all given times and force Lucic to try and score. Now, this all goes back to me testing out players throughout throughout the pre-draft process and realizing that Lucic, for lack of a better term, sucked ass. And we basically said,
It's
all right,
insane. He
well,
was over 2 a game in that regular season. He was so bad.
yeah, he like we
That
had
was
to we had
doing
to force
heavy
him, like,
lifting.
yeah, we basically we all met up as a team and we said, hey, if we lose the series, it's going to be because Lucic beat us. It's not going to be because Otto beat us. And it wasn't. Like, we basically locked down Otto, forced him to pass the puck to basically nobody, because they had what, Austin. They were basically
Archie.
changing. Yeah, they had Marchie, so their defense and their goalie were fucked, and then Otto was fucked. But we said, hey, they have a weak point, and that weak point was Lucic, and I think at one point they switched to Tidge, because like they didn't have anybody else to pass to, and we said we can exploit that, and we did. So it was kind of like a brains over brawn type of thing. Like, we didn't have the best players of all time that could do any, that we were all
Well,
good
one of them
enough.
was.
Well, yeah,
I think
Paco was
Paco
fucked.
was. Yeah.
I'm not even trying to discredit what Paco did. Like, everybody, like, I don't think Paco was as good as Otto. You know what I mean? Like, on a purely skill
Well,
wise level.
yeah, I don't know. Performance wise in the playoffs, absolutely,
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
100%.
Paco
But
playing.
but I'm saying from the terms of like pre-draft value, like knowing that he was going to get better as the season went on, I think is the key point there. Like, and
Mhm.
I think he enabled the rest of the team to be better around him. So yeah, I mean, it was an awesome series, and it's by far my favorite cup win.
All right. Well,
Like, no doubt.
yeah, my question still stands. Still talking on this.
Yeah.
It's very funny to me, and I want to point this out, uh, and rephrase this question here.
Yep.
Because we were going to go into season 20. Season 21, you win again. You do the opposite of what you're talking about
Yeah.
right now. You pick Auto
Yes.
first and you win and you smash and it's easy. Like, I feel, as much work as it goes in, feel like maybe you could have just won with Auto.
I
Looking
mean,
at what you're capable of doing with essentially just you and him. You and him and whoever around him. I mean, not to discredit like Cap and Marchie's, but I think Marchie won Best D-Man. Oh no, he didn't. No, fuck him. I did. He should. He probably should. Could have. He could have easily won Best D Man, but and Cap was scoring. But it's like,
Cap
it's
was
just so
stealing the
funny that you
draft.
do, yeah, you do like the opposite thing, and it still works out for you. I don't know.
yeah.
It's
I
very
mean,
funny to me.
it is a little silly. Like, really, I mean, yeah, we can totally move on to season 21 now. Like, 'cause, I
Well,
mean,
it's
I
it's
basically,
all in the same to me as this season
yeah.
21, 2020 for you. It's such a well, I mean, look outside looking in, it seems like probably it's the same team, you're GMing, you win both times. It's probably one long stretch, look at from the outside looking in,
Yeah,
but
and I mean,
it must be two entirely different experiences.
well, yeah, and I think the funny thing about it all is that basically, like, I basically picked the two best players, arguably, from New Jersey, like, onto the new season 21 team. Like, Marchie is insanely good, and we had Otto. Like, we had both of them, who were arguably the two best players on, New Jersey.
So,
Um,
and,
yeah,
and I'm
Well,
curious here
you
if this is the reason why. Season 21, I think, is a little infamous for, and this is the one I didn't play. And I don't think this is entirely a coincidence, but I think the forward depth this season was not great. And I think it's pretty evident looking at the stats and the scoring, but pretty evident also looking here in the draft. Owl went second. Crab went third, and Crab was kind of considered to be like still really good, but he's not like the dominant player that he was a couple seasons earlier on like Hamilton and whatnot. And he was kind of past his prime. Tony goes fourth, DMB fifth, Drag sixth,
pick in the first round.
Like these are it's not that any of these are bad players, right? But you're not seeing outside of Otto. Like, there's nobody here that you'd really be like, oh my god, this is the carry forward. Now, some of them 100%. Are GMing, right? Like you've got Quacky, KP, and Guy GMing, so that does part of it. And then I'm not playing, Meatsill's not playing this time. So there's context there. But is that why you opted to just stick with Otto this time? Was because there really wasn't a whole lot of other great options? Okay, that's what I thought.
Easily. Yeah. No, I mean, because like when you I over prepared for this draft as always. Like I basically said, I basically had the whole first round mocked out in advance, and when I did that, I basically told myself, well, what do I want to get in the second round if I'm going to get Otto? And the cool thing about Otto was I talked to him before the draft, and he said he'd be willing to play defense if need be. So that gave me a lot of flexibility in my mind as to what I could pick, because again, very large lack of like insane carry forwards, but like also that meant that D-men were going super high. So that means the D-core was going to thin out too throughout the course of the draft. I was fucking lucky enough to get basically Marty to fall into my lap.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. There seems to be some uncharacteristic maybe in Dalf's or my view of Dalf's draft here, but there's some bad picks.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah. I mean, hindsight is obviously 2020. Like, it's very easy to say that now, but like when I saw
the second round here, right? Because you get Margie at 9th pick overall,
yes,
which is 3rd pick in the second round, and Austin goes at 7, PK goes at 8, coming off of a crazy fucking season we were just talking about, 70%.
That's pretty high spot to pick a goalie, though.
It is.
Then Marchie goes 9. Realistically, Marchie should probably go 8 there, even though PK was that good. Like Tony said,
or he
really high to pick a
3
goalie.
Or 5.
I mean, that's true. You could have gone in the first round, right? But I'm trying to keep at least in the context of the second round. Like if Marchie goes at any point during the top 8, you don't have him there. And now, Taser was still available, I believe. I think he's these Saito.
No, that's Doug.
No, that's Doug.
Oh, that's Doug. Okay.
It's tough draft. Season 21 is probably
so like you still have Doug, you still have Tidge. Cap was there, who's played defense, but like you don't really have the household names that you're thinking of for like a bona fide number 1 defenseman. So definitely, I think. Looking at it objectively as somebody who didn't play and just looking on paper, not remembering, how people were in that season, I have a feeling that it wouldn't have been quite as, may still have won because you had to have Otto, but I have a feeling it wouldn't have been quite as dominant had you not been able to get Marchie in the second round there, because that would have put you in a tight spot. And at that point, you're looking at like, do you pick Kiwi to play with Otto and make that pairing work, which we know won some cups together too, so...
Well, yeah, and I mean, kind of like my thought process at this point was like I basically had the whole first round mocked, right? So I basically told myself, we have 2 bona fide solid defensemen here, like Austin and Margie. I don't think that Dalf was going to take one of them. I thought, he probably I'm pretty sure I heard rumbles beforehand that he was looking at PK. So, like, I was feeling pretty good that I was going to get one of the 2 dominant D-men, whether it's Austin, who was Frog, or Marchie. Marchie was kind of a wild card, I think, in his signups. I think he was kind of wishy-washy.
Like
that's every single time he's ever signed. He is the worst sign-up in the fucking game.
And I knew that. Like, I figured, if anything, I could, like... I felt like the classic, like really, like if you see like a hot girl with like daddy issues, like I can fix her. Like that's how I felt about Margie. Like I was like, I can fix him. Like he'll play.
See a hot girl when I see Margie every time he's
of course
on his way to the gym.
But yeah, obviously. But that was my thought process. Was like he'll play for me. You know what I mean? Like we got the mass hole chemistry. Like it was gonna work out. So when I saw him fall into my lap, I said, "Holy shit, this is awesome," because I knew his potential, but I just didn't know his amount of dedication, which, like you said, is the complete and utter opposite of last time. but I didn't have the luxury of being able to pick the team that I had envisioned perfectly in my head. Like, that was an achievable goal in Season 20. That was not an achievable goal in Season
By the
21, so I
way,
had to
I'm
make
looking.
do with what I had.
I'm looking at the draft board here. First 3 rounds, I think you get the best player picked in
Yeah.
each round. Like
Yeah.
I don't have the stats in front of me, but I'm pretty sure that's
Yeah.
fair to say that you got the best player in
Yeah.
each round.
I would agree.
Like looking at
Otto, Marchi,
I mean,
and then Cap. 1, 2,
Round
and
4,
3.
you kind of dropped the ball, but you alleviate that via trade, so it's fine.
yeah, and I mean, well, realistically, I mean, who else could I have picked there?
Yeah,
Like-
it's the draft's
And
run
and
off
and,
pretty
and
deep.
that like I was not feeling good about the BG pick. Like, I figured he was the best of what was left over. Like, I knew that he was going to be a weak point because he was kind of on his decline.
He
Like,
was
he was a
past his
very
prime
good
at that point,
established.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So, I mean, but there's really nobody else that I would have picked, honestly, besides Ghost. Ghost was pretty highly
Who's
ranked
gone?
on my.
Dan, he's gone.
Exactly.
He's 4 picks gone from you.
And
so
that
you
was
couldn't
why I
even get
picked
him.
BG. Like, every time that I make a draft board, I basically color code players as to where I would pick them. So I'll say, like, this is a top first round guy, this is a, second round guy, this is a third round guy, and I rank them in preference of, like, where, like, I basically do like a 1 to 50 of, like, where I think they belong skill wise, and I basically just pick based on that. And obviously, like, exceptions will be made if there's like 2 guys that like can't play with each other because they hate each other or whatever. Rarely happens.
Always
but
fun.
yeah, I don't even want to open up that can of worms. But yeah, I basically picked the guy that I got my guy in every round that I could because I had Ghost graded as a third round guy. Like, basically the way that the draft board shook out was how I had it in the mock draft that I made. So like I feel like my ability to mock things effectively is super fucking helpful when it comes to making drafts like this. And I basically made the best team that I possibly could have without trading up because I don't know, I just didn't really find a good place to trade up here. If I could trade up to 17 to get Ghost, that would have been awesome. But like you said, I
Yeah, who would
fleeced
take
the hell out of
trade,
KP.
right? That's
Yeah. So I mean, it all worked out at the end of the day. But
But
yeah.
this is again. I'm just looking. This is a really bad. Like, none of these backups play.
Yeah.
The 4th round, like, most of these guys don't show up. They don't really play. The 3rd round has a couple. Yeah, it's
Like the third
Definitely-
round, like
Definitely
like
not one
this-
of the better seasons, that's for sure.
this
the-
is a
the-
weak season.
yeah,
Season
the
20
late
and 22
the
are
late
okay.
second round and all of the third round super sus to me. Like, hey Bert as a second round goalie. No offense to Bert, he
Bert,
killed it
Bert.
in the Team Canada game. But like,
Yeah. And in my tournament,
Second round?
he was a killer. But yeah, second
like
round.
parabola top of the third. Like, what is going on here? Like, Trev
That-
Crow, bro. Trev Crow, I don't even think
It's a
played.
tough pick. He could not play. He was like benched very quickly.
Well, and he hadn't played up until like 3 years prior. Like,
Yeah.
he had no warm up or anything. I saw Kapanen and I creamed my jeans. I was like heaven, like the angels were singing in my ears when he was there. I literally was sprinting to the
I remember we
virtual
felt that
mic.
about Tidge. I love Tidge playing with him. We were so happy we could get him, and he was a great D partner. It was like, yeah, just sort of, which I think you see the teams having success here, the ones that honestly make the best picks. I
Yeah,
think
it
we maybe,
was-
we kind of had to wait till the end to get our goalie, and we ended up going with Super, who's like the only late pick that I think is
Yeah.
a starter. He's a 6th rounder that starts, but
But
it's just-
so
gotta hit on these picks, people.
yeah, the last thing that I'll mention was just like I knew that March was gonna be a shutdown D man, but I wanted to give Otto some help because I learned from the previous playoffs that when Otto doesn't have help, things suck. Like, so I basically said, all right, I'm throwing all my draft capital at a good second forward that can at least score
Right.
and help support Otto, so they can't just triple cover Otto and then leave whoever's my second forward out to dry and pray that he scores. I knew that Cap was good enough, and he rewarded us with how many fucking points? 64 points, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
You get a
that's-
good performance when you get a usable
Yeah.
player next to Otto. All right,
And-
quickly to jump here.
Yeah.
You're done GMing. You take a look at season 22 and say,
Yep.
"Go to Hell League. I'm a player now."
Yep.
And you go in. You're drafted. You're drafted by Doc. What probably first overall. I'd have to look at the board. I'd have to.
Yes, he was first overall pick. Sully was the first pick in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
I
which is
don't-
basically first overall goalie, I think.
yeah.
Yes, first goalie taken.
All right, so we get into the final LHL season here as we hit 10:30. We get into the final LHL season where you play with Dial. You have it's offsides on. Your stretch passing is
Yep.
a little minimalized. You're weakened one of your strengths, kind of like the Brodeur rule with the trapezoid.
Yeah,
You
basically.
got upsides on and your stretch pass to Dial, which I think in previous seasons would have been dynamite. It still works, but it's not quite probably as dangerous as it could have been. You win best goalie, Dial wins MVP. First round exit. And here's the thing I haven't told Dial. I had a question here I came up with, and I ran it by Sully before I'd ask, because this is sort of for both of you, talking about this season. And going to lead into a big question I have for Sully, which, and I am ambushing Dial with this question here.
Okay.
And I want to hear both of your opinions on both this season and a broader scheme. There was a point in this season where Sully messaged me. And I don't know if I ever told Dial this, but Sully messaged me late in the season and was asking, is Dial okay? And he asked, something's wrong with Dial? Do you know anything? Is he okay? And I was like, what do you mean? And he said, well, he's not talking. And I said, he does that. And this season, I've talked to you privately about it, Dial, and you don't have to go into detail and everything, but this was a tough season for you, where I mentioned you win MVP. You score, I think, 55 goals, and your team probably scores 10. It's a tough season for you, workload-wise, but I've talked to Austin, I've talked to Sully about it. It's tough on them because it seemed like you would maybe checked out, and I just want to talk about that. I talk about not believing in a team. Sully has teams he believes in here. He's also played on some teams in the past. What is, for both of you, going into your mind when you're on a team that you don't believe in versus a team, because you've both been on great teams as well. Great teams, terrible teams, everything in between. What is it like on a team you just, for whatever reason, do not think can do it?
Do you want to go first on that one, Sully?
Yeah, sure. I'll start off. So, I mean, basically, I feel like the team was basically me and Dial hard carrying, for lack of a better term.
Austin played well. Like Austin
definitely, yes. Austin was definitely helping, but I feel like he was kind of put into a tough position where he couldn't really succeed.
Yeah, we were asking him to basically be the secondary scoring and the best defenseman,
exactly.
And that just
it was too much for him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I basically was, admittedly, in my opinion, playing out of my mind. Like, I thought I was playing pretty damn good.
Switch the 22 card.
Oh, sorry.
So we can see it. It's an all-time.
I missed the 21 card there too. I'll show it.
Oh, well, maybe show it for a quick second.
Yeah, just a quick flash. Yeah, we'll get everybody on.
It was a good season for you. It was a good season for you.
Pretty solid.
Very good.
Now let's see that dark blue.
Ooh, top of the line.
So I mean,
goaltender. That's an A-tier goalie.
I'm upgrading from C tier. I'm feeling good here. But yeah, I mean, Dial was fucked. He was basically the offensive lifeline. I was essentially the defensive lifeline, and Austin was like the kid in the middle of the divorced parents, like trying to hold everything together. And like it was really, really tough.
I mean, you say that it wasn't like we were divided as a team, right?
Oh,
it wasn't
no,
like
that's not what I'm saying at all.
Right? Yeah, I just want to be clear.
Yeah.
We did not have like a hostile atmosphere.
Sully was concerned something was going on because he's like, nothing's going bad, and yet Dial is like, is something wrong?
Hold on. Instead of playing therapy here, I'll explain what I meant by that first thing to make sure it doesn't get misconstrued. I meant that in the sense of like I'm holding down the defensive end, Dial's holding down the offensive end, and then Austin kind of just in flux in between, trying to do everything else.
Have to do both. Yeah.
Yes, that's what I meant by that. It wasn't like a end of the world type thing. I wasn't.
Yeah, I just want to make sure people knew that it wasn't like we were just 100%. Fighting all the time on Hartford.
No, it was a pretty damn cohesive team. Yeah. Like I think there was a couple of cases where like Austin and Ghost were like yelling at each other, which I thought was kind of funny. I think I have a clip saved.
I forgot about that. Yeah, they kind of.
Yeah, I think like Austin like rimmed a puck around at some point, and like I think Ghost like. No, I remember what happened. Ghost rimmed a puck around the boards in our own zone, and like I think it was Guy like forechecking or somebody like nasty, was like Quacky. I don't know who the hell it was, but they like knocked the puck out of like the air, like on the boards, and then scored on me. And then
Austin
Ghost was like
not pleased.
Yeah. Yeah. And Austin was like, what the hell? Like, could you get that up a little higher next time? And it was the most fucked play of all time. Like, he couldn't have done anything about it. And Ghost just goes, the fuck do you want from me, Austin? And I was like, oh, okay. Like, relax here. But that was like the only time it got bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was silly.
Anyway, go ahead. Back to your answer, though. Playing on a team you don't believe in.
Yeah, I mean,
This team, by the way,
I don't even think
that's more the question. This is just the season that makes me that it's fairly unmemorable, probably.
Yeah,
in the
like
grand scheme, but it does bring up that thought to me that I want to know.
I mean, I don't really think I've ever had a team where I don't believe in it. I think
Vikings.
yeah, all right, okay, fine. If we're gonna go for that answer, that's a good answer. Like, all I can do is just focus on what I can fucking control. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Well, and
Like,
especially as a goalie, because I mean, you talk about you brought it up earlier. You have a good point where it's like if you're perfect, you can't lose
yep,
the game, but you also
exactly.
can't win it. So at the end of the day, I think a goalie, as good as bad as they are living and dying by their teammates more than anyone else in the game.
Definitely.
You'd probably have an interesting
At
perspective
the
on.
end of the day, it is up to the rest of the team to at least provide goal support.
Yeah.
But in my mind, as long as I keep my goals against average down and my save percentage up, I'm doing my part. And I feel like I've done that on basically every team that I've been a part of. I don't think there's been a team where I've explicitly been the problem, unless I'm like
I
grossly
would agree with that.
misremembering one.
No, I would agree with that.
But I feel like I've held
Well,
up
maybe
my end of the
Atlanta, I don't
bargain.
know.
Like, yeah, I mean that's a pretty tough ask though. But yeah, I see your
Yeah.
point. But yeah, I feel like in most cases I've held up my end of the bargain. So I don't really think there's no point in
Well,
me
I think both of
fretting
you have
about the rest of my team.
absolutely held up your end of the bargain
Yeah,
pretty much every time it's been asked of you. So it's
easily.
uh, yeah, again, that's just what I want to know. As the maybe star
So
player, a lot of is expected of you. I think you guys almost always deliver, unless Sully
Yeah.
is again runs into something where he has to retire. It happened twice, but other than that, when he's
Yeah,
actually playing, I don't think he's
exactly.
ever not delivered for a team. Same with Dial.
so
Uh,
so
but yeah,
I'll take my turn to answer that question then. So I don't entirely, admittedly, and I'm not trying to say this as like a cop out. I really don't remember a lot about my mental state during that season. I think that was another circumstance, season 22, much like season 19, where we kind of knew there wasn't going to be another season afterwards. Like, this is
Yeah.
probably it. So I know I definitely had that going on. I know, Tony, like you mentioned, did end up winning MVP, but it did feel like a very long season.
Yeah.
And for anybody that doesn't know me or hasn't played with me, when I go quiet, I'm usually not checked out. I'm usually pissed off. My natural response when I'm annoyed, in particular, either like annoyed at myself because I don't think I'm playing well enough, or because I'm annoyed at like the circumstances around me, like the team I'm playing with, or like I'm just, having bad puck luck that day. My response is to go quiet. And so that's never like I'm not invested in it. And I don't think there was any point, even in season 19 when things weren't going well, season 22 when like we could tell we were a very one-dimensional team and I was concerned
Mhm.
about that in the playoffs. There was never a point where I was like, "Oh, well, I'm just not going to try." Because that's just not in my nature to do that. Maybe maybe I didn't practice 2 hours a day like I was doing previously in my career, but that doesn't mean I wasn't trying everything I could during the game days. So I definitely was not like checked out in that aspect. But yeah, I was pissed off, and I was pissed off for a number of reasons. One, I didn't think I was playing that well, which I think even in
dude won
retrospect, looking
MVP.
back, I definitely could have been. I know, right? I definitely could have been a lot better. Two, I was frustrated because I was worried about it being a one-dimensional team. It was very obviously going to be a one-dimensional team, and that's exactly how it played out. And I
Mhm.
was worried that as soon as the playoffs came around, it was going to be the same thing. Because if you look at my career historically, I tend to not perform as well in the playoffs as I do in the regular season. And a lot of that goes towards what Sully is saying, where you're in a best of series. You can kind of game plan around how you're going to approach every game that you play in that series. And in a lot of those cases on a lot of my teams in the past, I end up being, the only scoring threat. And so I get taken out of the game. They have two people
Yeah.
focused on me the whole time. And then my team doesn't score enough, or I'm not able to win 1v2s enough, and we don't win. And that's exactly what happened there too. And so it wasn't that season. I wasn't like upset with the team for not being able to score enough. It's not reasonable for me to expect that. But I was definitely upset at the circumstance of just being like, well, here we fucking go again, and upset at not being better when I knew I had the potential to be better. Um, so I definitely didn't believe that we could win the cup. I think that's fair to say, even in
To be
retrospect.
fair, I think if
Uh,
you win the first round, there's a good chance you do.
It is
think
possible. It's possible, but I did not really have a ton of faith in us because I knew we would be going up against. We have the Crab team, and Crab's always been a team that has been able to shut me down. So I was worried about that, and obviously that ended up happening. Tony, you're always really difficult to play against as well. So
Yeah, I switched to D. We had one day, and we played like one bad game against you, and I was really mad. I remember being mad. I was like mad at Didge and Marchie, and I said, I'm playing fucking D from now on.
That was the only game we. Or that's not true. That was one of the 2 games we won. We won that game 5-2.
Yeah, you won an overtime game too. I remember being pissed about that.
Overtime
I wanted to win that one, but
But yeah, so I mean that was really the biggest problem. It's just like I thought I could play better. I could tell exactly where it was going, and it was playing out like a script that I was reading off of the page, right?
Well, and I think the fact that it even happens doesn't, you might be able to move past and forget that even that you had the tough stretch mentally, but the fact that it ends as you predicted, as all of your concern turns out to be right at the end, it's just like.
It was demoralizing for that to be the case because, like, well, knew it was coming and it happened. But I did not want to play against Crab and Tony because I knew they could exploit that. And I knew even if we get through them to the finals, like that Washington team was definitely flawed. Even though they won and were like far and away the best team in the regular season, I really think that Washington team was pretty flawed. Meat Sale was great. Otto was great. Obviously, I think Kiwi played well alongside Otto. But I think they had a very clear lacking defensively that could have been exploited. But I've seen the Otto Kiwi show, and they have absolutely dropped bombshells on me before in the playoffs, and that is a pairing in particular, plus Meadsale and Net, that I just have not had success against in the past. So it's like, even if we beat Hartford, I'm going to have some Herculean effort to beat fucking Meadsale and Otto in the finals.
You said it was the Rat Zam show.
It's just... So I did not have a lot of faith going into it, and do I think it affected my play? No. Could I have played a lot better? Yes. Is that the reason why, though? No, I don't think it was. So, yeah. And, again, quiet, pissed off, not a lack of investment. So, anyway, but hopefully that answers your question, because you never ended up asking me about that. At least I don't think you did. So,
So,
Sully.
Wait, me?
You. Yeah, Sully.
Yeah, I remember, I think it was like, I could have swore I DM'd you, and I was like, hey, like, you good? And you just go like, yeah, I'm fine. And I thought that was the end of it. I mean, I could be misremembering, but I thought I did ask, and I thought you were kind of just like brushing it off. But like I said, I could be.
You may have. Like I said, my memory of that season is not that great. One of my biggest memories of that season was when we had our Snapchat group, and Ghost's wife was in there, and we were talking to her about being like our marketing manager and shit. Like,
that was fucking
the stuff
hilarious.
I remember about that season is not the gameplay; it's
100%.
the stuff off the ice. Because we had a good group. I mean, it was a fun time.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I mean, realistically, like, I guess the last thing I'll say is just like, I kind of blame Doc a little bit, like the GM. That might be a hot take. I don't know, but like. Realistically, like, he planned on playing himself, right? He was going to be the other defenseman. Not to say that the defense was the issue, but, like...
I mean, he ended up getting pushed out for BG.
Yeah, I don't really think BG was better. I think Doc just didn't want to play.
Well, I think it was part of that, but I think Doc also didn't want to play because when we played BG, we were performing better. And it wasn't like BG was necessarily a better player. I think it just fit the style alongside Austin a little bit better to have him playing that position, which is why we ended up going there. And then I think Doc definitely started to get checked out when that happened, and he wasn't playing anymore, which is understandable because he was.
Well, if you guys remember too, Austin was the forward for like the first 8 or 9.
Well, so that was the other thing.
Like he was playing D. He didn't really get to play D with Austin.
Yeah. That was the other thing I was going to mention, though, was like, you're the GM, and it didn't even sound like he even entertained trade ideas, like knowing that we have a blatant weakness in our team, and he didn't even attempt to make it better. Like,
yeah, I don't remember if he did. I mean, really, the only option we would have potentially had would have been like Cap, because I don't think we could have realistically gotten.
I don't think Guy would have traded Cap. I think he.
I don't think so either. But like, we weren't going to get like Kiwi and I don't really have a great chemistry together offensively. We've tried that before. Same with Leafs and I.
We going into the draft was there wasn't a second forward. Like,
DMB was not.
Alter and Resi and. Those guys started together on LA. Like that was the problem with LA is they had to use of the second, and you didn't want either of those guys as your forward partner. So it's like,
DMB was another option, but like that really, that probably wouldn't have gone well. Like the best options for us would have been Cap or Tony, and we weren't going to get either of them off of the teams they were on. So we basically had to make do with what we had, or take a shot in the dark and try to get one of Resi or Alter and see if that worked alongside me better. But it wasn't really worth the risk because we were still the third seed and we were 1 point away from second seed. So it was like, well, do we necessarily do that? So I guess I see where you're going with saying like, well, it is, at the end of the day, it is kind of Doc's responsibility because he's the GM, right? But at the same time, even looking back at the draft, I'm not really sure what we could have done in hindsight to make that any better. I don't think where the players fell, I don't think we really could have done anything differently. Because we would have had to, if we wanted Cap, we would have had to give up Austin. Yeah. And is that really worth it?
Probably not.
Because then you give up Austin, and then we probably go into the season with a defensive Doc and Ghost, and Cap is playing forward with me, and then maybe BG still takes Doc's spot, and then it's Doc and Ghost, but that's still BG and Ghost. But is that any better than where we were at with Austin? I don't know, because we're kind of maybe better offensively, but we're definitely worse defensively at that point too. So.
I feel like I was kind of doing my thing though in net. Like I probably could have.
Yeah. Well, again, you win best goalie. Dial wins MVP. He outscored Otto by like 10 goals. Like that's not. This is like peak Otto too. And offsides. Remember we were all joking about it. Like offsides gonna come on. Oh, Dial's gonna suck, and he fucking ruled. Like this is the first time Otto wasn't like the clear cut, number one in the league. Like Dial was dominating teams just by himself, which is, again, the problem. He knew it was going to be a problem because it just, it doesn't sustain well historically.
It's exploitable in the playoffs when teams lock it down. Yeah.
When you're not playing against maybe the two non-playoff teams, feasting on them or whatever. But I don't know. Whatever. It's tough. There's no backups to trade either. Like the backups were at an all-time worse in season 22.
For real.
Like it's just, it kind of was what it was. We all got drafted and we were all pretty set in stone, no matter.
Yeah, I don't know if this is how it was for everybody else that played, but like it always seems like the season before we take a hiatus always sucks.
Yeah, like, it happened twice, and both times they weren't particularly great seasons. So,
I think season 21 is also. I mean, the writing's on the wall in season 21.
I mean, honestly, if you want to go that route,
days don't come back. That's like 22.
That's the thing is like we see the writing on the wall, but we always stop one season too late. You know what I mean?
I mean, if you want to make that comment,
again, 18 was tough too before 19. Like you look at all these seasons. Not the last one. The last one's honestly not as bad. Like 18 and 21 are tough seasons.
Yeah.
Like those are like rough looking ones.
That's what I was about to say. Is basically like after season 17, you really only had like season 20 that was like an okay season. After that, like 18, 19, 21, and 22 are kind of not great in hindsight. So.
I mean, there's a lot of really talented players in these seasons, not to say there isn't, but just overall, like the depth is bad. 19, the depth's okay, but like that's really the only thing it's got going for it. The goalies are bad and the defense is bad, and then 20, there's no depth, and like the low end is pretty tough. 21 is a mess. 22, there's absolutely no backups, and some of the starters are questionable. Luckily, they were all thrown onto one team for us. Probably. Thank you, Jabba. Shout out Jabba. Threw one last time to save it for 5 teams that season.
What a guy.
He GM'd, picked all defensemen, and never showed up. What a weird thing he did.
Christ.
All right, so let's move on to post LHL play. We're already over 3 hours and 15 minutes now. So
my apologies.
We might be.
We can even any quick thoughts on the post LHL, the tourney, Lewis League, my tournament, whatever, any of that garbage.
I guess what I'm mostly interested in is offsides. Like of all of that, offsides versus non-offsides. If you have any opinions on that, really.
As a goal,
so. The one thing I'll say is that my most productive offensive season was without offsides, which is pretty cool. I think it was season 21. I think I had like 20-something points. Like it's fucked, like for lack of a better term. Like I was basically just hucking the puck down the ice, like going for long shots, and then Cap said, I feel like jumping 15 feet up in the air this time, and I'll just tip it in, no big deal. And it was literally just happening on a regular basis. Like, I could literally just throw
I
it
think
into
that's
their
one of the
general
reasons
direction.
offside got switched was
Yeah.
because of that. It's like, but I've had about enough of this.
It was literally a Brodeur type rule, like, because, like, very, very quick tangent, I swear. Like, that's the beauty of, like, the game is that, like, goalies in HQM, like, aren't restricted by, like, big-ass pads. Like, they're just another player. So, like, you can utilize them as just another player, and it's completely interchangeable with everybody else. Like, a goalie isn't really a goalie, only in just, like, mindset,
Yeah.
if that makes sense.
Yeah, I
So,
love
like,
quick one. I love how Austin plays. I think he's like,
yeah.
I don't know if I'd call him the best goalie, but he plays goalie the right way, where he's another defenseman. He's
Yeah, that's
amazing.
how I
That's how
try
I
and do
try
it
to play.
too.
Yeah, I try to do it in ranked all the time. Is
Like,
like I'm just another defenseman back there.
Puck moving
you can
goalie.
literally, yeah, like
Yeah.
you can, like, the moment that I get the puck, granted, assuming I don't turn it over as I tend to do sometimes, like,
You're
if I
playing
play the puck,
4v4 defenseman is what you're doing as a
yeah,
goalie.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Like, if I'm sitting there with the puck and I'm turning it up ice and I, like, am past the guy that's forechecking me, that's a 5-on-4. Like, someone's open. So
Yeah.
whether I'm long shooting it in or, like, somebody else is free up the
Gabe was
ice,
onto something. He just wouldn't make the pass after he got
correct.
the guy.
Yeah.
Fuck it, dials
And
up there somewhere. Yep.
exactly. And that's the thing is I love making the pass. I
Yep.
like looking for the open guy. Like, I
Yep.
can scan the map wicked quick and I can at least put it in the general direction. So
Hey,
I feel like
Dial,
So if you had to pick one, offsides on or off?
100% no offsides.
Okay.
absolutely. Even though some people are maybe against that, I agree.
Because
I
offsides,
just want
like,
more goals. I just want more. I don't care. I just want more goals. Game's more fun with more goals.
That's always been my stance. I understand that like the game, which actually I think people overstated that. I think people used to say that it would be a higher skill game if you have offsides on, which I actually don't think ended up being entirely true because there was so much of just like having to wait for the other team to fuck up in order to generate a
Yep.
play. I think it was too
Nobody ever
constricting.
got the meta right. I don't
Yeah,
think.
I think it was too
Or
constricting.
maybe that is the right meta, but it sucks. And I remember doing that in Seattle.
It's just
We
shitty.
would
It's
just
not. It's
wait.
not
We'd
great
just
to
wait.
watch. It's not
Four-man
great to
defense.
play. Yeah, it's just not good. And I think at the end of the day, you want people to have fun playing and have fun watching. And the way to do that is more scoring. That's like always better. And I know everybody always says, "Well, you're biased because of the way you play and because of who I am." Fuck you. I won MVP in an offside season anyway. But more goals is better, and I'll die on that hill.
Yeah.
So anyway, did you have a point real quick there, Tony, before we move on?
I was just gonna say, do you want to like rip these lightning round? These
Yeah,
questions
yeah.
for
We'll
him?
try to lightning round these. How
Alright,
much
bet.
time you got, Sully? Because I know we're getting close to.
Oh, I'm
cutoff
chilling.
time.
As long, dude, I can keep doing this.
Oh,
It's
okay.
literally just the internal time limit that you're trying to do.
Okay, I mean, we went 3 hours and 45 minutes or ish with Paco, so this will wind up going a little bit longer. I don't want to short your answers too much, especially if you have a lot to say, but we'll try
If
to
you
move
got
through
an
these
answer,
a
give
little.
it. Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll
I
try
can
to
keep
move through
doing this
these a
if you
little
guys
quicker.
can.
Okay. So real quick then, for post-tournament play stuff, we'll skip over some of the Lewis League seasons, Tony's stuff, but real quick on the USA versus Canada. I know we interviewed you after that was over, I think, and during or between the games, we got you for an intermission. But real quick thoughts on that, again, for anybody that didn't catch that.
Dude, it was a fucking
Rule.
blast.
Yeah,
Like,
fucking rock.
it was probably the most fun that I've had in an organized HQM setting.
Absolutely agree. 100%.
Like,
Shout out Paco. He
it
made it all happen.
like it was kind of cool because it's like, like, we'll do captains or whatever, and, like, we'll kind of have, like, show matches, like all-star games. Like, I remember the RSL and the LHL used to do like all-star games, which was like kind of similar, but like,
It ended up sucking. You'd never
Yeah.
actually get everybody you wanted in it.
exactly. So it was basically just all the really good players that were available at this time slot. But
Yeah.
like this time, like, we planned it, like, we're getting the best of the best. Like, we'll schedule around it, we'll figure it out. And I don't know, there's something like weirdly like nationalistic about it in my brain, but like there's just this cool like primal urge to like show off for your country. You know what I mean? Like, it just feels good, like, knowing that like you're all like bonded by your nationality. Like, don't get any weird ideas when I'm saying that. Don't, like, Tony, I'm looking at you. I feel like you'll say some weird shit. But like, there's just like something really cool about like, all kind of having like a common bond like that and just like popping off, especially shoving it in the face of those filthy Canadians. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, it's super fun. Like, it just felt like there was like kind of something at stake. Like, just the bragging rights were just way cooler. So yeah, super fun stuff. I fucking loved it.
Yeah.
Um, Yeah, I mean, it felt great stuffing Paco with 11 seconds left in the game 7, but
Felt great
That
stuff
sh-
in
it, sh-
Paco.
it should have been me with the puck on my stick. Paco made a
yeah,
mistake. I don't know.
but yeah, it was a blast, and I thought, I think like that's kind of the peak for me. Like, I don't think it's gonna get better than that,
Well, I don't know
like
about you, I went into that and I got interviewed after like the second game or something by those guys, and they asked me, "It's like, oh, it's fun." I'm like, I made a point of bringing it up then. I made a whole point leading up to it, and while I was playing it, that I was gonna enjoy it. It was like this
yep.
is a once in a life. Like I've been playing HCM for years. This is the only times I'm ever gonna see something like this
And it
and
was
get
the
to play
most
in it. And
it,
I had fun every single game, every single play of every single game. I was having a blast.
it, wa-
It was
it was
great.
crazy to me because like all the emotions that I would feel in like LHL games, like LHL playoffs or whatever, were like heightened times two. Like I felt
Yeah,
it was
yeah. It
twice as
was things
fun.
but I wasn't. I don't know. I wasn't like on edge. I think in LHL I could
No,
kind of, you tighten up. I wasn't out on edge. I was having a blast, but it was there. It's like, oh, this is intense. Like every single
nah,
play
man.
matters. You
You
can't
and me
screw
are
up
the
about it.
opposite. Like
No,
I was
I'm usually every game is whether it's an LHL preseason game, game 7 of the finals, every single game's a nightmare for me. For that series though, I was just having a blast. Like
dude,
it was just pure fun.
I was looking at my fucking Fitbit because I was wearing a Fitbit the whole time. I've been wearing one for like 8 months now. It literally thought I was doing a fucking hardcore aerobic workout during that fucking game, like
Funny.
during the whole series. Like I had like 80 fucking fit minutes or whatever. Like my heart rate was like 130 the whole time. They were like, "Yeah, man, you're in fat burning mode." I'm like, "I'm fucking playing a HQM game." Like it
Skinny
was
Sully showed up at the end of the
yeah.
Canada versus USA.
Dude, literally, I was burning calories like you wouldn't believe because I was so fucking nervous. Like everything was times two. Like it was two times
Yeah.
as
Well,
fun, but also two
you and
times
Bert
as
were
like
great.
nervousness.
It was so good. That's the reason it was
Like,
so good, I think, is because you two were just so good.
dude, Bert was fucked. Shout out to Bert. Like I don't think I gave him his proper like props after any of that, but honestly, everybody from both teams, like especially Bert though, like
Yeah,
he
you
made
and
that
Bert were
shit
the
a
two best
series.
players. You and Bert were the two best players. It was awesome.
It
Awesome to see.
was
If one of you guys had like had a bad day, it would have
yep.
ruined the whole thing, and you're
Mhm.
both just at peak form. It was so good.
Yeah, no, it was a great fucking series, and I wouldn't have had it any other way. Like I think that was a textbook ending. I think that whole series was just
Almost, I
perfection.
agree.
Yeah, obviously, but it was
But
perfection,
yeah,
dude.
absolutely. 7 games, 1 goal. It was fucking incredible. A
Awesome
save to
stuff.
end it.
Yeah, seriously.
It comes down to the wire. Yeah, it was awesome.
So
All right.
yeah,
So you want me to get into these questions? That was good. Now the lightning round can start. That took 7 minutes, but
yeah.
I think you probably answered it. Favorite moment of your HCM career? USA, Canada, Boston. What do we think?
Um, of
Bruin, Huskies, whatever.
yeah, I mean it's kind of tough. I'll go quickly. I'll go USA Canada just because that's like a personal thing. But if I'm going like overall, like non-playing, I'm going JSL season 7, Noranda Huskies.
Okay. Awesome.
All right. What about the biggest regret you have about your career?
I mean,
Is it retiring?
obviously, yeah, like just like well, anything associated with like not being able to play more via things out of my control. Like
Mhm.
I definitely wouldn't like sacrifice my social life in college to play more. But like for the times that I was like available and there was just like shitty stuff going on like in the background that just inhibited my ability to play, then I would count that 100%.
I mean, it has to be the time, season 18, where a guy drafted you and then.
Yeah, easily.
Yeah.
That right there. I mean, if I could fucking like win a fucking scratch ticket and just get a fucking cool like $800 right there to pay for some
Especially because,
internet or
like,
whatever.
you would have been the starter. You would have been on Guy's team. Like,
Yeah.
Guy's coming off of his big run with Calgary and then Kansas City. I mean, he had really established himself. Yeah.
So it is what it is, though. I can't be looking back with sad regret. You know what I mean? Like, what's the quote? Like, smile because it happened or whatever. Like, don't
Don't
cry
cry
because it's
because it's
over.
over. Smile because
Yeah.
it's not.
Yeah. I mean, that's fair. But I think it is, it is healthy to be able to look back and say, damn,
Oh,
I
definitely.
wish, like
Yeah.
not to say that, I guess that I wish it should have gone differently, but like, how would things be if things had gone differently there? I think it's fine to be able to look back on that and wonder
Yeah,
that
and the last thing
speculate
to
there,
say to
so.
that point is like at least my regret isn't something that was in my control. You know what I mean? It wasn't like a damn, I wish I made this one final save in overtime, or like I wish I like drafted this guy instead. Like it was damn, I wish I had more money like to play the game. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
it's a
yeah.
stupid thing. So yeah.
I guess this kind of goes hand in hand with this, and maybe just playing more or being able to play more is the answer. But is there anything else you wish you had accomplished during your career?
If so, I guess just like for flavor, just for the sake of the pod, like I'll pick a specific moment. Like
Okay.
I fucking wish we won season 10 in game
Wish you
7.
saved that crab shot.
Yeah, like I wish I wish I made 2 more saves and I fucking nipped a long shot in OT. That's what I wish I did. You know what I mean? Like,
would have been awesome.
yeah,
PK would
like
be looked at as a hero.
Yeah.
well, yeah. That'd be
Changes the
interesting.
narrative completely. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I
Especially
mean,
just and that being the closest PK ever got too.
Well, we were game 7 in season 16, lost by 1 as well.
That
Lost by
Yeah,
1
but
instead
like,
of 2.
I mean, the game's 0-0 when PK comes out. Like,
Yeah.
it's
I'm like the Tim Thomas, and like PK's like the Tuukka Rask, like
Yeah.
statistically better in every category, but he doesn't get the cup. Like
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
It's tough.
well, PK did. I think Rask gets one as a backup. PK didn't even get that. Like
Yeah,
he
that's
couldn't
true.
even like
Yeah.
skate as a backup on its winner.
Yeah.
Fucking poor bastard. We got to do another season.
Yeah,
All right,
no shit.
Unprofessional.
He'll be my
here.
backup.
Is this next question for Sully?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we can kind of skip like that part of it and just go that.
Ask it
Really?
anyway.
Just
Fuck
that?
it. I'll answer it. Okay.
Let's just okay. So you're one of the few players played as an impact player in all 3 leagues because you did play in the JSL, even
Yep.
though you played in the LHL first. So you have an interesting perspective on the JSL, and just your opinion at the end. Was the JSL a failure? Did we screw it up?
That's a good.
It's a loaded question. It is a loaded question.
Make it easy. We could have done it better.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
everybody would tell you that, but I'm curious to hear, do you agree with that? Yes or no?
Yeah.
And if you do, what do you think we could have done differently that could have,
It had more Sully's
potentially,
GMing.
yeah, could have had more Sully's GMing, could have kept it going longer, could have,
Yeah. So I mean, I don't think there's anything that you guys inherently could have done better. I think.
Oh, I don't mean us like me and Tony. I mean just like we as a
In general,
community.
us as
Yeah. All right.
Yes.
Well, yeah. If we're gonna do the whole community, I thought you meant like BOC wise.
No,
So
no.
like, if we're talking like whole community, yeah. I mean, not to toot my own horn and sound like a narcissistic douchebag, but like, yeah, I feel like we needed more people with my sort of mentality regarding the JSL. Like, I feel like there was a lot of people that were. This is gonna sound kind of combative and shitty, but like people that were failures as players, for lack of a better term, that really wanted a taste of winning, and they used it at the expense of other people's careers, if that makes sense. Like,
Yep.
instead of trying to foster the growth of the community and what the JSL legitimately stood for, they said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna draft a bunch of vets so I can actually win something and have a shiny piece in my virtual imaginary trophy cabinet."
Yeah.
Instead of actually like doing things the quote
And
unquote
taking
correct way.
spots from maybe guys who
Yeah.
new guys,
Yeah, and
Like-
we touched on that in the Paco one too. We talked about
and
that a
probably
lot. Like,
every time we've talked about the JSL.
yeah, you
Like,
get the
and-
people
and-
like the Daniel Laguz that probably shouldn't be, especially at season 7 of the JSL. Probably shouldn't still be starting in that situation.
And that's and like my shots aren't purely at the GMs, like they're also at the players too. Like, like I get like it is a game. Like you're not forced to get better in order to make other people's lives better and like to make their experiences with the JSL more worthwhile. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, are you taking up a roster spot in a lower league so you can feel better about yourself? Yeah. But that's kind of your right. Like, you're not like you don't have to get out of the league. Like, you're not legally obligated to, but like it's a shitty thing to do. So, I mean, like to look on like the other side of the coin, like with what I did, like with the teams, like I do feel a bit selfish in that case because it's like I did kind of hoard all of like the young promising players and I didn't really like let them go to other teams, if that makes sense. Like I guess in theory they could have been drafted by other teams and I just kind of said no, I want them. But like yeah, it is kind of hard for me to point fingers at other GMs to say, "Hey, you didn't get all these cool prospects that want to make something of themselves," when like I was the one that took them all because that was my plan. Like I can't be like, you didn't have the chance to, but fuck you, I did it anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
I personally would have liked to see better players benched from time to time in the
Yes.
JSL. That's
And that was-
the biggest
yeah,
thing.
that was
The
something that I focused on.
minimum
a
that
ton.
could have been done, rather than
Yeah.
we talked about maybe it should have been 4v4, maybe it even should have been 3v3. Very new players, I don't know, but
Yeah.
So one
Yeah,
follow up to
absolutely.
that.
There should have maybe been a better limit on these, but like we froze some players. I don't think that's enough.
Yeah.
I think any vets should have maybe they should have limits on how much they could play in a given
Like,
game or
you
something.
could have just done more teams. You just made it like 4v4. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
Like,
yeah,
but
absolutely.
then the issue is you need to have more GMs. Like,
And yeah, I gotta trust these new guys to show up, and they didn't always do it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
And
limitations they
it's
show.
extremely
It's
volatile.
tough. It's a
I think-
nuanced question with
Yeah,
tough
100%.
answers. You know,
100%.
it's tough.
the GMs was the biggest problem because we couldn't get people that wanted to GM.
I mean, I never
even the
fucking did
LHL,
it, so
there
like, where
weren't.
am I to, you know?
Even
Yeah.
the LHL, there weren't like good LHL starting caliber players that wanted to GM most of the time. And you get down to the JSL, it's even harder to find them. And in a lot of those cases, you get GMs that would agree to do it and then would just like stop showing up after the draft. Like they'd show up for a week or two and then that would be it. And so I guess that's kind of my question, my follow up to pose to you is how do you think we could have gotten more people into GMing the JSL that would have cared more about it?
I mean,
If you don't have an
That's
answer
like-
to that, it's okay.
yeah. I mean, I don't
But
really
like
know
that,
if I
that
do
is the
because it's
problem
like,
that we
damn,
had, right? Like that is the problem we needed
yeah.
to solve.
Like if I had the answer to that, I feel like we'd still be running the JSL and we'd have a community of 4,000 people. You know what I mean? Or like not actually, but you get the idea. Like I feel like if I did have an answer to that
If
question,
we could have done the JSL right, who knows?
yeah. Like I mean, it's tough because I feel like it takes a very specific type of person to want to GM. Like you have to inherently care about the community and you want to care about like the longevity and the future of the community. And not everybody does that. Like people are inherently selfish. You know, like people like there's probably a very solid portion of this community. I don't actually know who off the top of my head, but very well probably exists that there's a lot of people in this community that only give a shit about their own careers. You know what I mean? Like that's just human nature. Human nature is rather selfish. Like you can't reasonably expect everybody else to, make sacrifices for a game that really doesn't owe them anything. You know what I mean? Like we can't even get the freaking developer to keep, cranking out content on this game. Like the game was destined to fail from the very beginning. The fact that we even made it this far is a fucking shock. You know what I mean? So
It is,
like,
and that that all plays into it.
Yeah.
Like you said, you got to have the right type of person. And I will say, I also did not GM the JSL. Somebody that probably could have done it and done a good job at it and would have cared about that. But like most people, I didn't want to show up 5 days a week.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a lot of conversations about like, do you move the JSL to be the same day as the LHL? But the problem
Yeah,
with that
was
is
always one where it's like maybe we should put it on LH. But then you're making some
then-
of these guys show up
then
5
you're
days a
making
week.
some of those guys show
Exactly.
up 5 days a week. And so that's like, okay, well, does that really help? And then a lot of the JSL GMs tended to be like RSL players. So then the GMs are also going to have to do that, which made them less likely to want to be there. So now you have a GM problem again. And if they're on the same day, as the LHL, then you're either going to play them at the same time, at which point the LHL GMs...
Our servers were not great.
Yeah, the servers
Yeah.
weren't great, but then anybody in the LHL that was GMing a JSL team couldn't watch their team. And if you did it before the LHL games, it's too early, nobody can show up, or people are scrimming for the LHL. You do it after the LHL games, and people just want to leave because they don't want to stick around at like 9 p.m. at night to do that. So there was never really like a great time to do it, and it was always going to overload the schedule. And so that was just something that kind of magnified the issue further. But
It's like one of those fucking hydras. Like you try and solve one problem and 3 more fucking show up in its place.
Yeah.
It's like there's no way to fix it. Like it's tough. I mean, obviously, if we had the answers, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. We'd all be gaming. You know what I mean? Like
yeah, I mean, I
it's-
think unironically, the JSL should have been a topic of conversation for a long time. And I know it was a bit of a drama point, but I know a lot of LHLers and a lot of RSLers too, by the time it ended, were just like, fuck it, we're done with it, we're moving on. But I think the failure of the JSL is a huge part of the reason why the community died. And
easily.
I will stand on that and stand by that opinion until I am too far gone to not even remember anything about HQM anymore. But I think that should still be a larger topic of conversation looking back retrospectively, because I think that's where we dropped the ball the most. So
yeah, easily.
anyway, most overrated player.
But good question. Tune in, everybody.
God fucking damn it! I was
Yeah, I know you must have put some
not
thought
looking
into it.
forward to these. Honestly, I've
Just give
been
6
talking.
names.
Dude, I've been
you can
talking
give
about
like
so
two.
much other stuff.
You can give like 2.
You give 7.
And again, I'll say the same
Over
thing. I'll say the same thing to you that I said to Paco, which is overrated doesn't mean that they're bad. It just means that the community perception of them or opinion of them was higher than what it should have been.
All right,
Also, I'd like to point out that we're still talking to Paco about his pick every time we talk to Paco.
good to know. All right, so this is a very important thing for me to get memed on in the future.
Yeah.
All
Paco picked an insane answer, so that.
right, this. I don't know how much of a. I don't know. I'm gonna go KP. I don't know.
Okay.
I think Paco also said kill.
That's not a bad choice.
Well, so like, I'm looking at this from the perspective of like, he was a GM all the time, or at least like a lot of the time, and his like, just kind of overall position, like when he was like making picks, was always like kind of weird. Like, I feel like sometimes he was rated too high, like sometimes he was probably rated too low, like, but he was. All right, actually, can I change my answer? I'm gonna change it to DMB. It's
Okay.
kind of
It's funny,
similar.
Paco changed his
Okay.
too.
Yep,
Yeah,
you can
I'm
do
gonna go
that.
DMB, but that's
DMB's tough
only
because he used to be nuts.
like
Like,
this.
especially before you played, really, but he was really good.
And these two, both of the answers kind of play into each other, like in the sense that like
Yeah.
we all know KP always fucking picks DMB in either the first or second round without fail every time, and it's the dumbest fucking pick of the draft every single time he does it. So like I guess he's overrated in the sense that one of the most important people, like it's a fucking GM that overrates him all the time, which leads the community to overrate him. But like I feel like
I
if
don't
you
know.
look at
Yeah.
like the community as a whole probably rates him pretty fairly as a third rounder. You know what I mean? Like,
It's like, yeah, the dude could probably play,
but
whatever.
I mean, I can't really think of like many others right off the top of my head. Like, it's probably DMB because like I never really enjoyed the way he played. Like, just like when I saw him play on other teams, like before offsides was a thing, he'd just circle around in the ozone and just pray for a stretch pass. Like, not in the way that Dial does it. I'm talking like
No, yeah,
he would
Dial does it where he baits a defender into thinking he's
exactly.
coming back, and then
Dial does it
outspeeds him.
like yeah, he does
DMB's
it like with
he does
Riz.
it like Timu.
Yeah, like
Riz.
he does it with Riz. Like he's
With
good
Briz.
with
I
it.
think he said like Briz. I was like, Briz used to
Yeah,
cheat.
yeah.
No, I'm
Yeah, like
rizzing up
Briz.
that blue line, Tony.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He knows what's up, but like yeah, I don't know. Like DMB just doesn't really.
Well, which is really weird because when he was really good, he never was a cherry picker. He was a guy who liked to get the puck at his own blue line
Yeah.
and go skate through guys. But as people get good at defense, he kind of
Yeah.
got to adapt. And rather than adapt, you can cherry pick.
Yeah. So just to like enhance this question a bit more, I feel like Austin's a bad pick for this. I know this was hotly contested before. I think Paco said this. I don't remember. Like
Yeah,
was
he
he
did.
the
Yeah,
was he
his
the
pick was Austin.
Yeah, I disagree.
Whereas I agree with maybe the points Paco made, but I told him that I was like, I agree, like what you're saying is correct, but you're also like, I feel like you're just wildly valuing
Yeah,
Austin.
mischaracterized Austin a bit there. I think that's
Yeah.
fair.
Yeah,
Like-
I think looking at his 1v1 defending
Although
ability,
I could see, as somebody who maybe didn't get to play with Austin a lot, I can see how he came to that conclusion, like externally. So
No,
Yeah.
100%. But like
he's like I think what Paco said was true. He's not like Juice is better at like checking. Guys better at checking. Even maybe I'm better at check. Like he gave these examples, but like I don't think Austin's a better D man than Guy. He's at least as good as me, if not better. I don't know.
Yeah.
So
Like,
it's like it's just
yeah.
all around. There's so much more to defense.
Yeah, definitely.
Than,
So
well, one-on-one defending. I don't know. Anyway, whatever.
yeah, so I mean, yeah,
And
that's
at
the
the
last.
same time, what Paco was saying, not to really discredit him too much, because what he
Yep.
was saying, I think, is accurate. It's like there are better 1v1 defenders, but I think, yeah, it just sort of misvalued Austin in general.
Okay, if we're gonna throw out one more name,
Sure.
might as well. You said I could pick 6. I'm only up to like 3
No,
or 4
not
now.
If
six.
you
You
want
do
it,
like
I could
either two
another
or
hour
three,
just
two
listing
or
players
three.
you think are
Yeah, no, all
overrated.
right. This is actually the last one. I'm going Leafs just for recency bias.
Oh.
Um,
Recency bias, I'd say he's under it, but again, this is your pick.
Okay, go.
Yeah,
go
no.
ahead.
So this is my pick. Just with the sense of like he'll lose the puck way too much, man. Like he doesn't know when to stop. Like in captains and like pub stars and stuff, he still will go relatively high in drafts. At least like back in the day he would. like at least like when he wasn't GMing. But like everybody like will always be like, oh, like like Leafs. People still regard Leafs as like one of the better like defensemen, which is like I don't know. I feel like he's just like a worse owl. Like, which I don't even know if that's saying much at this point. But like, it, I don't know.
See, Kiwi in the chat disagree. They think
Yeah.
Leafs
What
is
do- yeah,
actually. I'll say it right now. You playing ranked pubs since offside came off. Leafs is underrated. He's a good forward and offside without offside. He's like He's one of the only guys who knows how to cover back on defense. He's
All right.
when he's playing forward offside. He's right now like currently in the game. There are probably not like 4 more effective players than him.
This
Like
one,
if you're using him the right way. Like
this
he's
one's
really
definitely
good
got
right
the,
now at taking
the-
advantage of players.
this one's definitely got some interesting conversation going on in the chat at least. So thank you for
You're saying,
putting
yeah,
that
I know. Well,
on.
you're saying I'm smoking crack, Kiwi. You got to play in these non-offside pubs.
Dusty
'cause,
Boy's
like,
in full force right now.
none of the nobody can play anymore. Like Kiwi, Quacky can play, I can play, Guy can play, and like Leafs can play, and everybody else sucks. Like they're all taking forever to get. Like Otto
Okay,
sucks.
if we
Austin sucks,
want
Juice sucks, Paco sucks. All these guys are not good with offside.
for the point of indulging the
all these
chat
great
here,
players.
the very last pick here. This might be controversial. I might, in my personal experience, I'm going Dial. In my personal experience, I'm going Dial here.
That's a good one. So
Now-
I agree with that. I picked myself in my own one of these interviews.
And I only say this in the case of like, I know. Shut up, Kiwi.
I think he's talking about me.
Yeah.
No,
About me
so-
saying all those
He's talking
players
about
are not
Tony.
good right now.
all right.
Off.
Sorry. I apologize, Kiwi. No, so in the case of Dial, like I think you're
okay.
overrated in the sense of so he was talking about me. All right, screw you, Kiwi.
Thank you.
Overrated in the sense of like I know what you're gonna do before you do it, and it rarely works. Like I know you're going backhand, you're going near post, top corner, and I
He's gonna
basically
cut.
plant my
I
stick
mean,
there. Like
I agree with you that I'm overrated. I agree with you that I'm predictable. I agree with you that when teams can lock that down, it completely neutralizes the strategy, and that definitely makes it not that great. I don't think you can say it doesn't work because I won MVP.
no,
season
I get that.
22.
I'm saying on me.
So,
I'm saying on me.
sure, on you. Yeah, sure. But yeah.
Like
A couple goalies claimed they always say they got Dial's number, and then
Oh,
it's
Lewis
always
is a
like,
classic
no.
one who would always be like, I just don't get it. I know exactly what you're gonna do, and I make a lot of saves on you, but you still find ways to score on me.
yeah, you wouldn't get the fucking goals that you get if that wasn't the case. Like I'm not saying that. I'm just saying for me personally, I feel like I might be talking out of line here, but I think I'm actually one of the goalies that may have your number. Like it just seems
I
like
think you get a lot of
I
players.
think
Sully. I think
you are
he's one of the
definitely tough to
best
play
goalies.
against. Fat Squirrel always has a permanent room in my head. Kiwi and Meatzel are the other two that I always had a really fucking hard time against.
Kiwi gets me. Yeah.
I think the league. Hot take. I think the league was better when they were both goalies. At the same time, I was definitely not better when they were both goalies. 'Cause, like I definitely did not score as much. So, but yeah, I mean those were always the ones I remember as being the hardest to play against. And I'd put you like right there with PK, like right below that in terms of I know you're gonna make a lot of saves on me. But the other two were the ones that were really like they would get in my head for sure. Anyway,
Very fair.
most underrated player.
I was kind of fearing this one.
There's no one. They all suck.
Dude, underrated. I don't know if he's underrated. This might be another, everybody's gonna boo me in the chat, cop out answer. But I think just from the time that I've spent with him personally on multiple teams, I'm going Dalfan.
I knew he was gonna say Dalf.
Yeah.
Didn't Paco say this too?
I think Safaga
Did
said
he?
too.
Yeah.
And again, it's wild that anybody
Yeah.
would think of him as underrated because he was the
Like,
best
It's
defenseman
just these
for so
these
long.
new guys, that showed up.
Yeah,
too late.
it literally is you
Understand
guys.
how good Dalf was when I came
Like,
into the league. Like,
well,
he was
because I'm
the
also
guy.
like I feel like my other answer, because I feel like I'm kind of partial to picking players that I played with before, but my other answer would be Ghost.
Okay.
And that might be a bit more of a hot take. Like, I feel like Ghost was always just like the, like,
defensive
Yeah, like he
viewed
didn't
the
really fuck
defensive
up.
utility guy.
Yeah,
I
like
think
he was always just there. Like he was the type of player that like was invisible in a good way.
Yeah, I
Like
think Ghost was always a reliable player that could help you win games and wasn't really going to lose you games.
yeah,
But I also think that he was never he was never going to be the reason you won a game. And as a result, if those type of people are any higher up on your depth chart than your fourth best skater, you're probably not going to win a cup
and
that way.
that is ridiculously true. But I feel like picking him plays into my idea of you're only as strong as your weakest player. But if
Yeah.
he's your weakest player, you're doing damn well.
Right, but towards the end where he was getting more starting time, he was
Yeah.
often not the weakest player.
Yeah, that is fair.
Yeah.
So I mean, like just in the seasons that I've picked him and had him on my team personally, I've always like thought like, damn, he fell to the fourth round. Like this guy's by far the best guy in the fourth round. Which like I don't know if that counts as a good underrated player or not, but
Yeah, I think that does because
yeah,
we're looking at him like a third round player that you're getting in the fourth round. Whereas
exactly.
I think if he's getting picked in the third round, where he was a lot of the time towards the end, then I don't know how much you could say he's underrated. But I get where you're coming from. So
Yeah.
um,
So
anyway, cool. Well, thank you for those. I know that was kind of a little bit tough for you, but I appreciate your
little
answers
bit.
there. We've still
Yeah.
got like 10 more questions to go, so
perfectly
we will
fine
definitely
with
hit
me.
the
I'm
4-hour mark on this one. But
I'm
go
ready.
for it, Tony.
Was PK your role model that you looked up to as a player? It says was there
Um,
for a role model, but it was PK, right?
Yeah. Come on.
It was
I
absolutely.
mean, very early on, I'd say so, just because like he was my first GM and like he taught me like the basics of goalie. But
After
once
season 10, man, Sully just threw him to the curb.
No.
Listen, I don't like PK anymore. Actually,
no, it's not like the fucking Toy Story. Like I don't want you anymore. Like it's not that, but it's like in the case of like he gave me like the baseline of like what to kind of go off of for goalie, and then I kind of just like developed my own style off of that. Like he never fucking taught me to jump save. That was kind of my thing. You know what I mean? Like he gave me like he basically like spread my wings, but I was the one that was flying. You know what I mean? Like so. He was baby birding the easy stuff into my mouth, but I kind of went from there and figured it out. So I think at first I would say yes, but it very quickly kind of turned into like I don't really have a role model. I'm kind of just doing my own thing. So
Was there somebody you tried to like model your game after then? Is that a better question? Or not really?
Not really, just because like my like the game that I tried to model was just
what are the goalies you see jumping?
yeah, like that's kind of my justification is like the like
I mean,
my
that was
style
considered
of
a
goalie.
very bad habit. So
Yeah, like that's the thing is like so my style of goalie kind of revolved around just like get the get the get the blade of my stick where it needs to go at all costs. Like it could be the most unconventional, unorthodox positioning of all time. Like I've made backhand saves before. Who the fuck's doing that? Like, but if the situation
Sammy.
calls for it, I'm willing
Yeah,
to do
Sammy
it.
was doing it.
yeah,
Oh, maybe Sammy then. All right,
he
fair
was,
enough.
he was the OG. He played backhanded. Like that was
Yeah,
his
like
stance.
that's
It was
weird.
That was
Yeah.
his style.
But he was
And
good
was
at
pretty
it. He was good. Yeah.
Yeah, so fair enough. But like I'll pay homage to the OGs, if you will.
Yeah.
But yeah, the original goalies. But yeah,
Fuck.
yeah, so yeah, the good one.
GK.
But yeah, so basically like it was more or less just a case of like I gotta throw my stick where it needs to be no matter what. Like you like in the intro like nutty saves clip that you guys kind of pieced together. Like I don't think most of those saves were considered normal. Like it was just like I'm just a flailing idiot that just I wouldn't want to say gets lucky because there's like a rhyme and reason to the madness, but like it doesn't look normal at
I mean,
all.
I
You know
think
what I mean? Like,
goaltending is putting yourself in a position to be lucky, if that makes sense.
yeah, like but so like for example, like in the context of like PK, like being like a role model or whatever, like PK is the complete and utter inverse of how I play. He barely moves his stick. He's a positional
True. It's very true.
mastermind that makes micro adjustments where I am literally flailing like an idiot 24/7 and I make these highlight reel windmill saves that look like they're coming out of a fucking Bond movie. You know what I mean? Like there's a complete different style to how we play. So
Yeah.
I can't really call him an inspiration when I feel like we play nothing alike anymore.
I think the closest you may have been Meatsail. Meatsail was definitely more of a swatter goalie
Yeah.
like you, whereas like Kiwi, Fat Squirrel, PK, Nard
Kiwi would
to a
make some
lesser
crazy
extent.
saves.
He would
So-
too,
Would
but
do some
Kiwi,
crazy
I would say Kiwi's was more of a
More
positional
positional,
goalie
yeah.
than than someone like Meatsail or yourself. So, okay,
Yeah.
all right. But thank
All
you
right,
for that.
yeah.
Appreciate the answer.
All right. It might be tough as a goalie, but luckily together. Who's your favorite player to either play with or watch?
Those could be two different answers too. Favorite to play with,
Yeah.
favorite to watch.
Yeah, so I'll go favorite to play with is probably Paco.
Yep.
Just
It makes sense. Good two-way player, scoring a shitload of goals for you,
Yeah,
playing good
I mean,
defense. Good dude, like
he was always like, I mean, really anybody from that season 20 team was just like, we were always very calm, collected, and like played with a purpose, and that was kind of what encompassed what Paco does. Like, he never gets overly emotional and like rages at stuff. Like, very calm, analytical, like won't blow up in your face. So that was always great. Favorite player to watch though, I got to give it to Quacky. Um,
Oh yeah.
he does
That's a
some
good choice.
insane bullshit. Like,
Him or
anytime you
Mead or
see
maybe
him,
Juice, probably.
yeah, he's just a human highlight reel. Like, it's genuinely insane, just the creativity and just the things that he does. So, yeah, I got to go with Quacky. He's just insane.
Yeah, he's a wild animal. The animal is an 8, by the way. That's established.
Hmm.
All right. Was there ever a player you wish you played with? Didn't get the chance?
Dude, I don't even know who the hell I've played with and not played with. I'm probably gonna answer somebody, and they're gonna be like, "Hey, actually, you played
We were
with
on
him
4
7
teams
seasons ago."
together.
Yeah, like, I genuinely can't remember, but
We had this problem with Paco too.
I think one that I haven't played with is Meat Sale.
That would make a lot of sense.
Somebody would probably have to fact check me on that, but I don't think I've ever had him as being like the carry forward on a team.
No, he's only done it a few times. I don't think, unless maybe an
Yeah,
LLC.
and obviously the rest of the times he was probably playing Tendy when I was playing Tendy. So
Yep.
yeah, I'd probably go with Meat Sale just because I feel like he's the main big time carry forward that I just haven't played with.
Oh, he's a big time carry, all right.
Nice, I like
All right.
that. So yeah, I'm going Meat Sale with that one.
Good pick. Were you ever disappointed by a player or a team? Did anybody ever really let you down?
That's not ML.
Yeah, fuck that guy. I don't know.
It's just such an absurd. Like I get it, but it's still so like wild
It
to
is.
me. Like
I
ML
completely
of all
agree.
people, like fuck
I
that
shouldn't
guy.
be as rattled as I am, but I
Hey, can you
own it.
trade me? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Just the way he went about it, just complete and utter scumfuck.
I'm going
hate
on
him.
the face-off in 8 years and fucking telling Bapple about this.
100%. Yeah. So all right. To answer your question, to get back on track here, the immediate name that pops into my mind is Juice. I don't know if he was inherently like, because he had nutty moments.
I think
when I
Paco
played
said
with him.
that one too, actually.
Yeah, I mean, me and Paco, I feel like have had very similar career trajectories and like just overall experiences on teams and people that we've played with. It's kind of a side point. Like, so I don't know if I want to make Juice as my official answer because like the team as a whole kind of just was a little stinky.
Which
Yeah.
team? Yeah, no, never mind.
I don't even remember if was that a Boston team technically.
Yes, it was
Yeah.
It was that thing I ran. It was like a month-long season.
Oh, you know what? No, I have an answer for this, and it's a perfect. I'm picking Slim.
I knew you were gonna. I was wondering if you were gonna get to
Yeah, no, it completely slipped my mind. So it was the same season with Juice and everything. That whole team kind of just whatever.
Let you down.
Mina.
Yeah, if we want to talk about
have
me
grinded
sucking
out
as a
for you.
GM, that was probably my magnum opus of GM shittiness, if you will.
But you did it after the LHL, so it doesn't count.
Yeah, it doesn't
exactly.
really matter.
It was
Gives a
it was
shit.
a friendly season.
Yeah. Oh,
but-
yeah. Everybody had a lot of fun.
Yeah,
That was
100%.
awesome.
But
Friendly. That's how I
yeah,
think of it.
2/3 of the way through the season, like half the team just up and just quit. You know
Or
what I mean?
after one day and.
Yeah, well, in terms of fucking Slim, he literally just after the first day, he played for me and actually played decent, and he just goes, "Yeah, something popped up on my schedule. Don't think I can play anymore." And I was like, "Hey, man, hope everything gets sorted. Like, hopefully everything's cool." No response. Fucking next time during game day, he's on like fucking CS or some shit. I'm like, all right, neck yourself then. Like, that's fine. Not actually, unless, but yeah, I was just really upset at the time. Like, it was.
Yeah, I'm pretty
it was
sure
so
he just. The word was he just regretted signing up.
Yeah, but like, you couldn't at least like It's just like with ML. You couldn't have just like told me.
Maybe just.
You know,
I think it would have been all right.
like-
Yeah, rather than say to the G, yeah, something kid, just say,
Like, don't
I
fucking
don't want
lie
to
to
play.
me and say
That's gonna
that,
be
that
that's gonna be
something
a
popped up.
good Twitch clip out of context. Just Sully saying, "All right, neck yourself."
I mean, yeah, like,
Well, even in you say out of context, in context, it's insane.
yeah.
I mean, it is,
Like,
it is absolutely, but like it just,
Like-
I could definitely see that being clipped and then used against him in the
Oh,
future.
totally,
People
dude.
just post
The
that.
amount of-
Like,
The amount of wild
I'd
sound
like to see
bites that I have in the
Sully
cap Discord.
saves clipped with that.
yeah,
playing over.
that's getting added. Yeah, like, all right, neck
See me
yourself.
Out of breakaway.
Just like windmill saving, like auto on a breakaway,
Yeah.
just neck yourself.
Well,
Neck
you
Neck
typed
yourself,
fuck
just
you,
kidding,
Owl, in the
unless.
chat in the one. Unless, just kidding. Unless.
I noticed you snuck that in there too, like after the
Making
end of
a
it.
follow.
just
kidding.
a
Well,
little-
he was kidding.
unless.
Unless. Well,
But yeah, no, that whole team, like Owl at one point was like, yeah, I'm actually moving, so can't play. And like I knew about that in advance, so that wasn't as bad. But like Jeet was like, hey, my keyboard broke, and I'm like, really? Is everything just adding up right here as people are slowly dropping like flies? Like, I don't know. I just didn't start to trust the stories that were being thrown my way. So
culminating with the
fair.
team quitting.
yeah, it was unfortunate. I feel
I
like
didn't like.
because
Anyway.
like real quick, like it comes back to the question that you guys asked before, like have you ever given up on a team and like felt hopeless about a team? I personally haven't, and that's what kind of hurts me when other people do feel that way. You know what I mean? Because
Is
it
that the
feels like
closest
I
you
always,
ever got was to that?
yeah, like because it would. I mean,
Everybody
basically,
else had quit around him, and he's just
Yeah.
like steering
Like,
the
I-
ship with
yeah,
sails.
like I held out hope the whole time, and it's like you're the captain of the ship, and like everybody's jumping overboard as you speak. Like it's like what's the point? You know what I
burning
mean?
it on the way out.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
annoying.
goody. All right. Well, appreciate the honesty there, talking
Yeah.
about it. Unless,
Unless.
anyway, what's your favorite team you've ever been a part of? Again, I'm guessing season 20 Boston or that JSL team.
So favorite like story wise, or just like like the way everything came together.
However you interpret it.
Well, that's so I'm gonna give two answers. My favorite like narrative is season 20 Boston, just from like the trade down and like everybody like improving throughout the season. I thought that was cool. Favorite team that I've actually like been a part of just due to like pure dominance is season 21. Easily, that team was unstoppable. Like having Auto, Cap, Marchie, and Ghost in me was just fucked. Like Marchie looked like the greatest defenseman of all time. He borderline almost won playoff MVP. I think it was because I voted for Otto instead of him. Like
Magic.
because Otto was averaging like 3.5 points a game. But like
Yeah, it's
everything
understandable.
everything that Marchie wasn't doing on the scoreboard and in the stat sheet was reflected in every other asset of his or facet of his game, and it was unreal. So that whole team was just fucked. So yeah, I'm picking 21 for pure on ice dominance, but season 20 for
Yeah, probably just pure joy every game.
yeah, it was just a wicked
21.
fun team. They were both fun teams, but
Yeah.
yeah, that's the distinction that I draw.
All right, Sully, the best question, the favorite. What's your 5v5 dream team? You want it. You win that, obviously.
Yeah, obviously no. I'm actually playing forward in this scenario.
Oh shit. Okay, it's you and
no.
Owl and Slim and Juice and Nina's in net.
I fucking hate you.
Or Jeet. Did I say Jeet? He was there.
Yeah,
Shit, I guess you could be in that. If it
Well,
all went
Jeet's
to
gonna come
plan.
in when Slim quits, so
Yeah, I forgot
Exactly.
the plan wasn't for Sully to skate for a second there.
No, it wasn't. All right, so obviously me and Net.
Obviously.
I'm gonna go Otto and Quacky on offense.
Oh hell yeah.
Just complete,
loading up.
ridiculousness.
Yep.
Wacky,
I mean,
you
I have
make
to-
Otto good like you make Style good.
Like I have to have Paco in the team just because he's one of my favorite players ever. He'd probably play D, which he can definitely do effectively. Like there's no doubt about that. He's not a natural defenseman per se, but he's one of the best.
Yeah, he's good. He's very good on D.
And then I'm kind of torn between Juice and Guy. All right. Are macro jumps allowed in this dream scenario? Like,
Sure, why not?
Sure,
You're
yeah.
setting it up.
I mean, I'd probably.
You're gonna need Quacky Macro and to fucking alley oop his own board passes.
That is
in.
true. You know, that really doesn't change my answer though. I mean, I probably will still go for Juice. over Guy.
Well, got juice
Okay.
macros and blocks like a
Okay.
lunatic.
Yeah,
So-
that is true. Yeah, that's why I'm saying it wasn't really going to change my answer, but yeah, I'll probably go. Yeah, so Auto Quacky on offense, Paco Juice defense, and then me and Net.
I
Okay.
think of all the 5v5 or perfect 5v5 teams people pick, that's probably the best one.
Yeah,
That's
that-
the absolute most talented one, and I'm sure it'd be the best one.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
the actual objective best 5v5 team.
I agree with
Well,
that, but
that's one.
Tony, I will say here now, I would come back and play to do a grudge match against that team, assuming I had enough time to practice. You, me,
years.
Guy, Meatsail, and Haybert versus them.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll
It just
just
sounds like all the
I think
reject from the
I think
USA
they
versus
would.
Canada thing.
I think they would win, but I think we'd have a good chance of beating them, especially if I came back and practiced for a bit.
I think
I feel like
Otto
we
had
could
the
make that a
puck on his
series.
stick for so long that Quacky might be rendered useless.
Dial, what's your team again in this scenario?
It would be me and Meatsail on offense, and Tony
Yep.
and Guy on defense, and Haybert and Net.
I'd say we win in 6.
It depends on how
I
much
mean, I
time
feel like
Meat has to
that's-
practice. If Meat's like in top form, he's unreal. But you know,
I feel like that would still be, we probably would lose the series, but I feel like that would be still a really fucking good team.
I could
Let's
probably,
fucking-
by the way, I could probably do that team right now minus Dial. Sorry, Dial. Give me Austin, and I'll just cherry pick, and they won't defend me because those guys don't defend people with offside off.
Yeah, I mean,
So like
I
right
think
now,
that'd
we
be
have
a
to
hell
do
of a
it right now.
series.
We have to do it right. If they get any time to practice and get like, it'll probably take them 2 days of trying to get like infinitely better than me. But right now, I could take advantage of anybody in non-offside except for
Yeah.
probably the guy. The guy.
All right, let's
Well-
get into the last of these questions. As we have officially hit the 4-hour mark.
let's go,
Um,
baby! I
Let's
did
get
it.
to 5.
I'm down. I don't care.
Okay, what would you change about the game itself, and or the community? So if you could pick like one thing about the game to change, we'll make it 2 questions. One thing about the game to change, one thing about the community that you could change.
So game being like gameplay wise or something to that effect.
Yeah, or it could be gameplay, it could be accounts, it could be
Okay.
Putting it on Steam, like something like that.
I mean, this was something that was already, I think, in the game. But I guess like just for a quick answer, I don't know if it'd be like the thing that I would change, but just in the interest of like time, and I don't want to think about this for 25 hours, I'd probably go with like puck body collision again. I know we had that at one point. It was like the Royale with Cheese server or whatever. I think that was pretty freaking cool, especially like, I mean, it's kind of selfish. It's a goalie specific thing, but I don't know. Like, it seemed like there was a lot of instances like when I played, and I'm like, I'm usually really freaking good at like covering like my right and left side, and then sometimes a shot right up the middle will just burn me. Especially the 5-hole ones. Those are the ones that get me the most. Like if I could like in theory like crouch when I make saves and like cover like a 5-hole and like a butterfly type thing,
Yeah.
that'd be fucking awesome.
Didn't Payne have that? He had pads. He could press control and they.
Yeah, I mean that's a whole separate kind of game type thing though. I'm just talking like if we like do like what was the workaround that even made it happen on Royale with Cheese? It was like they moved the posts like inside like the goalie body or whatever, and like it would like
Oh
switch
yeah, that's
like
what
whenever
it does.
the
Yeah,
puck
how the
switched
goalie
sides or
body
whatever.
collision works is the
Yeah.
posts that the puck isn't in the half of the rink
Yeah.
of. So if you're in the blue half, the red collision boxes on the post go into the body of the goalie.
Yeah. So that's probably what I would pick for I guess most about the game itself, and then community. Just having like more caring members. I know that's like really like kind of broad and like not a good answer, but like so just to elaborate,
People
just
that
like
cared about like continuing the game, right? That cared about people
yeah,
below
but
them.
also
and-
like also people that like weren't assholes to new players. Like so that was something that I noticed a lot. Like I tried to like be like a welcoming force whenever there was new people. Be like, hey, welcome to the game. Like press M for the map. Like just try and give them like very basic stuff and just like teach them about the game. I feel like sometimes as a community, and I feel like Paco probably touched on this. This is a pretty popular opinion. Like we tend to alienate new players a ton. Whether that's through ranked pubs and not giving accounts, or we always focused on our own personal enjoyment of the game rather than the future, like where there's really a fine balance between the two that you kind of have to strike in order to ensure the longevity of the game. Like, we focus way too much on like, well, we only have so many pubs left, so let's make them as high quality of a pub as possible, rather than not having any more pubs like we have right now. You know what I mean? Like, if we tried even just a little bit more to foster a community of growth and like, understanding or whatever, like, generic ass terms, but you get the idea, that would have gone way farther of a way than whatever the hell we've been doing over the past couple years.
And
That's
would
kind
you
of,
say that would have been like the most important thing we could have done or should have done differently to maintain the competitive community?
yeah, I mean, because that was the thing. Like, when I first joined the game during the big ass recruitment wave, like, everybody was on the same page. Like, I don't remember what went into the planning of all the, like, the prospect tournaments and stuff like that, but like, you guys grabbed some higher ranking members of the community that actually gave a shit. You weren't like handing it off to like the equivalent of like Tyler.exe, you know what I mean? Just saying, screw it, like, figure it out. Like, you guys put some thought and effort into, who do we want to, like, represent our community, to all these people that have moldable personalities and minds towards a community that they know nothing about. Whereas I feel like in a lot of cases now, like, we kind of were just, for the last couple of years, we've kind of just been throwing darts at the wall, praying that something will stick eventually. Like, it's not been a really, like, you know, concerted, smart, well thought out effort to try and get stuff going. We kind of just were praying, and
Yeah.
the prayers weren't really answered.
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't really recruited for real, and there's not. Again, to be fair, there's nothing to recruit to. I was
That's the
thinking about that
problem.
because this is
Yeah.
right now,
Yeah.
right
Yeah.
this second is the time post fucking finals before the draft, or you wait post draft before free agency. One or the other is like it's the prime time to recruit on Reddit, but it's like there's no community.
There's
Well, there's
nothing to
also
bring
a
people to.
fucking Reddit blackout right now. Can we
Yeah,
even?
well, it's lifted on our hockey. That's the
Alright.
beauty of it.
Yeah,
We can
yeah.
scab.
Yep.
Awesome.
But yeah, our Reddit's dead. Discord's not a functional thing.
Yeah.
That doesn't house a community. It's just a thing that exists that we don't use.
Would
There is
you-
no community. The biggest problem with the game right now is there's no community, and it's
Yeah.
like probably won't ever get
we're
back.
trying.
But
We are trying to, like, there might not be any community, but there's at least
Oh, yeah, for
some
anybody-
willpower to still make content, and I'm
yeah, for anybody listening, by the way,
Gotta keep doing it.
I made the signups for the next tourney on behalf of
Crab.
who asked me to, and then he went on
should
vacation.
I not have
and
spoiled
now
that?
they're- Oh, did you say it? Yeah, whatever. Anyway, Crab was gonna run the bidding tourney, do the next thing, little short tournament. I made the signups. They were gonna be posted this week, probably on like Monday or Sunday or Monday, and then he's been gone. So, yeah.
Yeah, like, that's like just. All right,
I
I'll
don't know what's going on.
That's okay. So, Sully, would you even want to see a revival in the community at this point, or are
Yes.
you content? Oh, okay, all right. I was gonna say,
Yes.
so it's not even a second guess for you. You're
It-
not.
it
like,
was
content
literally
having
what I
moved
was gonna-
on and okay.
Yeah, I was gonna basically cut you off before you asked the question because I had another point to make on the previous question, but it's
Oh, okay.
perfect
Go ahead.
segue
Go ahead.
in.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like personally I would have had so much more to offer the community in terms of like wanting to BOC and like wanting to, recruit and help people out, like help out new players and stuff like that. But the problem was when I was most invested into the game, I had too much external stuff going on in my life. Now that like all that stuff is past and like I can basically focus on whatever the hell I want to focus on, I could dedicate so much more time and effort into the things that I would want to do in the community. Like, I could probably, like, I wouldn't be able to like do the stuff that you did, Dial. You know what I mean? Like, you were like, you did shit. Like, you were going crazy with it. Like, I don't think I'd ever be able to reach like that level of like commitment and like, ingrainedness into the community. But like, I could at least give it a shot. You know what I mean? And at least
Yep.
get kind of close.
Yep.
So it's like I had all these like cool ideas, and I was like, damn, like, this is a community of people that I really like, and I could really have an impact on. But I had just too much other stuff going on. Like, I was trying to get a college degree, I was trying to help out my parents. Like, there's just so much stuff going on. So I was kind of spread a little bit thin. But it's like now that everything's cool in my life and I have like stability that I've been looking for a while, I can use that stability as like an anchor to like help out other things that I'm invested in. Like, HQM is like one of the most invested things that I've ever like been into. You know what I mean?
You're
Like,
telling me.
and it kind of sucks that like I wasn't able
I
to give
can't
more.
relate.
Like I gave as much as I possibly could that was within the confines of what I could give. And I wish I could give so much more because it deserved it. Maybe not each individual person deserved it because we've had a lot of shitty people in the community,
Virtually
admittedly.
none of them.
But like as a whole, you got to be able to like look past the small, little microcosm groups that suck and look at the thing as a whole. And like we had something, we still do. It just needs to be unlocked again. You know what I mean? Like we were probably at this point back when we first started the leagues, like back in 2014 or whatever. It was essentially dead back then, and we made it into something.
It
It's
was
not
a
like we've
newly released game.
like all we have to do is just find a new group of people, and we're good.
Yeah.
Like it's
Well,
possible.
yeah, I've talked about it recently. I think easier said than done. That's something I would love. Even though I wasn't playing moving forward, it just sucks. I'd love to see like a whole new community get built around the game,
Yeah.
even if I wasn't playing in it. It's just like something, you put so much time into it. It sucks to just see nothing happen with it.
Like
outside
like
of,
if we
views
made a
that
new
we don't
game,
see.
if whoever's vision, I don't want to like name names because I don't know if people want to know that they're working on stuff, but like
Yeah.
if
I think
things,
everybody knows.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah.
Everybody listens.
Yeah.
Know.
whatever. Point is, if you know, you know. Like if
I mean,
if
I'll say
things do end
names,
up,
so
That's
go ahead.
fine. Let's go.
Make your point. Make your point.
yeah, if a new game does get made, you know what I mean, and like we have something to work off of in the future, I'm willing to like, be one of the forefront people to try and promote it and like
Oh,
get
yeah.
stuff going. Like I'll be like the dial of the new game. Like I don't care.
Dial wants to be the dial. If the new game
Then there
comes
you
out,
go.
Dial fully
Yeah.
anticipates being the dial and run it, community
I think
manage,
we
do
got
all the
people
stuff possible.
that
If-
We're
want
all
stuff to
willing.
happen.
It sucks is there's people willing to do it. It's just
Yeah.
we're in such a tough spot.
If we get a new game, I would come back as a player. I would come back in BOC, GM. I would stream, literally whatever. I would do
I'll
the
turn into a
content
fucking esport and
creation.
get paid.
I
Like,
would
don't
do.
care.
I would do
I'll pay
the.
the goddamn players.
I would do all of it.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't give a shit.
If we had a new game that had the backing of developers that were invested in trying to actually share the game, promote the game, get it on Steam, and like put even a tiny amount of effort into helping out, I would go all out on that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. I wouldn't even think twice about it. I'd probably quit playing WoW to do that for sure, actually, and that would probably upset some of my friends that might hear that, but yeah, I would almost certainly do that, and I would put
Easily.
110% effort into it because I believe in it, and I always have believed in it. It's why I'm still working on putting together content now, 10 years after finding the game, and another.
There's nothing like it. I've said it a million times. There's absolutely nothing like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like nothing. Like there's no game that compares to this one.
I'll believe in
it's
it
crazy.
till I'm gone.
I want to
Which
capture. I want to
leads
capture
to
that.
This leads to a quick question I have for you. Do you actually have faith that the new version of HQM is ever going to come out? And do you have faith that one of the people helping on the new version of HQM is ever going to release their own first-person hockey spinoff?
Yeah, I do have faith that it would happen. I just worry that it'll be
Not
too
not
late.
would. Will it happen? Yes
Yeah.
or no? What do you think?
But the game will get developed, in my opinion, but I think it'll be too late. Like I don't think that it'll latch on as good as it could if it was done sooner rather than later.
See, okay, so I will disagree with you on one part. I don't know. Do I have faith it's ever going to happen? At this point, no. I've seen too many people or too many times that I've heard like, oh, we're this close, we're this close, we're this close. I would love to believe that it's actually going to come to fruition, but I would be lying to myself at this point if I said that, which I've done for years. But I'm not going to believe in that anymore until I actually see some tangible progress towards that. And that's not meant to be calling out anybody in particular. It's just being real. I'm still hopeful, but I don't believe it. And my second argument to what you would say, or to what you had said there, is I think it's revolving around it being too late. I think realistically it would have needed to have come out when season 19 was happening and we were hitting the end. That's when it needed to come out, and any time after that you could argue is too late. But if it came out today versus 2 years from now, I don't think it makes a difference, because
Depends on if NHL comes out on PC and the next couple.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
the fucking
I
death
don't
knell right
really.
there.
Is it though? I don't know that it is because I don't think they are competing games, to be honest. I really don't.
Yeah, well,
No,
I
but I
think
think it
you,
would scratch
I
an
think you
itch.
get a lot of player base out of those NHL guys who
Yeah.
don't want to play
It would
consoles.
scratch an itch, but like it's not the same. Like Sully has
No,
pointed
it's not
out,
the same,
it's
but
not
it's
the
like I think
same.
there's a market. The market's overlapping, I think.
You're over. Yes, it's overlapping in people you're marketing to, but I think it is a very different experience and a very different style. It's like Sully said, playing HQM is really about the community. It's about building something. There's no campaign mode. There's no, resetting. There's no save scumming. It's like that just doesn't exist. Like everything you do is real. Everything you do is final. Everything you do has the impacts on everyone else around you. You're never gonna replicate that in any version of an NHL game, and you're never gonna have the skill ceiling in an NHL game that you do in a game like HQM, where you control every single aspect of what your player does. And so as a
I'm not saying
result,
that to say, yeah, it's absolutely two entirely different games, but I don't know. Slapshot, HQM, NHL, it's all the same people
So
playing.
just to make myself abundantly clear, though, to make sure you guys know like what I mean when I say like it might be too late, I'm saying it'll be too late in the sense that we won't be able to reclaim the same community.
no.
I feel
Oh,
like
yeah.
we would like
So
we
I
would
agree. I agree.
we would
We've
be
missed that.
starting back. Yeah, like we'll be starting back from
That's what
square
needs to happen,
one
though. Start
with
square
like
one
a
is what
whole
needs to
new
happen.
group.
I agree.
That's what needs to
Yeah.
happen.
I think what Tony's saying is spot on. And I think we would have enough people that have matured enough, because a lot of us were a lot younger when HQM was going on and
Yep.
was at its peak, right? I think we have a lot of people that have matured enough that would be able to look at this in a second go around and say, like, oh, learn from our mistakes and
Yep.
not put so much emphasis on our
Yep.
our quality of life, our quality of play outside the LHL, and focus more on growing the game. And as long as we had like even 20 people that were dedicated enough to do that and help get it going, if there's a developer that's actually putting it on Steam and doing a little bit of marketing, we can handle the rest. And I think that's enough, which is why I don't think it's too late. And I don't think it will ever be too late unless it's like fucking 20 years from now. But again, I don't really believe it's going to happen. So,
Yeah, I mean, hope it does,
Yeah.
but
You believe it's either coming in the next couple years or it's not, essentially.
yeah, I mean,
But well,
Just
you don't
the
believe
whole-
it's coming in the next couple of years.
I mean,
but
even
that's,
that,
that's what it comes down to. It's
I
like if you
think
don't see it in 2025, then it's never coming.
I don't think if we don't see it in 2023, I don't think it's happening.
Oh well, damn, we're
I
running out of
genuinely,
time, people.
because I think, I mean, it's clear the people that are working on it have lost the motivation to work on it. And I will absolutely admit that part of my wanting to make content like this again is to try to help reinforce some level of motivation or inspire some level of people wanting to play the game again and wanting to develop the game again. Wink, wink. But I don't think that that's really had the effect that it needs to, and I think the more time passes, the less and less likely it's going to be that that those people responsible are going to come back and actually finish what they're working on. And I know I've heard even recently in the last few weeks that will happen, but that's also slipped, and we're now a week past the deadline that I heard originally. And again, it just seems like what we've heard before. And these are not like shots at anybody. It sounds like that, right? I'm not trying to criticize them or say like you should be doing this or you don't have better to do, because I know that they do. But I think we have small windows for this, small opportunities where people will have had the motivation to pursue it, and I think we have missed out on those.
Well, the other thing too, just like to piggyback off your point real quick, is just like the people that we're referring to, right? Like I'm just thinking like, and again, no way in a shot, like this is a shot at people like they're basically working on this for essentially like free, you know what I mean? Like it's like a spare time thing for them. So can't really roast them for something we haven't even paid for yet. Point is though, if they're suffering from this sort of burnout just in the development phase of creating a game, who's to say that they're not going to fall right into the exact same trap as what Cryptic already did without updating the game? Like if they finally create a game, but then if there's bugs and flaws that we want to change anyway, and they're not even willing to update the game because they're going to be so burnt out just from creating the game.
See, I disagree with you on that because we know they're like 95% of the way there already. So the amount of effort that has to go in at this point to wrap it up, relatively speaking, is not really that much. And because they've been building off of HQM, there's not a whole lot of bugs they have to fix. It's maintaining the same game. We know the bugs that we like in the game. We know the bugs are the weird quirks that make the game and the gameplay what it is. I don't think that's really that big of an issue. And I think if they do get it on Steam and it naturally builds up some level of following and the community kind of comes back again around that, I think that's enough reinforcement, especially if they consider doing things like just add small microtransactions like jersey numbers, mustaches. I mean, I'm talking tiny cosmetic things to give a little bit of money into the pockets. And I think that's all you have to do is just open the door enough for something to trickle through, and that can snowball quickly. And I'm not saying it's ever going to be a huge game, right? But it can snowball quickly to a point where it can be something that is at least worth spending the time on.
Yeah, and then I mean that kind of opens up a plethora of new questions like, well, what do we do about like, moderating the new community if it's going to, triple in size or whatever? Like there's a lot of questions regarding like,
they would be fun questions to have to answer though. Like that's, definition of a good problem to have, right?
I guess, but then I'm just worried that like, we might never be able to recapture what we had because I feel like what we had was special because it was small, if that makes sense.
Yes, like, I agree. But what we had also ended because it was small.
Yeah. So
it ended, and we know it ended because we didn't do enough to expand it. And we tried
to be different, as fun as it was, as good it was for the handful of us that were able to enjoy it. It's got to be different next time.
Yeah, it does. If we want it to come back, we want it to be sustained, we want it to build up a community again, we have to approach it differently. We'll never have an experience like HQM again. It just won't happen. But
what sucks is it is too late for us. Like that's at the end of the day, I think so. You're right in it being too late. I think we've missed the boat on really being able to enjoy something like HQM. We already did it. Our time's passed, but now it's more about the future, being able to play the game, see the updates, see what happens next, be involved in what happens next at least. But yeah, like our time in the sun's over, I think.
It sounds like a lame way to say it, right? But like
it's really not that bad a thing. It's like
no, it's not. Like we have written our story, right? But the story of first person hockey doesn't have to end here. And I don't think it should end here. And we can do a lot to continue to help write that story. I mean, right now we are out of pages to write in, right? And what we need is somebody to come along and give us some more pages to the book that someone can start actually filling, and that would be us as the community. So as soon as somebody comes through with some empty pages for us, we can start filling it and bring in other people to help us finish that story. But for now, we're out of pages.
Book's closed right now. We're scribbling on the table.
And things like this are opening the cover. We're opening the cover. We're reading through stuff again, but we get to the end and there's no blank pages there. We can't do anything more until someone slips some more in there. So
that's the
hope. God damn it. All right, one more question. Sully, you want to BOC? You want to run this bidding tourney?
All right, so remember everything that I just said previously, but I'm willing to do stuff. That like like that was it like Meatloaf or like I'll do anything for love, but I won't do that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's like I think I'm at that point.
God damn it! Well, where the fuck's Crab? it's his fucking tourney. I just made the fucking form for him.
What a bastard!
God damn it! Once again, Crab bastards me.
Classic.
I missed this in chat, but Paco said NHL on PC might actually help HQM with another community to market to, and I actually agree with that. I don't think they'd be.
To be fair, they'd play it and it would suck. So
I don't think it would be cannibalizing the market we would market to, or it
would be good that we do that. We take from them because they would play the game and be like, "Oh, this blows.
Yep.
It's got all these bugs and it sucks, and it's the PS2 port again, even though we're in 2029."
Yep. It's like. All right, Sully. Well, that's pretty much it. That's all we got for you. So
That's
Tony,
four
unless
and a
you,
half hours.
yeah, just shy
sorry.
of it. Unless you have any other
Two
questions,
will be coming up tomorrow, 11 a.m.
unless you have any other questions, or unless anybody in chat has any final questions here before we wrap up, we'll give it a minute to see if they come through.
Somebody
Sully,
comes in listening.
anything else that you want to talk about that we haven't touched on? I mean, we've hit just about every aspect of your career that we possibly could.
Yeah, I mean, I've officially hit the yawning portion of my night.
There you
So
go. Yep.
as
You
I
weren't
warned you
drinking
guys
this whole
about
time,
previously.
getting wired.
Yeah, I mean, I had a couple beers, as is customary on the face-off, but yeah, I think those are kicking into sleepy
This is
time mode.
customary on Thursday. Oh,
Quacky,
here comes a question.
Yep, yeah. My driving skills have been going quite well. Actually, it's funny that you mentioned that because today is the 1-year anniversary of getting my license.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say getting in that accident.
No, that happened back in February, and it wasn't my fault. Okay, important
Mm.
distinction.
Congratulations
I was
on the 1 year, Sully.
Thank
That is
you.
very nice.
better late than never.
Yep.
Now it is the 1 year and 1 day anniversary because it was the 15th that I got it.
Yep.
Just as the clock strikes midnight. But yeah,
I gotta do
driving
my Duolingo. Fuck.
I literally
Go.
did it during
Extend
this
your
interview.
streak, Tony. Sully almost ended 2 HQM superstar careers.
Was somebody
Kyle.
else in the
That
car?
is funny.
Dial, do you know the story?
I do not know the story. No.
Do I have to tell it now? Okay.
You can
Yes.
go ahead. Yeah, you go ahead.
All right.
One must.
This might be self-incriminating. I don't know, but
Oh, no, none of this
basically-
happened. This is
yeah,
this is
all
a story.
Hypothetical
Yeah.
story. Yeah, go
This is a
for it.
hypothetical.
So basically, I hypothetically went to go visit Doc in Connecticut. We had a nice little H2M type meetup. We had a whole plethora of people: Paco, Quacky, etc.,
Yep.
etc.
I've heard about this trip. Yep.
Yep. And what did we do? I think we were coming.
Go to like
Coming
WWE or a hockey game
No,
or
it was
something.
a Hartford Wolfpack game.
That's what it was. Yeah.
And so AHL hockey. I don't remember what the. No, we were picking them up from the train station. That's what it was, or the bus station. Yeah, they took a train up because they were like coming from New York or whatever. So I picked up a couple, and Doc picked up a couple. So I had Paco and Quacky. I don't remember if I had. I think Guy might have been in the car. I don't remember. But I had a couple people in the car, and we were all just like talking, like listening to music, like sharing stories or whatever, saying what's up to each other, and I accidentally ran a red light, hypothetically, and car do be turning at the same intersection, and I recognized the threat, avoided it deftly, swerved out of the way, everything was fine, nothing happened because I'm a very wonderful, safe driver, of course, hypothetically.
Naturally. Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, everything was fine. It was a little nerve-wracking for a quick moment, but everything smoothed itself out. It's like imagine like a turnover in your own defensive zone, but then Sully there is the safety net and then makes the eventual save. This is what I did, but in a car.
But you also turned it over.
Yeah, it sounds like you turned it over.
Yeah. No. I turned it over, but I also made the save, so everything's good.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
But it's still in the zone. Sounds
Yeah.
like.
Okay.
Everything's good, hypothetically.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah. Naturally.
In
Thanks a
Grand
lot,
Theft
Quack,
Auto.
for reminding me of that one. He almost turned over the car.
We're screaming for our
Jesus.
lives.
So
Oh,
you
man.
almost ruined the chance of us having the USA Canada series because you would have taken out yourself, Paco, and Quacky all in one go.
No, but you see, the key word that you put in there was potentially, but I didn't. And
Didn't
that's-
I? What, didn't you
That's true.
preface
You
this
didn't.
story with "It wasn't my fault," and then
That is true.
hypothetically,
Yeah.
you ran a red light to dodge a car.
Oh my god.
No. The
I don't
wasn't
know
my
whose
fault.
fault you think this is in this hypothetical.
Tony, you misunderstood. The wasn't my fault thing was in reference to the accident that I actually had when I got rear-ended. That wasn't my fault.
I see. Okay. All right.
All
right, Sully.
I completely take blame hypothetically for the.
All right, Sully. Well, that was a good story. Thank you for sharing that. Any final, shout outs, anything like that you want to give to anybody, any of your friends, your role models that I guess you didn't have? Anybody, any potential game developers that you want to try
You do the
to
podcast with.
yeah. Any potential
him out.
game developers that you want to try to influence to maybe return to certain projects that they have undergone previously?
Yeah, I mean, obviously thanking the whole community, like all the good and the bad, is super cool.
He's talking to Quacky when he says good and the bad.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, anybody that I played with, anybody that I played against, like it was obviously awesome. Wouldn't trade it for the world. Um, yeah, I mean, I'll throw out, hey Payne, if you wanna do your thing, it'd be kind of cool. Thanks, pal.
Luke won't
Obviously,
listen, but he could, he could do his thing too. They could both.
yeah, we'll get everybody in there. Luke, big
Yeah,
time.
but we said
Luke.
whoever the whole time, and then right at the end, let's just fucking say.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh,
Who gives a shit?
fine, we want more. We want to
went
play the
through all
fucking game.
of that.
Release
We went
the
like
game, I wanna play it.
15 minutes through that conversation, not mentioning either of their names once, and then you just explicitly call out both of them.
Look, just edit it out in post. It's fine.
No, I'm not editing it out. No, this is staying in. This is staying in.
Yeah, it's not. I mean,
Do we have to
they know who
censor
they
the
are.
Anyway, yeah, I'll definitely echo that though. Like, shout out to the community for keeping it alive as long as they did, and for being great, and hopefully we have an opportunity to continue to do that. Shout out to Migo, Baba, Luke, and Payne for all the work that they have done on the game, and I'm fucking praying. When I made a wish on my 30th birthday cake, it was for fucking HQM to come back. So I don't know, maybe
to turn into a 2.
Yeah, exactly. Take me back. Maybe Payne and Luke will hear that wish and wrap up HQM, or at least their version of it. So fingers crossed. But like I said, I'm not getting my hopes or my beliefs up anymore. I've done that too many times. But anyway, anybody else, Sully, you want to touch on, or is that?
I mean,
everybody.
Yeah, I basically covered everybody with the whole community thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Quick shout out to my podcast, High Character, UMass hockey related podcast.
Where can they find your podcast, Sully?
Dude, on everything. Spotify, Apple Podcasts, whatever you want, we got it, man. YouTube, I think we got it on. Like, check it out. If you're interested in college hockey, especially ones in Hockey East, and they happen to be affiliated with UMass Amherst.
I know Crisp is excited to hear this.
Yeah, I'm probably going to get so much hate for that one, saying, wow, plugging your own podcast, sad.
Meanwhile, we only upload to YouTube. That's our only platform, which, if the game comes back when we still do the Faceoff, I'll look at uploading at other places. But I'd be interested to hear what your success is like on those other platforms. But yeah, go check out Sully's content. I have never listened to it, admittedly, but knowing Sully and how he's able to hold a conversation, I'm sure it is entertaining stuff. Hopefully he finds a way to make it entertaining, even if you aren't a UMass hockey fan. But nonetheless, Sully, it's been great talking to you. Tony, thank you for sticking around as well. And for anybody who's in chat that has been here for the last 4.5 hours, you're absolutely insane.
Let's go.
But if you listen to the whole thing, you are awesome, and you're one of the reasons why we still have some sparkling, shimmering star distantly in the sky of hope that maybe we can one day turn this into something a little bit bigger. So thank you, everybody. I hope you all have a great night, and we will see you in a couple weeks. I don't have the exact date yet, but we do have the next Face-Off interview series guest picked, lined up and ready to go. We're going to try to keep that one a secret as well. I know this one got kind of spoiled, so hopefully the next one is as good as the last couple have been, and I am every confidence that it will. So awesome. Thank you again, guys, and we'll see you all in probably like 2 weeks, maybe 3.
The next guest is Hesse.
Yeah, no.
Thanks for having me, guys.
We're doing Jeet. All right. Have a good one, everybody.
Later, everyone.